Chapter 1929. He had already taken out his most precious thing. He thought that Long Chen would at least consider it a little. However, what he faced was a firm refusal from Long Chen. When he asked again, Long Chen said directly, "Absolutely not. I will not be bound by anyone. Snow Spirit King, although you are talented and have Ling Huang as your father, to be honest, you are still far from being able to control me. Although I lost to you once, I can tell you clearly that I don't lack anything. Even if you have the Blizzard Imperial Palace and many resources, you may not be my opponent in 10 years or 100 years. I have a boundless future. Why should I be controlled by you here? Do you have the qualifications to control me? I, Long Chen, hate being manipulated by others the most in my life." He said these words loudly, completely cutting off the Snow Spirit King's thoughts. Of course, he knew that the Snow Spirit King wanted to keep him here not just to subdue him. Although Long Chen didn't discriminate against this guy, it was better for him to keep it to himself. "I think there's no need to continue this conversation." Long Chen looked at him calmly. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were dull, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Long Chen as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He was extremely angry and said, "Long Chen, you will regret this. You will definitely regret this." Long Chen said, "I'm sorry. I will never regret what I do, even if I have to break my head and bleed. I will take responsibility for what I said today. If you don't believe me, try again in 10 years or 100 years. Let's see if I, Long Chen, will be defeated by you again." The Snow Spirit King laughed maniacally. You lost your father. Do you think your father is still the all-powerful Eternal Dragon Emperor? Without him, you are just dog shit. What right do you have to say all this in front of me? You are a loser. You are no match for me now. In 10 years or 100 years, it will be the critical time for my cultivation to soar. What right do you have to fight me then?" Long Chen didn't want to argue with him, but he mentioned his father. This made Long Chen's pity for him disappear instantly. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. He coldly said, "It's not your place to say anything about my father. There's no need to say anything else. Please get out of my sight. How about that?" Because of a few words, their relationship had clearly broken off. The Snow Spirit King left with grief and indignation. Long Chen's words had made him make a decision in his heart. "I've said all sorts of nice things to you, and I've even taken out the chaotic green lotus, but you still think so highly of yourself. You really deserve to die. Not only will I kill your woman, I will also imprison you for life, so that you will never be able to escape from my control. One day, you will regret it." He had never thought that he would be so agitated. Right at this moment, there was a commotion in the Star Talisman. A subordinate came to report, "Your Highness, that woman is moving. It seems like she has already crossed the threshold and is about to enter the rebirth tribulation realm." This news happened to be the tip of the spear. The Snow Spirit King's face turned cold. He lowered his voice and said, "Kill her. Remember to smile a little." "Kill her." The subordinate didn't understand. The Snow Spirit King roared, "Did you hear me? I want you to kill her." Yes, Your Highness." The subordinate nodded. When the Snow Spirit King cut off the Star Talisman, the other party had already made his move. Holding the Star Talisman tightly, the Snow Spirit King took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they had become incomparably cold. He muttered to himself, "Xueqi is right. There are very few people in this world who can understand me. Only a few. He will never become someone who walks the same path as me. This is my wishful thinking. From today onwards, I will sever all my thoughts and be a good Snow Spirit King. As for you, you humiliated me and angered me like this. I will let you be a puppet with peerless talent and be controlled by me. Let me, Xueqi, complete my 1,000-year hegemony. Those who don't listen to me, those who don't want face when I give them, and those who can't understand me, all have to die. No matter how tempting you are to me, when you become a puppet, will I still have such impossible thoughts?" He was just a timid person who made a small attempt in order to persevere. What he encountered was a merciless blow. He was like a tortoise who was so scared that he shrank his head back. He would never try to stretch out his head again for the rest of his life. When he raised his head again, his eyes had become cruel and cold. At the same time, Long Chen also received a notice from the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit said, "In less than an hour, little She will wake up. She has already formed her own reincarnation and has become very powerful. Just now, the 2 spirit generals guarding her tried to kill her and were captured by us. The rest of the spirit generals are here and are fighting with the fire spirits and the others. I am now surrounding little She. It's time to counterattack. Now that the commotion has become big, find the right opportunity and come back. When you come back and little She wakes up, I will take you to the demon god region. The Holy Spirit explained everything in a few words. They want to kill little She. Long Chen's tone became cold. This should be an order from the Snow Spirit King. Sure enough, Long Chen originally thought that the Snow Spirit King would be a good friend. But since the Snow Spirit King wanted to kill Lingxi and seemed to have planned it, they could only be enemies from now on. For Long Chen, anyone who attacked Lingxi was unforgivable. The Snow Spirit King was sincere, but he was too arrogant, controlling, and vengeful. Since he wanted to take revenge, Long Chen wouldn't be polite to him. All the grudges should be settled now. Long Chen walked towards the entrance of the Blizzard Imperial Palace. At this time, the Snow Spirit King's star talisman received another message. Your Highness, the people of the goddess's heart actually appeared in the Supreme Spiritual City. Bai Zong and the others were captured by the Holy Spirit. Now, the 10 of them are protecting that woman and even threatened to kill Bai Zong. The Holy Spirit is powerful, and we are not her match. She is about to make her move. You and Lady Xueqi should come quickly. What? The Snow Spirit King was stunned. The goddess's heart suddenly appeared. This was far beyond his expectation. He only knew that the goddess's heart brought Long Chen to the spiritual god domain, but he didn't expect that they had such a deep relationship. For Long Chen, the goddess's heart even hid in the Supreme Spiritual City and secretly protected Lingxi. In the eyes of the Snow Spirit King, the goddess's heart was a group of mysterious women. They were arrogant, so how could they take care of Long Chen? No wonder Long Chen had been so calm from the beginning to the end. No wonder. The Snow Spirit King was furious when he thought that he was in the other party's trap. He thought that he had complete control over Long Chen, but he didn't expect that the other party already had a way to deal with him. Now, they even wanted to kill his spiritual generals. With the Holy Spirit present, if Xueqi didn't make a move, he couldn't deal with them at all. This was failure, this was humiliation. The Snow Spirit King had never encountered such a setback, especially when he was teased by Long Chen. He couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, he had already lost his mind. He roared at the Blizzard Imperial Palace, Xueqi, quickly go over and unite the spiritual generals to kill the people of the goddess's heart and that woman. In the blink of an eye, Xueqi appeared beside him. Little master, this is not good. The goddess's heart has just made a great contribution to our spirit clan. Their reputation is like the sun in the sky. How can we kill them? The Snow Spirit King said angrily, breaking into my supreme spiritual city and holding my holy Snow Spirit Army spiritual generals hostage. They deserve to die. The old man frowned and said, I will go and rescue Bai Zong and the others. As for killing them, with the Holy Spirit's help, I'm afraid I can't do it. Her strength is outstanding, and I may not be her opponent. Go quickly, the Snow Spirit King shouted hysterically. Xueqi didn't say much. The Snow Spirit King had lost his mind, so it was not suitable for him to say more. After Xueqi left, the Snow Spirit King was about to rush over there. He suddenly remembered that Long Chen was still in the Blizzard Imperial Palace, so he stopped. Holding my spiritual generals hostage, forcing me and Xueqi to go and rescue them so that he can escape from the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Is this his plan? Long Chen, you really have a good plan, but I saw through it. He was very familiar with the Blizzard Imperial Palace, so he quickly changed his direction and rushed out of the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Sure enough, Long Chen was already standing outside, preparing to leave the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Long Chen only left after seeing Xueqi leave. The Snow Spirit King chasing after him was also within his expectation. He turned back and said, Thank you for your hospitality these days. Time is up, and I should go and do my own things. See you later. After saying that, he jumped out of the Blizzard Imperial Palace and rushed in the direction of the Supreme Inn. Want to run? Impossible. The Snow Spirit King sneered and chased after him. Long Chen had been defeated by him, so he didn't put Long Chen in his eyes. The Supreme Spirit City was instantly in chaos. Long Chen's speed was very fast, but the Snow Spirit King was faster. Wherever he went, snow and ice covered everything. Large snowflakes fell, rushing towards Long Chen. Long Chen just wanted to gather with the sacred spirit and the others first. He had no intention of fighting with this guy, but the Snow Spirit King wouldn't let him go. Time roaming dragon. He escaped into the river of time, and the Snow Spirit King instantly lost his figure. He stopped, almost going crazy, but soon he continued to chase. Although he didn't know where Long Chen went, his goal now was the Supreme Inn. As long as he went to the Supreme Inn, Long Chen must be there. After running for a long time, the Snow Spirit King was actually still behind him. Using the time-roaming dragon, Long Chen couldn't display his peak speed, and the Snow Spirit King was like a maggot attached to the bone. He couldn't get rid of him no matter what. Ahead was the Supreme Inn. The Goddess's Heart and the Snow Spirit King were fighting fiercely, and the winner couldn't be decided in a short time. Chapter 1930. The High Spirit City was in a complete mess. The reason was that there were two groups of super experts fighting near the Supreme Inn. Initially, the famous Goddess Heart appeared and defeated the two spirit generals stationed at the Supreme Inn. Then, the other spirit generals appeared and surrounded the Goddess Heart. The leader of the Goddess Heart, Shang Ling, didn't make a move, but the others restrained the group of spirit generals until the most famous expert of the Supreme Spirit City, Lord Xueqi, arrived. Xueqi was a famous expert from 10,000 years ago. He was much older than Shang Ling. He came from the Snow Spirit Clan and was sent by the Snow Spirit Clan to protect the Snow Spirit King. However, compared to Xueqi, the reputation of the #1 person with the Goddess Heart, the Holy Spirit, was even greater. This was especially true after she brought the Goddess Heart to the Dragon God domain and killed the human race's exceptional genius, Du. Her reputation was currently at its peak. The group of women stood on the roof of the Supreme Inn and people quickly recognized them. There were many people chasing after the Snow Spirit King, but there were even more people chasing after the Goddess Heart. In the entire Supreme Spirit City, there were many pursuers of these 10 stunning women. After discovering their arrival, the entire Supreme Spirit City became heated. But what puzzled everyone was why the people of the Goddess Heart would fight with the commanders of the Holy Snow Spirit Army. The battle this time was like the battle between Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. It attracted almost everyone in the Supreme Spirit City. The Supreme Spirit City was under the strict management of the Holy Snow Spirit Army, so it was difficult for conflicts to occur. But today's battle was obviously much bigger. The two strongest combatants were actually two 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm super experts. But when these two fought, all the other battles were overshadowed. The other 9 people of the Goddess Heart also stopped fighting and surrounded Lingxi. They were proficient in spirit arts and had set up a defensive array diagram. The entire Supreme Inn was under their protection. As for those spiritual generals, after trying to attack a few times to no avail, they could only give up helplessly and hoot loudly outside. Goddess Heart, this is the territory of Ling Huang, not the territory of your pure goddess palace. This place belongs to the Snow Spirit King and the Holy Snow Spirit Army. If you guys cause trouble in the Supreme Spirit City, you will definitely be punished by Ling Huang. You will also be hunted down by the entire spirit race. I advise you to release our spirit generals and give up on the battle. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Hurry up and release him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The spirit generals threatened him with harsh words. A large number of the Holy Snow Spirit Army rushed over and surrounded the Supreme Spirit City. A large number of experts were maintaining order. In the sky, the battle between the Holy Spirit and Xueqi had just begun. The battle between the two spirit realm experts had instantly triggered a huge energy wave that swept over, causing the entire Supreme Spirit City to tremble. Boom! Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sky had been completely sealed. They couldn't see the battle between the two experts clearly at all. Don't worry, we won't do anything to these two useless fellows. As long as you don't do anything, we won't do anything. But if you do, we'll kill them. Don't use the name of the Spirit Emperor to scare us. We just made a great contribution, and the Spirit Emperor should be thanking us. How could he be cruel to us? The spirit generals looked at each other. If they attacked and the other party killed by Zong and the others, it would be a great loss. Goddess Heart and this bunch of crazy women dared to do anything, just like how they dared to barge into the human race. These two stinky guys actually want to kill our new sister. Aren't they courting death? My sister is going through 100 reincarnation tribulations. No one is allowed to touch her. Otherwise we will die. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Why would the goddess heart attack in Supreme Spirit City? So it was the Holy Snow Spirit Army who wanted to attack their sister who was going through the first origin tribulation. They recalled that Lingxi, who was with Long Chen, seemed to be there. The weakest member of the goddess heart was the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. In other words, Lingxi was the 11th member of the goddess heart. Then, Long Chen must be related to the goddess heart. However, Long Chen was currently disguised as a member of the Blood Spirit clan. Other than the core members of the Holy Snow Spirit Army, not many people knew his true identity. However, the nearly 100,000 people who had rushed over all knew that the source of this disturbance was not the heart of goddess causing trouble, but the Holy Snow Spirit Army. They were just defending themselves. The scales in everyone's hearts were already tilting towards the goddess heart. The person from the goddess heart said again, "As long as you don't attack and let our sister go through the first origin tribulation, we definitely won't do anything to these two guys." It seemed that the goddess heart was the one being persecuted. Everyone started discussing. How can the Holy Snow Spirit Army threaten a bunch of weak girls? This is too much. Yeah, even I can't stand it. Even Lord Xueqi is fighting with the Holy Spirit Lady. The goddess heart is a hero of our spirit clan. The Holy Snow Spirit Army actually attacked while their sister is going through the tribulation. This is too despicable. Under the power of public opinion, the core members of the Holy Snow Spirit Army felt ashamed. They didn't know if they should attack or not. As for the lower-ranked warriors, they also felt that this operation was inconceivable. The spirit generals of the Holy Snow Spirit Army were actually attacking a weak girl who was undergoing tribulation. This was too outrageous. Even Lord Xueqi had made a move. Don't move for now. Wait for the Snow Spirit King to arrive. The spirit generals retreated and surrounded the Supreme Inn. Everyone was paying attention to the super battle in the sky. The scene was too grand. They were like ants in front of this storm. The 7 Stars Reincarnation Tribulation Realm Warriors are really strong. Yeah, they are the top existences in this world. They are the most outstanding group of people. They are the core strength of our spirit clan. While everyone was watching the battle, another battle was raging in another direction. On the left, a snowstorm swept through, drowning a large area in snow. On the right, a bloody light soared into the sky. This battle was very close to the Supreme Inn, and it attracted everyone's attention. The scene of this battle was very familiar. It was clearly the Snow Spirit King and the Blood Spirit clan. Why are they fighting again? For a moment, this battle attracted even more attention. One of them was the noble Snow Spirit King, the master of Supreme Spirit City. The people of the goddess heart also saw this battle. Long Chen is over there. That kid finally rushed over. Sisters, let's go protect him and bring him in. They had just finished their preparations when suddenly, there was a huge commotion in the sky. There was a huge explosion, and everyone was knocked to the ground, including Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. In the sky, a huge ice mountain smashed into the ground. Instantly, the earth shook and the buildings within 1,000 meters collapsed despite the support of the spirit formation. The ice mountain smashed into the ground and turned into an old man. It was Xueqi. He was panting slightly, his eyes were solemn, and his aura was a bit chaotic. In his line of sight, a dignified woman in white descended from the sky. Her beautiful appearance and noble temperament immediately attracted everyone's gazes. In the battle just now, the Holy Spirit had the upper hand. Although Xueqi was not defeated, he was very old. If this continued, he would definitely not be the Holy Spirit's match. Therefore he looked helpless. The Snow Spirit King had asked him to defeat the Holy Spirit, save Bai Zong and the others, and then kill Lingxi. Now it seemed that it was impossible. Xueqi and the Holy Spirit saw the arrival of Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. Therefore, as soon as they descended, the Holy Spirit appeared behind Long Chen. Xueqi also appeared behind the Snow Spirit King. Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King had just started fighting, but were interrupted by the two powerhouses. "Young master, I'm sorry, I can't do anything," Xueqi said guiltily behind the Snow Spirit King. The Snow Spirit King's face was gloomy. He looked around, and with his intelligence, he quickly figured out the situation. Nonsense. Regardless of Bai Zhang's life, the Holy Snow Spirit Army has so many people and spirit generals. As long as you restrain the Holy Spirit, we will definitely win. He was very unwilling. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. Xueqi said helplessly, "Young master, the problem is that such a battle will definitely cause great casualties. The goddess's heart is not the enemy of the spirit clan. They are heroes in the eyes of the people. If you eliminate them, it will definitely have a huge impact on your reputation. For the sake of the people, I hope young master will reconsider." He saw the situation much more clearly than the Snow Spirit King. Hearing this, the Snow Spirit King was dumbfounded. He stared at Long Chen, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Was he going to let him go just like that? No, absolutely not. He had done almost everything for him, but this was the result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Holy Spirit had already grasped everything. She revealed a knowing smile. Although she was not young, that smile that could captivate all living things still mesmerized them. She was undoubtedly a woman that could drive all men crazy. Mature, voluptuous, dignified, and difficult to conquer. "Let's go," she said to Long Chen. She had already concluded that after she gained the upper hand in the battle with Xueqi, the Snow Spirit King and the Holy Snow Spirit Army could do nothing to Long Chen. Wait. Chapter 1931. The overall strength of the Holy Snow Spirit Army wasn't much stronger than the goddess heart. Therefore, there was no point in fighting to the death. Although the Snow Spirit King was in a frenzy, he knew that he couldn't do anything to the goddess heart in front of the public. Moreover, he was in the wrong this time. He thought that he wouldn't have a chance to interact with Long Chen again. But now, Long Chen had given him such an opportunity. They had fought a battle more than 10 days ago. 10 days was just the blink of an eye. If one didn't undergo a tribulation within these 10 days, basically no cultivator could become much stronger. In the eyes of the Snow Spirit King, Long Chen's action was tantamount to courting death. "In that case, I won't show any mercy," the Snow Spirit King said in a deep voice. Everyone loved a lively scene. Now that there was another battle to watch, everyone was very excited. They stepped back and left the battlefield to the Snow Spirit King. "Be careful." The sacred spirit knew that Long Chen wasn't a match for the Snow Spirit King, so she reminded him. "No problem." Long Chen turned around and smiled confidently. The sacred spirit was very relieved to hear this. She returned to the Supreme Inn and stood guard beside Lingxi. Xueqi also stepped back after receiving the Snow Spirit King's order, leaving the battlefield to them. The sacred spirit threw Bai Zong and the other two out of the Supreme Inn. They were no longer of any value. Since Long Chen was here, the other party could do nothing to them. Once Lingxi woke up, everyone could leave and didn't have to worry about other experts coming. When Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King came face to face, the flames of battle were quietly ignited. Many people who had watched their battle more than 10 days ago were puzzled by Long Chen's actions. The story was confusing, and no one knew what had happened. However, it was a fact that Long Chen had been defeated by the Snow Spirit King more than 10 days ago. This fellow, could it be that he thinks that he can turn defeat into victory in a little over 10 days? That's simply too laughable. Yeah, it's just a blood spirit clan. How can it be compared to the Snow Spirit King? The Snow Spirit King is the #1 genius of our spirit clan. He should be younger than the Snow Spirit King. If he wins, doesn't it mean that he is the #1 genius? How can such a genius appear in the Blood Spirit clan? I really don't understand. Why does he still want to hit a rock with an egg? It's really incomprehensible. Didn't the Snow Spirit King want to subdue this guy? How is this guy related to the Goddess Heart? I get it. That Holy Spirit girl is a new member of the Goddess Heart, and this guy from the Blood Spirit clan is a couple with that girl. That's why the Goddess Heart came to help take them away. What a joke. He didn't cherish the chance to escape and wanted to turn the tables on the Snow Spirit King. What a joke. Doesn't he know that the Snow Spirit King is about to enter the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm? The crowd was discussing loudly. They supported the battle between the Goddess Heart and the Holy Snow Spirit Army. However, the battle between the Blood Spirit clan and the Snow Spirit King was more inclined towards the Snow Spirit King. After all, the Snow Spirit King was a peerless genius in their hearts. He was the son of Ling Huang and had outstanding talent. There was no one else in the world of Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. With the god-slaying sword, Long Chen mobilized the nirvana power of Tai Chi in his body, and integrated it with the power of the god of Tai Chi. The power in his body changed from a torrential river to a heavy molten iron. His strength was several times stronger. Just a casual move would have the strength of millions of kilograms. Blizzard hell. The Snow Spirit King used the same trick again. He turned the surroundings into a world of ice and snow, which was more suitable for his battle. Everywhere that Long Chen could see, except for the Supreme Inn, had become a world of ice and snow. Large amounts of snowflakes danced in the air, forming a blizzard that howled fiercely. Who? The Snow Spirit King pulled out the primordial Tao treasure, the Snow Seal. That slender ice spear pointed at Long Chen, sending out a sharp light. The primordial Tao treasure, the holy snow divine armor, appeared on his body. In an instant, the Snow Spirit King had turned into an ice god of war, looking down on the world. His perfect appearance amazed everyone. It was too perfect. In comparison, Long Chen was like a killing machine. The Snow Spirit King did not stand on ceremony. He shouted loudly, "Don't talk about 10 years. You won't have a chance to surpass me in this lifetime. Wake up." Under the Snow Seal, the blizzard danced. The Snow Spirit King's graceful dance swept through the air. The same move came again. Suddenly, all the snowflakes in the world became the Snow Spirit King's weapon. The wind howled and the earth shook. Each snowflake was like an ancient Tao treasure, possessing terrifying power. Go! The snow feast came again. This time, the Snow Spirit King did not stand on ceremony. Long Chen took a few steps back, his eyes cold. The same move did not pose any threat to him. Blood-sobbing dragon souls. This time, Long Chen used the limit of his normal state, summoning 500,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls. But the blood-sobbing dragon souls were different from before. They all had the power of nirvana of Taiji. Their tiny bodies were greatly strengthened. The blood-sobbing dragon souls grew again, becoming even more terrifying than before. At such a close distance, almost everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw the 500,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls. It was only now that they realized how terrifying the blood-sobbing dragon souls were. 500,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls fought against the snow matrix again. Previously, Long Chen had to use the eternal moment to succeed. This time, the blood-sobbing dragon souls crushed the opponent's attack. With less than 50,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls lost, they devoured all the snowflakes in the world. The entire world of ice and snow disappeared under the devouring of the blood-sobbing dragon souls. Compared to the previous 2 times, it was a qualitative change. The Snow Spirit King's expression changed drastically. Long Chen's sudden improvement was beyond his expectations. He was facing more than 400,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls. Those thumb-sized dragons could let out terrifying roars that surpassed giant beasts. In an instant, the Snow Spirit King was surrounded by the endless blood-sobbing dragon souls and fell into the roars of giant beasts. It's not that easy to turn defeat into victory. I, the Snow Spirit King, do not lack talent. The Snow Spirit King roared. Spiritual Venerable Spear. He used the mystique of the sacred spirit tribe. In an instant, a shining spear appeared between heaven and earth. The Snow Spirit King's execution was much stronger than Bai Tai's. The spiritual venerable spear flew out and killed a path of blood in the encirclement of the blood-sobbing dragon souls. Long Chen did not hold back. The spiritual venerable spear could only kill a limited number of enemies. In an instant, Long Chen commanded the hundreds of thousands of blood-sobbing dragon souls to swarm over. In an instant, the violent killing dragons engulfed the Snow Spirit King. You can't hurt me. The Snow Spirit King laughed loudly. His primordial Tao treasure, the holy snow divine armor, produced a snow-white barrier that enveloped his entire body. The blood-sobbing dragon souls had indeed improved a lot, but they could not break the defense of the primordial Tao treasure. Countless blood-sobbing dragon souls collided with the holy snow divine armor, turning into bloody flowers. The Snow Spirit King sneered. He held the snow seal and harvested the lives of the blood-sobbing dragon souls. Let me tell you, Long Chen. As long as I have the holy snow divine armor, you can't hurt me at all. This Tao treasure definitely had more Tao patterns than the snow seal. This was something Ling Huang used to protect his son. Seeing the Snow Spirit King massacre the blood-sobbing dragon souls, Long Chen did not panic. He used the time-roaming dragon and disappeared from the Snow Spirit King's vision. Where did the Blood Spirit tribe go? Everyone was puzzled. The Snow Spirit King was in high spirits and did not care about where Long Chen had gone. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of blood-sobbing dragon souls dissipated, causing the Snow Spirit King to miss his target. Long Chen's blood-colored figure suddenly appeared behind the Snow Spirit King. He activated the massacring sword art. In a short instant, the god-slaying sword tore at the holy snow divine armor dozens of times. For the last time, Long Chen slashed at the white light barrier. The light barrier exploded instantly, and a violent explosion swept out. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he slashed down again. The Snow Spirit King was shocked and hurriedly used the snow seal to defend. However, he was still struck down from the sky by Long Chen's terrifying sword. The huge force sent the Snow Spirit King crashing into the ground, creating a huge pit that was more than 10 meters deep. Instantly, soil flew everywhere. Just like the previous battle, Long Chen had the upper hand at the beginning. This time, his advantage was even more obvious. Even though the Snow Spirit King had 2 primordial Dao treasures, he was still suppressed by Long Chen. Everyone said uneasily, "The Snow Spirit King won't lose to this kid this time, right? How is that possible? The Snow Spirit King is the #1 genius of our spirit tribe. It is said that he has a sovereign spiritual meridian. How can the sovereign spiritual meridian lose to someone of the same generation? It is impossible for the blood spirit tribe to have a sovereign spiritual meridian. Just watch. The Snow Spirit King's ultimate move is the City of Dawn. Didn't Long Chen admit defeat before the City of Dawn?" Rumble. The Snow Spirit King rushed out from the ground, panting. He had shaken off the soil on his body and was completely clean. However, his head was a mess at this moment, and it was really damaging to his usual image. Long Chen hovered above him and said, "It seems that you are no match for me." The Snow Spirit King's eyes were gloomy, and he had suffered a huge blow. He gritted his teeth and said, "In just 10 days, you have improved so much. You must have achieved a breakthrough in my training room. Even so, do you think that you have the power to fight me?" The City of Dawn from the previous time. Come. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand and was ready. The power of the City of Dawn had surpassed the Snow Spirit King's capabilities. Previously, Long Chen had been defeated by the City of Dawn. This time, he would not be defeated again. Within the god-slaying sword, Little Skeleton had already awakened. His pair of green eyes looked at the Snow Spirit King curiously. "Should I kill him, Daddy?" Little Skeleton asked naively. "Screw you." Chapter 1932. In any case, the enraged Snow Spirit King showed no mercy this time. He summoned the City of Dawn again. The City of Dawn was a sealing city that used the power of light to seal demons. If Long Chen couldn't withstand it, he might be sealed in the Supreme Spiritual City. Even the sacred spirits might not be able to save him. Last time, Long Chen chose to admit defeat. This time, he couldn't admit defeat. If he couldn't withstand it, the outcome would be tragic. He gripped the god-slaying sword in his hand and recalled his battle with the god of Tai Chi, endless killings, undefeatable faith, and the tempering of every move. Only when he believed that he would win would he be able to defeat his opponent. Therefore, when the City of Dawn was shaken again, Long Chen was full of faith in himself. Without a doubt, the Snow Spirit King was a terrifying opponent. He possessed a sovereign spiritual pulse. However, Long Chen was even more terrifying than the Snow Spirit King. The god-slaying sword vibrated. Hundreds of Dao patterns flashed on it. As a doctrine weapon that could devour, it was thirsty. The little skeleton was also starving. This time, their target was the holy snow divine armor on the Snow Spirit King. Rumble! As everyone cried out in alarm, the clouds began to move, and the glowing city began to descend. Countless sealing formations revolved around the city, sealing everything within 5 miles. Even if Long Chen wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. The Snow Spirit King was right beside the City of Dawn. He turned into a deity and said in a loud voice, "The City of Dawn has descended. All demons bow their heads." Rumble! Rumble! Long Chen raised his head. It was as if a golden mountain was pressing down on him. Everyone in the Supreme Spiritual City raised their heads and looked at the City of Dawn that only the higher-ups of the Sacred Spirit Tribe could cast. It was a super spiritual skill that surpassed the spiritual spear of the Sacred Spirit Tribe. It was also a demon sealing skill that Ling Huang had specially created for the Snow Spirit King. Then the blood spirit race is definitely finished. It seems like the Snow Spirit King is furious. The City of Dawn that he cast this time is much more powerful than the last time. That kid is about to be sealed. Even those with the goddess heart couldn't help but worry for Long Chen. Big sister, what should we do? Can Long Chen bear it? He's too eager to fight against the Snow Spirit King. He's several levels stronger than Du. The sisters of Goddess Heart had worried looks on their faces. The Holy Spirit gently moved her lips, revealing her hesitation. To be honest, she also believed that Long Chen could not make it through. But she suddenly saw Long Chen's gaze. He was strong, determined, courageous, and full of faith. The vast City of Dawn was like prey in his eyes. After seeing Long Chen's gaze, the sacred spirit waved his hand and said, "Don't attack. I believe that he will succeed." As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Spirit King brought the huge City of Dawn down with a loud crash. His eyes were filled with pleasure. What I can't have, no one else can have. Destroy it for me. The City of Dawn was dazzling. Everyone was dazzled by the dazzling light. Long Chen was fearless. In front of the City of Dawn, he seemed very small. But he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He was like an ant charging towards the palace that was descending from the sky. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. One man with one sword charged towards the heavens. When the light engulfed him, Long Chen suddenly activated the massacre sword art. He was immersed in a state where he forgot himself. It was as if he was fighting against the god of Tai Chi in front of him. There was only a dazzling enemy. Break. In everyone's eyes, Long Chen had completely engulfed the City of Dawn. The City of Dawn continued to descend according to its original trajectory. First strike. But Long Chen's massacre sword art did not stop. Starting from the first strike, the god-slaying sword charged forward again and again, bursting with terrifying sword chi of death. Long Chen was suppressed to the point of retreating, but his expression did not change. He continued to slash with the massacre sword art. He's going to lose. Everyone could see Long Chen struggling in front of the City of Dawn. He was like an ant that was slowly being suppressed from the sky to the ground. When he was only 10 meters away from the ground, everyone knew that the outcome was determined. Long Chen could no longer turn the tables. In the Supreme Inn, the goddess hearts clenched their fists tightly. They watched nervously. The Saint Spirit closed her eyes. She was prepared to attack. High up in the sky, the Snow Spirit King's eyes were bloodshot. He was venting his anger. He unleashed all his power without a care for his life. Go to hell. Love could also transform into hatred. This kind of hatred was even more terrifying. However, to Long Chen, all of this was merely a process. Even until the last moment, he did not give up. At this moment, he had persisted for more than 100 strikes. 101 strikes. From this strike onwards, the terrifying sword energy started to shake the City of Dawn. Rumble. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He had an unyielding belief, and the god-slaying sword in his hand suddenly accelerated. Break! This angry roar woke everyone up. They widened their eyes as they witnessed this unexpected scene. Long Chen suddenly unleashed more than 100 streaks of sword energy. The huge City of Dawn was crushed into powder by the powerful sword energy. The dazzling Dawn City instantly exploded and turned into an endless rain of light. The rain fell on the entire Supreme Spiritual City and even outside of the city. The rain that was formed by the light droplets poured down. It was a beautiful sight. No. Countless people sucked in a cold breath. The City of Dawn had been destroyed. This was the Snow Spirit King's painstaking effort. Everyone was shocked. Even the Holy Spirits didn't expect this at all. For a moment, everyone's expressions were very interesting. No. The City of Dawn was destroyed. The Snow Spirit King spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. It shouldn't be like this, right? When the light dissipated, his face was pale, and his hair was disheveled. He had lost his previous suaveness. He had become despondent. I've lost. He had lost to Long Chen in the setup of the goddess heart. Now, he had lost to Long Chen in the final battle. This was a joke. It was definitely not real. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were cold. He clenched the snow seal in his hand. He knew that he had not lost. He could still fight. As long as he wore the Holy Snow Divine armor, Long Chen would never be able to hurt him. Don't be too happy. The Snow Spirit King turned around in a daze, looking for Long Chen. Long Chen was right behind him, staring at the Snow Spirit King with a pair of calm eyes. Come on. You may have destroyed the City of Dawn, but our battle has just begun. You've lost, Long Chen said. Bullshit. The Snow Spirit King attacked with the Snow Seal. The Tao Spirit Snow Demon roared. Below, Xueqi was a little worried. Everyone was looking forward to the final result. Would Long Chen win, or would the Snow Spirit King turn the tables? Long Chen gripped the god-slaying sword tightly in front of his chest. One was crazy, the other calm. Their mental states were completely different. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King attacked. He had not lost. At the end of the day, Long Chen had only broken his strongest move. What followed was likely to be a battle of attrition. Facing his opponent, Long Chen did not say much. He immediately used an even stronger killing move. Eye of Hell. Wang. The Snow Spirit King stopped in his tracks and looked behind Long Chen in fear. The clouds parted, revealing a pair of green eyes. They were bloodthirsty, mysterious, and terrifying. They were the eyes of a devil. Each eyeball was the size of a city. The Snow Spirit King fell into extreme fear when the green eyes looked at him. He lost the strength and courage to attack. He could not even hold the primordial Tao treasure in his hand. What's wrong with the Snow Spirit King? The crowd broke into an uproar. Hearing the uproar, Long Chen finally understood that other than his opponent, the Eye of Hell could not be seen by others. Only the Snow Spirit King could experience such fear. Therefore, the crowd did not understand the Snow Spirit King's actions. Long Chen hesitated no more. Every time he used the Eye of Hell, it took a lot of energy. He pressed on, the god-slaying sword already drooling over the holy snow divine armor. The massacring sword art was activated again. Inheriting the close to 200 swords from before, Long Chen used an even stronger sword move. The Snow Spirit King was completely defenseless in front of him. Long Chen's god-slaying sword slashed 10 times consecutively on the Snow Spirit King's body. Rumble. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the holy snow divine armor, which had more than 140 Tao patterns, actually let out a crisp sound. Then, cracks appeared. In the next moment, the Tao artifact shattered before everyone's eyes, turning into dust and dissipating into the air. The god-slaying sword devoured everything excitedly. 5 new Tao patterns were born where Long Chen's hand grasped it. The god-slaying sword successfully had 105 Tao patterns. After the holy snow divine armor was destroyed, no one thought that the Snow Spirit King had not been defeated. Under the impact of the power, the Snow Spirit King floated down. Xueqi could not save him in time, so he caught the Snow Spirit King in midair. At this moment, in order to prevent Xueqi from attacking Long Chen, the Sacred Spirit also protected Long Chen. Are you all right? The Sacred Spirit asked concernedly. I'm fine. Long Chen chuckled softly. He kept the god-slaying sword and looked at the Snow Spirit King. The Snow Spirit King had suffered a huge blow. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King's eyes were like a dead man's. In fact, Long Chen had only destroyed the holy snow divine armor and did not hurt him at all. If he wanted to kill the Snow Spirit King, he could have just added another sword. Xueqi was also aware of this, so she did not kill Long Chen out of anger. Long Chen followed the Sacred Spirit to the Supreme Inn. All the Holy Snow Spirit Army's upper echelons protected the Snow Spirit King. After knowing that the Snow Spirit King was not injured, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they still looked at Long Chen and the rest with unfriendly expressions. After a short period of silence, everyone finally accepted this fact. They all looked at Long Chen with shock in their eyes. WeChat official account, Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1933. With Xueqing's support, the Snow Spirit King landed on the ground before the Holy Snow Spirit Army. The cultivators from the Supreme Spiritual City silently retreated. Perhaps they had realized that there was a possibility of conflict between the two parties. After all, Long Chen had destroyed the Holy Snow Divine Armor of the other party. Those few strikes could only be described as breathtaking. The Holy Snow Divine Armor that everyone thought could not be broken had exploded. Amongst the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Realm cultivators, the Snow Spirit King was the cream of the crop. It was likely that even those who had passed the great trial of heaven, earth, and man would not be his match. But he had lost to Long Chen. Evidently, from today onwards, Long Chen would be the undefeatable king below the Yin Yang reincarnation realm. The clash between the two was spectacular. However, the crowd still hadn't recovered from their shock. The young prodigy they thought to be the #1 genius of the spirit race had actually lost to Long Chen, who was even younger than him. Didn't that mean that Long Chen was the #1 genius of the spirit race? The blood spirit tribe could really produce such a character. They looked at the youth in awe. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, the truth was laid out before them. Hundreds of thousands of people had seen it clearly. Until now, many did not even know that Long Chen was alive. Long Chen turned back. The light on Ling Xi's body had already dissipated. She had undergone a huge transformation. Or rather, the pure goddess's blood and immortal Lord Realm technique were about to undergo a huge transformation from the moment she reached the rebirth realm. When she truly awakened, she would be comparable to Emperor Rain or even surpass him. She was about to display her astonishing talent. From her, Long Chen saw the rise of a genius. Of course, most of this girl's talent had been given to her by him, including the immortal Lord Realm technique. That was a gift from Long Chen. Logically, the ancestral dragon's legacy should be superior to Ling Xi's. Long Chen had absorbed large amounts of resources, but Ling Xi could still catch up to him. This could only mean that the heavenly Tao was too good to Ling Xi, a descendant of an immortal spirit. But it was too harsh to the dragon warriors. There must be many secrets that they could not access. But no matter what, as long as Ling Xi became stronger, Long Chen would be happy for her. The strength of the ancestral dragon had never been reflected in the aspect of rapid growth. Long Chen was advancing step by step from a child to an adult. If he were to reach the heavens in a single bound, what would appear in the end would not be the ancestral dragon, but a deformed dragon. After a while, Ling Xi was done. Long Chen stood on the rooftop of the Supreme Inn, looking at the Snow Spirit King opposite him. The gazes of the two young geniuses met once again. In the past, the Snow Spirit King dominated the world, and Long Chen was under his control. But now, it was the complete opposite. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were blank and filled with fear, while Long Chen's eyes were filled with strength. The Snow Spirit King was shocked by the Eye of Hell, and his primordial spirit was still in chaos. Long Chen said, "To be able to meet here, and have the fortune to fight twice, we can be considered to be fated. I hope that today's battle is only the beginning of our friendship, and not the end. You are not a malicious person, and I hope that we will meet again in the future. At that time we can fight again. If you are not satisfied with the result of today's battle, you can cultivate hard in the future, and when the time comes, you can defeat me." His words brought new hope to the Snow Spirit King. The look in his eyes gradually stabilized, and he said blankly, "Will you come back to the Supreme Spiritual City?" "Maybe. I will." Long Chen hesitated for a while, but still told the truth. He definitely had to return to the Supreme Spiritual City, or else he wouldn't be able to directly go to the Dragon God domain from the Demon God domain. The Snow Spirit King took a deep breath, and said, "The next time you come back, will be the next time we fight. You have to be careful. From today onwards, I only live for battle. When I step into the 3 Talents Reincarnation Tribulations realm, let's see if you can still block my battle spear." The desire to fight was reignited in the Snow Spirit King's heart. Today's humiliation would definitely be washed away with blood in the future. Seeing the Snow Spirit King like this, Long Chen felt gratified. Perhaps by turning their relationship into an enemy, into a competitor, the Snow Spirit King would find something else to be passionate about, such as fighting. The way he looked at Long Chen had already quietly changed. From an object that he strongly desired to possess, Long Chen had now become a predestined opponent. Long Chen suddenly smiled, and said, "The taste of women is truly amazing. You haven't tried it, so how would you know it's not good?" His words made everyone confused, and only the Snow Spirit King's face suddenly turned red. He knew that Long Chen had already seen through him, and was trying to change his strange emotions. But was it really as he said, the taste of women really that good? Why did he feel so disgusted in his heart? Perhaps he hadn't met the right person. Since he was young, the women he met were either his family, or those who were willing to give up everything for him. In the Snow Spirit King's eyes, such women were undoubtedly tasteless. "I will try." The Snow Spirit King also said something inexplicable. Just let this inexplicable feeling rot in his stomach. Raising his head again, the Snow Spirit King realized that he hadn't lost too badly today. At least there was still hope of defeating his opponent in the future. This was a very important matter to him. From this moment on, the first half of his cultivation was only to become a divine spirit. That was an empty goal. In the second half he finally found the meaning of life. That was to defeat him. To fight to defeat him. Let's go! The Snow Spirit King was almost roaring. At this moment, he had lost his elegance and became like a proud lion. He turned his mighty body, and after taking off the holy snow divine armor, he became even more majestic. Today's battle was undoubtedly a transformation for him. Even Xueqi didn't know what kind of changes he had gone through. Although the spirit generals of the Holy Snow Spirit Army were puzzled, they still followed the domineering Snow Spirit Monarch back to the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Although the Snow Spirit Monarch was defeated today, no one despised him, because he was still strong. No matter what, the Snow Spirit King was still the ruler of the supreme spiritual city. When approaching the Blizzard Imperial Palace, the Snow Spirit King suddenly stopped. He turned back to look in the direction of the Supreme Inn, where a white light flickered. His woman should have succeeded. The Snow Spirit King clenched his teeth, looking a little hesitant. But in the end, he had defeated himself. He roared at Xueqi, "Listen, send me 10 of the most beautiful women in the supreme spiritual city. Ask them if they are willing to serve me. If they are willing, immediately bring them to the Blizzard Imperial Palace. I want to have a taste of what he said." After speaking, he turned into a snow arrow and rushed into the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Xueqi was stunned for a moment. After a long time he laughed. The gloominess and melancholy that had been on his face for years finally vanished. As for the other spirit generals, they vaguely knew a little about it. After the Holy Snow Spirit Army left, the warriors of the Supreme Spiritual City didn't leave. Of course, the beauties of the goddess heart that they yearned for were all in the Supreme Inn. They didn't dare to go up and only dared to admire the beauties from the side. This is the Holy Spirit. She is so beautiful. I grew up listening to her legend. I didn't expect her to be so charming even now. Hualing and Dark Spirit's figures are so good. I wonder who will be their husband. They are so lucky. I think Lady Wind Spirit is the most attractive. Her thin wings fluttered in the wind. She is so beautiful. I have never seen such a lively girl. I think Hua Ling is the cutest. She blinks her big eyes. She's so charming. Thousands of men's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. They praised the 10 beauties of the goddess heart, making the goddess heart's hearts burst with joy. They didn't expect their fame to be so great. Women like to be praised, and they were no exception. As for Long Chen, all his attention was on Lingxi. At this moment, an intense light erupted from Lingxi's body. The purple-colored moonlight in the center of her brows flashed before disappearing once again. Following that, the intense light gradually weakened as the cocoon of light dissipated. That soul-stirring beauty that could even overshadow the elegance of the other women in the heart of the goddess gradually revealed her peerless countenance. The men below once again let out exclamations of admiration. Reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, Lingxi was already in the reincarnation calamity realm. Standing before her, Long Chen was extremely satisfied. He could feel the surging power in Lingxi. In terms of strength, Lingxi was no weaker than him. This meant that if Long Chen dual cultivated with her, they would definitely reach a higher level of dual activation. Besides, Lingxi also had the Immortal Lord Realm technique and the Ethereal Immortal Sect legacy. In terms of battle power, she was probably close to his. The woman who was bathed in the light gradually opened her eyes. A pair of snow-white eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance. Under this pure gaze, all the men who were boiling with lust shut their mouths. There was only admiration for this pure beauty left in their eyes. And the most beautiful pair of eyes naturally fell on Long Chen. If one looked closely, one would see many beautiful purple runes. These were from the Immortal Lord Realm technique, and they made her eyes even more mesmerizing. Little she. Long Chen stretched out his arms and let her into his embrace. Lingxi was immersed in 100 reincarnations and naturally did not know what had happened. She also did not know how much time had passed. She also did not know why the lower levels were in a mess, or why the sisters of the goddess heart were here. She leaned lightly against Long Chen's ear and told Long Chen what she wanted to say the most. "Chen, do you know what the happiest thing for me is?" Long Chen felt at peace. He caressed her long, silky hair and smiled warmly. "Then tell me, what is it?" Chapter 1934. When he heard this, Long Chen felt like he had been struck by lightning. It wasn't pain, but happiness. Every martial artist who reached the samsara tribulation realm had to experience the cruel 100 reincarnation cycles. Those who escaped from the 100 reincarnation cycles would look at the 100 reincarnation cycles from the perspective of a bystander. However, those who were immersed in it would think that they were living in that fake world. The 100 samsara lives were a journey of the mind. It was a world without power. There were all sorts of magical things such as technology. The laws of that world were strict, and the people had profound knowledge. They created a series of strange things, but everything made people feel despair. In that world, everyone would forget everything. They would forget that they were going through the first origin tribulation. They would grow old and die of sickness. Basically, it was impossible for them to live past 100 years old. They would also die from all sorts of disasters. Life in that world was so fragile, but one could experience the true meaning of the word fate. Every warrior who encountered the first origin tribulation had to enter that world without power. They would grow old and die again and again. They would reincarnate again and again until they died in the last life. Only then would they remember everything. Lingxi had experienced this world. In this world of reincarnation, she had all kinds of fates. She had experienced a long life that would make people feel fear when they thought back to it. She had experienced the despair of survival. However, after she woke up from reincarnation, her eyes instantly brimmed with hot tears. She had lived through 100 lives with the same man. That man was Long Chen. As for the world of reincarnation, when the origin tribulation ended, the memories of the 100 lives quickly faded from Lingxi's mind. She forgot about those long stories, forgot about the strange and novel things she had experienced, the strange theories and knowledge. She only remembered that in the 100 lives of reincarnation, that warm embrace had come from Long Chen. It was this embrace that allowed her to no longer experience fear in that strange world. This was what she meant by the happiest thing to her. Every time, you will accompany me to old age. If I die in an accident, you will follow my footsteps. I finally believe that you will be my man for all eternity. Lingxi wiped away her tears. She had almost forgotten everything about the world of reincarnation. In that world of reincarnation, it was so real that it was terrifying. No one would think that it was fake. Only after one origin tribulation came back and looked at that world as an outsider would they understand. Seeing them hug, Goddess Heart and the other women couldn't help but cry. 100 lifetimes for a single person. This kind of affinity is truly hard to come by. The Holy Spirit shook her head helplessly. Even someone like her was moved. The one origin tribulation seems simple, but in reality, I think it's more terrifying than any other tribulation. I'm not afraid of the 2 rights tribulation, the 3 talents tribulation, and the 4 symbols tribulation, but I'm afraid of another samsara tribulation. Long Chen didn't know what to say. Half a day passed, and I maintained the same posture. It's time to go, Long Chen said. Lingxi no longer had tears. Long Chen looked at her and realized that she had changed a lot. If she was a little girl before, the current her was mature, gentle, and considerate. She had become a radiant woman. It was time to go to the demon god region and help Xiao Lang to get rid of the demon in his heart. Goddess Heart and the others brought them towards the north gate. When you go to the demon race, you will have to rely on yourselves. That place isn't the Supreme Spirit City. We won't be able to do anything for you. Just remember my warning. When you travel, it's best not to take the route where the demon race gathers. The demon race is more against the human race. They have a demon spirit agreement with our spirit race. Both sides can't go against the demon race or spirit race of their respective divine domain. Under their warning, everyone arrived at the north gate of the Supreme Spirit City. The Snow Spirit King didn't appear again. Long Chen took one last look at the north gate before he held Lingxi's hand and passed through the gate. A fiery tunnel appeared before him. Other than the energy bridge on the ground, the surroundings were filled with endless flames from the heaven fire abyss. The energy bridge itself was tens of thousands of meters long. On the other side of the energy bridge, there was the Supreme Demon City. From there onwards it would be the Demon God region. For Xiao Lang, Long Chen had to go there. He bid farewell to Goddess Heart and followed the spirit race to the Demon God region, stepping onto the energy bridge. Goddess Heart bid farewell to them under the escort of countless followers. At this moment, a pair of huge white eyes appeared in the sky. Each eye was half the size of the Supreme Spirit City. The Holy Spirit smiled as she looked in the direction Long Chen disappeared. She suddenly felt something and lifted her head, only to see white clouds floating in the sky. The sun was shining brightly, but there was nothing. Could it be an illusion? In the boundless void, the entire world was submerged in white light. This was a pure white world that stretched out into countless territories. There was no end to it. And in the deepest part of this world, a pair of snow-white eyes were hidden. They couldn't be seen clearly, and the pair of eyes were wandering about. In the deepest part of the white light, there was a mysterious sky palace. The sky palace was surrounded by millions of spirit designs, and glowed with a strange light. Few in the entire spirit race knew of this place. The sky palace, which was usually quiet, was now shaking. The master of the sky palace had awoken. He was a little agitated, and the millions of spirit designs were vibrating. His whispers could be heard. That's an immortal Lord Realm technique. Oh, so this girl received the legacy of ancestor god Su Nu's immortal blood, and also the immortal Lord Realm technique. Once the inheritor of the immortal Lord Realm technique is chosen, no one can change it. The inheritor can only choose the next, or the immortal Lord Realm technique will collapse. In that case, I have to think of a way to get this girl to pass the immortal Lord Realm technique to me. Immortal Lord Realm technique. Immortal Lord Realm technique. Once I get it, I will finally have hope of becoming an immortal. As the sky palace shook, the entire spirit god region was shaking as well. Everyone could feel this huge earthquake. Everyone thought this was a normal phenomenon, but they did not know that the millions of spirit designs outside the mysterious sky palace affected the entire spirit god region. And all of this had nothing to do with Long Chen for now. The demon race and the spirit race had signed the demon spirit agreement. There were no wars between the two races. Therefore, the Supreme Spirit City and the Supreme Demon City had a wide range of interactions. Every day, there would be many spirit race cultivators going to the demon race, and many demon race cultivators going to the demon race. The spirit race cultivators going to the demon race, and the demon race cultivators going to the demon race, basically only moved around the two cities, doing some trades between the two races. There weren't many like Long Chen who wanted to go deep into the demon god domain. This was because the further they were from the spirit god region, the less secure they were. At least in the vicinity of the sovereign demon city, no demon would dare to openly kill spirit race members. It was the same for the spirit race, and there were many demons in the sovereign spirit city. Holding Lingxi's hand, Long Chen felt blessed. Lingxi's mesmerizing eyes made Long Chen's heart itch. The spirit race, who had gone to the demon race at the same time as them, had also watched Long Chen's battle. They were full of praise for Long Chen. Of course, before Long Chen had defeated the Snow Spirit King, they had also looked down on him. Now they were sincerely apologizing to Long Chen. Everyone, when we reach the demon race, I hope that you will not treat me differently. Just a little special would attract the attention of the demon race. The spirit race loved beauty, while the demon race loved killing. The two were fundamentally different. Once they reached the demon race, killing was a common sight. The demon race was generally savage, and it was best to be obedient there. The area around the energy bridge was filled with raging flames. The dozen or so people in the surroundings were all from the spirit race who frequently went to the demon race to trade with the demon race. They were very familiar with the process. Long Chen took this opportunity to ask them questions. As for Lingxi, she just silently looked at her man, her eyes filled with sweetness. Chen, I've learned many immortal Lord Realm techniques. From today onwards, they will come in handy, she whispered into Long Chen's ear. Awesome! Long Chen pinched her little cheeks, his face full of smiles. A new journey was about to begin. When we reach the Sovereign Demon City, just don't talk to the demon race. We'll go to the Sovereign Demon City to trade. There are fixed merchants there. What about you? I'm going to the Demon Immortal region to find someone, Long Chen said. Brother, you have to be careful. You're alone outside the Supreme Demon City. It's hard to avoid some demon clans disregarding the demon spirit agreement and secretly making a move on you. The demon race was indeed dangerous, but for Xiao Lang, Long Chen was not afraid. Of course, he had the heavenly fox token, that nine-tailed celestial fox, on him. But this time, Long Chen would not be able to contact Ruo Shi. Nine-tailed celestial fox would love nothing more than to take Mo Xiaolong's life. Very quickly, Long Chen and the others arrived at the southern gate of the Sovereign Demon City. The other side was also heavily guarded. Although it was a time of peace, they could not afford to be complacent. Without a pass, it was forbidden to pass. In fact, this was the true use of the pass. They were about to reach the demon immortal region. Looking up, there were many ferocious-looking demons on the walls of the sovereign demon city, glaring at the spirit race. Brother, do you know of the God Kingdom sealing curse in the demon immortal region? Long Chen was stunned. They had come in a hurry, and he had not heard of it. If it was something important, then the sacred spirit and the others must have forgotten to tell him. Chapter 1935. At this time, the person in front was checking the pass. Long Chen approached the Spirit Clan uncle and asked, "Can you tell me in detail what this God Nation sealing curse is?" As they approached the Supreme Demon City, the Spirit Clan uncle did not dare to speak loudly. He leaned close to Long Chen and whispered, "The cultivation system of the Demon Clan before the Nirvana realm is different from ours. The cultivation system of our Spirit Clan is similar to that of the Human Clan. We both have the God Martial realm and can form a God Nation in our body. The God Nation can store living things, but the Demon Clan is different. This is the disadvantage of the Demon Clan. Usually, a spirit tribe warrior can lead an army into the demon immortal realm with his God Nation. However, the demon tribe does not have this ability. Therefore, countless years ago, the 4 great demon lords from the 4 great demon ancestral cities of the Demon Clan, who are close to the immortal realm, joined forces and gathered all the divine items in the world. After 1,000 years, they cast a God Nation seal over the entire demon immortal realm. Their purpose was to prevent other races from sneaking into the demon immortal realm. The great demon lord was someone on the same level as the first Dragon Emperor or the Spirit Emperor. The God Nation was formed at the 8th level of the God Martial realm. It was very mysterious. The Demon Clan did not have the God Martial realm. Mo Xiaolang also did not have a God Nation. The so-called God Nation sealing curse means that the God Nation cannot be opened within the demon immortal realm. Long Chen was not very worried. After all, even if the God Nation could not be opened, he still had the Great Void Realm. If the danger was too great, he could let Lingxi enter the Great Void Realm. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head. Of course not. Look at us merchants. We store our goods in the God Nation. The effect of the God Nation sealing curse is that if you want to transfer any living thing, as long as it shows signs of life, from the outside world to the God Nation or out of the God Nation sealing curse will affect the living thing, causing it to be gravely injured, cursed or even killed. Therefore, in the demon immortal region, no one can hide in the God Nation sealing curse. We are already at the border of the demon immortal region. The curse that the 4 grand demon lords spent 1,000 years laying down is extremely strong. Even here we might be affected. After hearing this, Long Chen frowned deeply. This divine kingdom sealing curse was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Looking at it this way, letting Lingxi enter the divine kingdom was simply killing her. The Great Void Realm was probably based on the same logic as the God Nation. After all, there were still many Dao treasures that allowed people to enter. Once such a phenomenon occurred, the God Nation's sealing curse would be able to find them. Chen. Lingxi tugged at his arm lightly and said with a smile, "I'm not the same person as before. Trust me." After coming out of the battlefield of the immortals, she had become very independent. It was especially so now that she had mastered many immortal Lord Realm techniques. It was incredible. I should have had full confidence in you. Long Chen had let go of all his reservations. The more one doted on and protected one, it would only hinder their growth. Therefore, Long Chen was willing to give her a chance to soar. They set off. Very soon, it was their turn to inspect the pass. Looking up, the majority of the guards of the Supreme Demon City were from a demon race called the Rock Beast race. This demon race was fat and muscular. Their skin was black and their demonic chi soared to the heavens. From their appearance, these so-called rock beasts should be related to pigs. The demons were indeed ugly. They had green faces and sharp fangs. They were not on the same level as the spiritual tribe. Even from afar, one could smell the foul stench on them. One by one, you spiritual tribe fools. Pay attention to your father. Don't cause trouble in the territory of the demon race. Otherwise, we will skin you alive. Hurry. Hurry. Once you enter, the doors will close today. Your father wants to go to the Spring Fragrance Brothel to have some fun. I heard that there are a few new girls from the Fox tribe there. The flirtatiousness of the girls from the Fox tribe really tickles one's heart. Long Chen and Lingxi walked side by side. When they arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Demon City, the hundreds of demon race soldiers guarding the city immediately stared at Ling Shi. Their eyes were wide open, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Gulp. Gulp. They swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, their expressions blank. This. Damn it. The women from the spiritual tribe are 10,000 times stronger than those from the fox tribe at the spring fragrance brothel. This girl, even in the spiritual tribe, she must be an absolute beauty. How do the girls of the spiritual tribe look like? Why are they all so beautiful? The rock beasts could not remain calm. Of course, due to the restrictions of the demon spirit agreement, they did not dare to cause trouble in this place. Otherwise, if they were to be punished by the higher-ups, they would lose their heads. The demon race and the spiritual tribe could coexist peacefully mostly because of the restrictions of the higher-ups. Although no one made a move, the gazes of those beast-like people were still very terrifying. The entire Supreme Demon City was filled with a rotten and murderous aura. The heavy breathing of the demon race could be heard everywhere. Compared to the Supreme Spirit City, this place was simply hell. After passing through the city gates, Long Chen arrived at the Supreme Demon City. Looking up, Chen Feng saw that this was a deathly gray city. The eyes of the cultivators on the streets were even more ferocious. Quite a number of them even wielded battle axes and other Dao artifacts. Yao beasts from various races roamed the streets. Although they were in human form, they displayed the bestial nature of the Yao race. For example, the rock beasts. Although they were in human form, their heads were not much different from that of a pig. They had thick fangs, short and thick noses, and their ball-like eyes were filled with blood vessels. They were extremely ugly. This kind of demon race was everywhere in the Supreme Demon City. Look less at people, talk less, and don't cause trouble. The seniors of the spirit race kept reminding Long Chen and Yun Ruoyan about what to do. They knew that Long Chen was very good at fighting, but in the territory of the demon race, even a dragon would have to lie down. Stop. The roar of a giant beast came from the sovereign demon city's walls. With a loud rumble, a 3-meter-tall giant rock beast in human form descended from the sky. When it landed on the ground, it caused the ground to tremble. This demon race was wearing beast skin shorts. His upper body was covered with bulging muscles. He was terrifyingly strong, and contained a terrifying strength. The physical body of the demon race was a huge advantage. Get out of my way. That huge rock beast should be a general. He told the spiritual tribe to scram and strode in front of Long Chen. However, his bell-sized eyes were staring at Lingxi. His mouth was filled with filthy saliva. He shouted in a loud voice, "Beauty, follow me. I am strong enough and have a high status. The southern gate of the Supreme Demon City is under my control today." As he spoke, his huge black and rough palm reached for Lingxi's delicate face. Long Chen's arm was really too small compared to the other party. He moved very quickly and grabbed the other party's wrist. The other party's arm was thicker than his waist, but Long Chen directly used his physical strength to twist the other party to the ground. The other party howled miserably, and one of his arms was almost twisted off by Long Chen. This kid is so strong. The rock beasts at the side took out their Dao weapons and prepared to fight. At this time, the spiritual tribe did not disperse. They said, "Brothers of the demon race, are you trying to cause trouble? Do you believe that I will inform the spiritual tribe now? Are you trying to publicly tear up the demon spirit agreement? If the two races go to war and countless people die, you will be the sinners of history. I advise you not to cause trouble." The demon spirit agreement had a great deterrent effect on the soldiers guarding the city. Hearing this, although the demons were unwilling, they still put away the Dao weapons in their hands. Long Chen let go of the other party, and both sides separated. The rock beasts were unwilling, but at least for now, they could not leave their posts. And Long Chen followed the other spiritual tribe and soon left their sight. How beautiful! And the most noble Holy Spirit tribe. The rock beasts could only swallow their saliva. "Little friend Long Chen, we will split up here. We will trade with the demons nearby." The spiritual tribe member who helped Long Chen said. "Thank you, everyone." Next, Long Chen was going to leave the Supreme Demon City with Lingxi. This is a simple map of the Demon Divine region. It has a general direction. I will give it to you. Long Chen took the map and expressed his gratitude again. This thing was very important to them. After they separated, Long Chen and Ling Shi traversed through the Supreme Demon City, heading in the direction of the northern city gate. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many demons. Although the spirit race was not rare, such a beautiful spirit race woman was really rare. Of course, no one found trouble with Long Chen along the way. The killing intent in the demon race's territory is too strong. It is completely different from the spiritual tribe. Lingxi said softly. The spiritual tribe also has killing intent, but it is not as obvious as here, Longchen said. There are more than 10 demons following us. They probably have evil intentions, but they are not strong. Lingxi reminded him. Longchen knew in his heart that small troubles would not stop. It would be fine as long as they did not take it seriously. They quickened their pace and left the Supreme Demon City. Generally speaking, the spiritual tribe members who dared to venture deep into the demon divine region were stronger. Seeing that the two dared to venture deep into the demon territory, the demons guarding the city shook their heads. They knew that Long Chen and Lingxi's lives would not last long in the bloody world of the demon race. After leaving the Supreme Demon City, Long Chen walked deep into the mountains. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. In this deepest valley, more than a dozen demons were chasing after him. They came from different races, and among them was the general of the rock beast race. Wait for me. After I finish them, I will contact Xiao Lang. Long Chen had a relaxed expression on his face. Instead of running away, he walked towards the dozen or so demons. Originally, the dozen or so demons were afraid of each other. What surprised them was that Long Chen was the first to step forward and die. Let's get rid of this spiritual tribe brat first. They swarmed over. Chapter 1936. The demons that followed were basically below the Yin-Yang reincarnation realm. In their opinion, the strongest of Long Chen's duo Lingxi was only at the One Origin reincarnation realm. They were completely capable of dealing with her. The Sword Tiger tribe, the Moon Bear tribe, and the Boulder Beast tribe had come in a menacing manner, but before they could even take their beast forms, they were killed by Long Chen's swift blade. Long Chen's speed could only be described as terrifying. With the help of his massacring sword art, he slashed again and again, and each slash killed a soul. Swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen demons fell to the ground before they could display their strength. They had no ability to deal with Long Chen at all. Finally, Long Chen's god-slaying sword stopped in front of the Rock Beast clan warrior. The demon warrior looked at Long Chen with incomparable horror. The panic in his heart made him anxious to transform into his beast form. Seeing that a huge beast was about to appear, Long Chen quickly slashed out and cleaved the other party into two. Under the god-slaying sword's death energy, the other party lost all signs of life and turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. It was over in just a short while. The demons that chased after them probably never expected this outcome. Because of the demon spirit agreement, they couldn't attack Long Chen openly. However, they still dared to chase after them and secretly take advantage of them. Let's go. Long Chen turned back and floated into the deep forest with Lingxi. The mountains and rivers of the demon race were very vast and incomparably huge. Long Chen looked down from the mountain peak and saw a sea of dusky yellow clouds everywhere. Demonic aura surged into the sky. The vast mountains were endless, and countless beast roars soared into the sky. This demon race world was even more terrifying than the dragon god domain. In a mountain stream, Long Chen used a star talisman to contact Mo Xiaolang. Inside the star talisman, Mo Xiaolang looked dispirited. Long Chen said excitedly, "Xiaolang, we have finally entered the demon divine realm. We will immediately go to the heaven-devouring divine residence in the northwest to find you. Wait for us." Mo Xiaolang hesitated for a moment and said, "Big brother, do you really want to come? I feel that it's meaningless. Even if you come, what can you do? I can't solve this matter myself. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. At least for now, I don't have any problems." Long Chen did not expect such an answer. After a moment of silence he said seriously, "No matter what the result is, no matter whether I can do it or not, these are not things that I need to consider. I only want to work hard for you. You are my brother, so I can't leave you alone. Just wait for me. I will try my best to get there as soon as possible." Big brother. Mo Xiaolong's eyes were blurry. On one hand there was despair. On the other hand, there was Long Chen's hard work. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen had encountered great trouble in Supreme Spirit City these days, but he still barged into the demon divine realm and informed him the moment he entered. The other party's hard work had also moved the dispirited him. His eyes became resolute and said, "All right, we will meet in the forest of the heaven-devouring divine residence. When you reach the heaven-devouring divine residence, we will meet up in pairs." Long Chen was finally relieved. He said, "Remember, wait for me. Before I arrive, be careful." To be honest, Long Chen knew that he might not be a match for Mo Xiaolang after he became a demon. However, Mo Xiaolang's power was unstable and he might lose his mind. Therefore, if there was a battle or danger, he might still have to rely on himself. After deactivating the star talisman, Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and looked at the vast land. "Let's go." Lingxi smiled gently. Her beauty was changing along with her strength. Perhaps one day, she would be able to make all the men in the world fall in love with her. Long Chen's wish was actually very simple. He wanted to accompany the people he cared about, travel around, and live a peaceful life that she liked. She would accompany him in her 100 lives of reincarnation. Wait until I help Little Wolf recover. Wait until I become strong enough to have the capital to return to the Dragon God domain. Wait until I let the people of the Dragon God domain know that my father and I were never traitors. Wait until I wash away the grievances and humiliation my father suffered. Then I can accompany you under the heavens, without any worries or worries. Little She, I owe you too much. Hurrying along, facing the strong wind, Long Chen's blood boiled as he said to the woman beside him, "Actually, it's not like that." Lingxi's long dress fluttered in the wind along with her long hair. She was hidden in the wind. Whether it was her expression or her actions, they had undergone a huge transformation. Perhaps it was because she had grown up. She said, "In the past, I did indeed blame you for carrying too many things on your shoulders. I wanted to live a peaceful life and spend the prosperity of the world with you. But now, I understand that the best companion is to accompany you and help you realize your wishes and dreams. Men are great because they have obsessions and goals. I want you to become a great person, just like how you saved the 3 great imperial regions. At that time, I felt the greatest happiness." She closed her eyes and enjoyed the baptism of the strong wind. She said, "I am a lucky person. Fate has bestowed me upon you." Long Chen was a little flustered. Although Lingxi had grown a little, she was still herself. She was still such a heartwarming experience. In your world, you should also have your own pursuits. Otherwise, you will become my follower. Long Chen laughed. Lingxi smiled and said in satisfaction, "You don't understand. My pursuit is to accompany you for life. I am not afraid of suffering. I am not afraid of sorrow. I am only afraid that this world doesn't have you." As he spoke, the rims of Long Chen's eyes turned red. She was so perfect. This made Long Chen feel even more remorseful in his heart. But at the same time, he felt even more satisfied. If her pursuit was like this, then he should protect her even more. "Don't worry. Even if I die, my soul will accompany you for life." Long Chen tried his best to make himself laugh. "You're so annoying. Don't talk about death." Lingxi's expression darkened. She returned to her original cute appearance. Long Chen teased, "You little brat, you still dare to act mature in front of me. Watch me beat you up." Long Chen hugged her in his arms and moved his hands all over her body. Her smooth and tender body, exquisite curves, and her snow-white breasts were filled with endless charm. Long Chen would never get tired of it. Along the way, even though the road ahead was uncertain, it was still full of laughter. When late summer appeared, they had already traveled a very long distance. After a short rest, Long Chen stood on the peak of an endless mountain. According to the map, the east was the direction of the Dragon God domain. There were the 5 great dragon cities and the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. Back then, Long Chen had escaped from the battlefield of the gods. More than a month had passed, and his name had spread throughout the entire Dragon God domain. This was all because of 2 things. Firstly, he was the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor, the sinner of all time. His name was Long Chen, and he had grown up in the dragon sacrificial continent. Secondly, he had killed the future god of the human race, Du, in front of the experts of the human race in the battlefield of gods. He had defected to the spirit race and betrayed them. These 2 things were enough to make Long Chen bear the same crime as Long Qinglan. Long Chen could imagine how much the people there despised him. Dragon God domain, the 5 great dragon cities. That is my true hometown. Long Chen clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the east. The east, where the sun rose. He had been forced to come here, subjected to all kinds of curses, homeless and homeless. He carried too much anger and humiliation on his shoulders. When he had left the battlefield of the gods, he had clearly remembered the curses those people had hurled at him and replayed them in his mind. If he returned to the dragon god domain, he would definitely be hated by everyone. To him, the dragon god domain was even more dangerous than the demon god domain. In reality, it would be best for Long Chen not to set foot there for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he might very well lose his life. But he had to go back, even in his dreams, because that was where he belonged. He was a dragon, and he was the son of the eternal dragon emperor. That was his home, and that was where he belonged. One day I will go back. Long Chen said these words softly. The faces of those people flashed in his mind. Finally, they fixed on Du's face. An unparalleled genius, a future god, the hope of the human race. He was dead, but Long Chen could replace him and become the new hope. He didn't want to work for these people, but he wanted to reclaim glory and take back what belonged to him and his son. If he wasn't so unwilling, why would Long Qinglan struggle at death's door? If he wasn't so unwilling, why would he appear in Long Chen's life time and time again? He didn't want to give his son too much pressure, but the mystery he wanted to explore was still a mystery. None of the humans behind him supported him, and some even despised him. He was the lonely dragon emperor, the emperor of solitude. What he wanted to know was what Long Chen wanted to know as well. What secrets does this world have? How did the mystical dragons disappear? Who killed my father in order to explore this secret? Is he dead or not? The main reason Long Chen pursued this tirelessly was because he wanted to know the truth. The truth that cost his father his life. If this truth wasn't resolved, there would be a day when the sacrificial dragon continent would completely collapse. The dragon-shaped continent would disappear completely, lost in the long river of history. Thinking of this, Long Chen, this young life, was burning with raging flames. Lingxi hugged his strong waist with her fair arms from behind. Her beautiful face was pressed against his back as she said softly, "It's time to set off, husband." This was the first time she called Long Chen like this. Long Chen woke up from his unresigned emotions. He took another look at the east, then shook his head and stopped paying attention. He knew that the most important thing now was to let his brother, Mo Xiaolang, return to his original self. One day you will go back. The world doesn't trust you, the world misunderstands you, but you still have a group of people who believe in you. Me, Sister Xuanji, Xiaolang, Kitten, Yen Air, the Sisters of Goddess Heart, our friends who are still waiting for us in the sacrificial dragon continent. And, your father, yes, Long Chen suddenly understood. Chapter 1937. In the vast demon divine domain, Long Chen only chose places with fewer people to advance. He chose to pass through any place where the demon race gathered. During this period, he kept in touch with Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was in low spirits, so Long Chen tried to console him. He was not willing to let him walk further down this path, because it might lead to irreversible consequences. Demons were ultimately not good things. The 3 emperor domains were almost annihilated by the city lord of the wronged. That was the most stressful battle for Long Chen. We have reached Jianglan's spiritual abode. Wait for us, Xiaolang. After passing through another spiritual abode, the time for their reunion was getting closer. Long Chen's heart was also gradually relaxing. Thank you, big brother, Mo Xiaolang said with a choked voice. Long Chen was already satisfied with such a response. He was most worried that Mo Xiaolang would reject him. Yenner is also very little. Her cultivation has been rising rapidly recently, and she is already undergoing consecutive tribulations. Her foundation is also very good. Unknowingly, the cute girl who accompanied him had become a very important person in his life. And Long Chen gave Xueqi the Fuxi ancient dragon's inheritance blood essence, which made Mo Xiaolang feel even more grateful to Long Chen. That was the inheritance blood essence of an ultimate divine dragon. It was priceless. Even someone like Du felt that it was very precious. The 5 great dragon cities rarely had this kind of inheritance blood essence. After cutting off the connection with the star talisman, Mo Xiaolang looked at the tall and dark forest with tears in his eyes. Big brother Xiaolang, you are actually crying. Shame. Xueqi giggled. I have let my big brother down, Mo Xiaolang said with a choked voice. No, you haven't said anything discouraging recently. Big brother Long Chen won't be angry. Soyun coiled around a branch, her long tail constantly changing colors. It was very beautiful, and the originally uneven snake scales were now all regular dragon scales. The mixed aura of a dragon and a snake did not seem strange. Soyun's appearance had also undergone some small changes. Her lips and eyes could change into 9 different colors, and she had become much more charming and feminine. Coming down from the branch, she swam to Emo Xiaolang's side and said, "Big brother Xiaolang, I think a big tail is really ugly. Do you really think it looks good like this?" Emo Xiaolang said, "You've almost asked this question 10,000 times. Are there so many?" Soyun tilted her head and said with a smile. Emo Xiaolang couldn't help but laugh. "Wow, you're finally willing to laugh. That's great." Soyun was so happy that she danced. Her dance was very beautiful. Long Chen would never have imagined that a drop of ultimate mystical dragon's blood could cause such a huge change in this little girl. However, there is always a group of children from the Tongtian mouse clan playing on the west side of this forest. Recently they even ran into this forest. They seem to be looking for something. If we hide here, will we be affected by them? Su Yan said with a vexed expression as she thought of another matter. Emo Xiaolang thought for a moment, then said, "They're just kids. Don't be afraid of them. At most, we'll just go deeper." Running between the mountains, crossing the river, and avoiding the demons, this was the longest distance Long Chen had ever traveled. In the demon immortal region, there were many powerful demons deep in the mountains. Sometimes, they were hard to find. In front of them was a bottomless abyss. It was at least 1,000 meters wide, and they couldn't see the other side. It was filled with green clouds, and there were golden flames in the depths. It looked a little sinister. Cross over. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and advanced at high speed. This abyss was too long, and they could only cross it. After getting ready, they soared into the sky and forced their way through. Generally speaking, the higher one flew, the easier it was to be discovered. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Long Chen walked on the ground. Although Emo Xiaolang wasn't in any danger recently, it wasn't good to delay. The abyss below was very calm. Such abyss could be seen everywhere in the demon immortal region, so it wasn't strange. Long Chen's entire mind and body were focused on the heaven-devouring divine residence. The heaven-devouring divine residence was the descendant of the heaven-devouring rat divine beast in the primordial age. Of course, there were no more heaven-devouring rats now. In the heaven-devouring divine residence, there were many mouse tribes. Among them, the heaven-reaching mouse tribe was one of the descendants of the heaven-devouring rat. They were extremely talented, not inferior to 9-tailed celestial fox. As he was pondering these things, Lingxi suddenly warned, "There's movement below." Just as he was alerted, the mist below changed. Suddenly, a terrifying gust of wind swept over. Long Chen hurriedly pulled Lingxi and pulled out the divine war sword. At this instant, a huge black shadow comparable to a mountain rushed out from the endless abyss. The first thing Long Chen felt was a 1,000-meter-long, blood-colored tongue covered in thorns and barbs. Incomparably disgusting. The speed of the demon race wasn't very fast, but the speed of the scarlet tongue was extremely fast. It was simply unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the tongue emitted a strong stench of blood and entangled towards Long Chen and Lingxi. At this instant, Long Chen finally saw the appearance of the owner of the tongue. It was a golden toad, covered in warts, and every wart was burning with golden flames. There were 3 green eyes on its head, and each eye was dozens of meters in diameter. To Long Chen, it was like a lake. Needless to say, its huge mouth was like a blood-red abyss. It was incomparably huge. The cultivation of the demon race was profound. It was obvious that it had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had passed many samsara tribulations. Such a body was as majestic as a huge mountain. The slightest movement caused the earth to shake. Ha! That fellow's deafening laughter rang in Long Chen's ears. His tongue entangled rapidly. Just as Long Chen slashed out with a sword aura, the thick tongue directly swept over. It ignored Long Chen's god-slaying sword and slammed over with terrifying force, sending Long Chen and Lingxi flying. This demon race's single chakra physical strength was undoubtedly rather terrifying. His cultivation was at least above the 3 talents reincarnation tribulation realm, or even above the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. It could only be said that they were too lucky to meet such a demon race. The other party's tongue whipped Long Chen and Lingxi towards its mouth. At the same time, it had already rushed out of the abyss. Its huge mouth opened, revealing a bottomless pit. It wanted to swallow Long Chen and Lingxi into its stomach. It's actually two delicate spirits. My luck is really too good. The demon laughed loudly. Are you going to eat us? Although it was very disgusting, the other party had underestimated him. Long Chen could survive in the belly of the dragon-swallowing beast, and even more so for this toad. This toad was originally very powerful and could kill him in an instant, but if it swallowed him into its belly, then things would be different. It should be known that the insides of any living creature were almost always fragile. Although the demons' physical bodies were strong, they were not invincible. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand. The other party was very fast. Without giving Long Chen and Lingxi a chance to resist, it could swallow them into its stomach. After closing its mouth, the huge creature that was tens of thousands of meters wide landed on the ground. Heaven and earth trembled instantly. Before them was a thick stench of blood and darkness. Long Chen and Lingxi had probably entered the other party's esophagus. Long Chen felt a little guilty for letting a pure and holy girl like Lingxi come here. But there was no other way. Although this demon was ugly, it was an adult demon that had cultivated for 10,000 years. Its strength was terrifying. Chen, let me. Lingxi's hand gestures changed. Suddenly, the two of them were enveloped by a transparent ball of light. They were completely isolated from the outside world. This transparent ball of light was surprisingly stable. Lingxi said, "Don't worry. This is a guardian domain. As long as I don't use up all my energy, it won't break. It comes from an immortal Lord Realm technique, and it's a basic usage of world spirit techniques. These demons can't eat us." As expected, regardless of whether it was the bodily fluids, digestive fluids, or some strange parasitic beasts, none of them were able to break through Lingxi's protective barrier. This kind of protective barrier was very different from a barrier of light that was directly opened with power. Long Chen touched the barrier. The so-called barrier was to isolate the world they occupied from the outside world, forming a new world that would not be disturbed. The power from the outside world had to be several times that of Lingxi to break this barrier. If they were outside, the huge toad might be able to do it. But inside his body, this guardian barrier could not be broken. Long Chen had already realized that with an immortal Lord Realm technique, Lingxi was gradually changing. In the future, she would definitely be of greater help to him. Under the protection of the guardian barrier, the two headed towards the bottomless abyss. They were probably heading towards the toad's stomach. It was too disgusting. Long Chen said, "I'll transform into a mystical dragon and tear its body apart from the inside." Although it's a little disgusting, hiding is not a solution. In truth, if they were outside, it would be difficult for Long Chen to defeat this demon. The other party was clearly of a higher level, and the only chance to kill him was if he was eaten by the demon. Let's go to his stomach. It's a little wider there, and it's easier to use. It's also easier to resist the demon's power. His 4 emblems reincarnation power could also be used within his body. If Long Chen wanted to kill him inside, it would be a challenge. This path was destined to not be smooth sailing in the first place. Luckily, there was a guardian barrier. In the outside world, the giant toad crushed the earth to the point of collapse. He was extremely satisfied and released a carefree cry. Then, his giant body turned into a tiny human form and stood on top of a large tree. He turned into an extremely handsome youth with 3 green eyes. This delicate and pretty appearance was worlds apart from his malevolent appearance. Eating Ling tribe snacks early in the morning. How refreshing. Chapter 1938. Long Chen could hear what the other party was saying. Blue-eyed golden flame toad? He was already prepared. Once he reached his tail, he would start a thunderous slaughter. There was no one nearby, so he could safely transform into a mystical dragon and tear the other party apart. Of course, the other party was strong and might use the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation to fight him. But he had no choice. He could only take the risk. Otherwise, when Lingxi's power was exhausted, the two of them would be eaten by this ugly thing. How could he be eaten before he even saw Mo Xiaolang? Tilting his head, he saw that Lingxi was very peaceful. She did not frown because of the disgusting surroundings. In front of them was an endless abyss. The disgusting liquid pushed the guardian boundary deeper. With a rumble, Long Chen arrived in a huge space. After the guardian boundary stabilized, it floated above the green liquid. If not for the guardian boundary, Long Chen would have been disgusted to death by the liquid and the overwhelming stench. Actually, there is no need to rush. We can wait for that guy to relax. He must still be on guard now, Lingxi said softly. She was right. Long Chen asked suspiciously, "Don't you think this place is disgusting? You don't want to stay here for even a minute." However, Lingxi shook her head with a gentle smile. She had already transformed into a very charming little woman. She said, "As long as you are here, I actually feel that everything is beautiful. One day in the future, I might be very, very old, but I can also recall that we once stayed in the stomach of a toad." Long Chen stroked her long hair. He was already satisfied and did not say much. They waited quietly. And at this time, the blue-eyed golden flame toad, who had transformed into a handsome youth, muttered to himself, "Tian Songzi, this guy actually has the guts to invite me to Cloud-Piercing Peak. And I heard that he invited many people. Isn't it just an archaic Tao treasure? Is it worth so many people?" He started his journey towards the northwest, which was the direction Long Chen was heading. He was faster than Long Chen and Yi Futian. This was even better. He did not have to rush himself, and the blue-eyed golden flame toad could be used as a means of transportation. Of course, it would be even better if his stomach did not feel so disgusted. While moving at high speed, the blue-eyed golden flame toad laughed from time to time. He said, "Tian Songzi, oh Tian Songzi, don't tell me you've gone crazy. You're holding on to a destroyed primordial Tao artifact that has been reduced to an ancient Tao artifact. It only has 99 Tao patterns, and you want to exchange it with us for a primordial Tao artifact with more than 200 Tao patterns? You must be out of your mind." Since he invited a lot of people, "I'll go and join in the fun. I haven't seen my old friends in a long time. It's been hundreds of years. Half of them died under the 5 elements tribulation. Come to think of it, I'm probably the strongest in this group." It seemed to be a trading party for old friends. The destroyed primordial Tao artifact only had 99 Tao patterns left. It was reduced to an ancient Tao artifact. Long Chen did not pay much attention to it. In his opinion, the God-slaying sword was the most powerful Tao artifact. One day, it would become the king of all Tao artifacts. The potential of the God-slaying sword was like Long Chen. The toad suddenly said, "Has Tian Songzi lost his mind? Oh right, this guy is faster than me. He is about to go through the 5 elements calamity. He probably knows that he doesn't have much hope and wants to trade for a Tao treasure with more than 200 Tao patterns to save his life. But who would be so stupid to give him a Tao treasure with more than 200 Tao patterns?" The green-eyed golden flame toad laughed and said, "Before the sword was destroyed, it had a total of 700 Tao patterns. It was a divine weapon of a Star Lord in the chaotic galaxy. After the Star Lord died, his Taoist artifact was also destroyed. In the end, he was lucky enough to get the remains of the primordial Taoist artifact. Even if the Taoist artifact originally had 700 horrifying Tao patterns, the remains are still remains. They only have the value of collecting it, not using it. I guess he has hidden the remains for so many years. If he gives it to those big shots, of course they can take out a Taoist artifact with 200 Tao patterns. However, the possibility of them killing and robbing him is higher. It seems that he is frightened by the 5 elements tribulation and can only ask for help from his old friends like us." The green-jade-eyed golden flame toad was used to living alone. Lonely people like to talk to themselves. He was enjoying himself as he mocked Tian Songzi. Chaos Star Region, Star-Lord, remains of 700 Tao pattern Tao artifacts. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other in shock. The strongest Tao treasures Long Chen had ever seen were the Tai City Lord's Tai Royal Bell and the Holy Spirit's Cloudy Sky Silk. Of course, there was also the 90,000-story Thunder Spirit Pagoda. Those were things used by 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm experts, and they all had more than 500 Tao patterns. If there really was a Tao treasure with 700 Tao patterns, then the user would be at the top of the eternal sacred realm, close to the level of Ling Huang. The star field of chaos was located in the north of the monster god domain, at the edge of the eternal god domain. It was a part of the starry sky, where the eternal god domain had cut off many pieces of land to form planets. The star field of chaos had countless planets of varying sizes, and that was where Mo Shaolang wanted to go. The eternal life god domain was dominated by the 5 great races, making it difficult for the other races to establish a foothold there. There were thousands upon thousands of races in the eternal life god domain, and in addition to the 5 great races, there were also thousands upon thousands of unique races, such as the spirit life force. As the name suggested, the chaos planetary system was a place of chaos. There was no absolute ruler, and the smaller races fought each other for territory. Those who occupied the largest planets were known as Star-Lords. Star-Lords were very important people who had once dominated the chaos planetary system, and left their mark on the history of the eternal life god domain. If it really was the remains of an immemorial Tao treasure of a Star-Lord, then it would be worth a lot. Lingxi said, "There are many wondrous techniques recorded in the Immortal Lord Realm technique. As far as I know, for a destroyed Tao treasure, as long as the traces of Tao markings remain, even if it is just a remnant of a Tao treasure, it can still recover its original power." These demons were able to determine that this immemorial Tao treasure had 700 Tao markings, which means that the Tao markings are dead, and the power has dissipated. But if I can find many rare materials, and I can use the Immortal Lord Realm technique to strengthen it, it might be possible to recover it. Long Chen was overjoyed to hear this. He said, "You mean if we can get this Tao treasure, and with the help of many rare materials, you might be able to restore it?" Lingxi shook her head slightly and said, "I don't have much hope. First, I have to learn this Immortal Lord Realm technique. Besides, the materials recorded on it are all heavenly treasures, and they are extremely difficult to find. It is basically impossible to restore it to 700 Tao markings. That would require too many materials. But if it can become an immemorial Tao treasure again, or recover 200 Tao markings, or even 300 Tao markings, it is still possible." Long Chen roughly understood. He decided, "Let's not do anything to this stinky toad first. Let's go to Cloud-Piercing Peak and see what's going on. If the green-eyed golden flame toad can obtain the immemorial Tao treasure, it will be ours. Of course, if it can't, and the person who obtains it isn't strong enough, we can give it a try. If it's too strong, then there's nothing we can do." After all, the main purpose of this trip was to find Mo Xiaolang. They could not delay too much because of this matter. At least for now, they were not wasting time. The demon tribe of the demon immortal region, as long as it was a big demon, would definitely occupy tens of thousands of li of mountains and rivers. This was because their bodies were too huge. The green jade-eyed golden flame toad took an entire day to reach the cloud-piercing peak. Long Chen and Li Wuyo also spent an entire day in its stomach. If it wasn't for the protective formation, the two of them wouldn't have been able to last that long. It would probably take Long Chen and Luo Pin 2 days to reach this place. Long Chen could not see the situation outside, but from the green-eyed golden flame toad's muttering, he knew that they were almost at cloud-piercing peak. He also knew that those attending this gathering were basically demons from the Trifecta Reincarnation Realm to the Trifecta Reincarnation Realm. There were more than 10 of them, and they had once adventured together. Now that they were older, they each occupied their own territory. A towering mountain peak appeared in front of them, piercing through the clouds. This mountain peak was as straight as a sword. Tian Songzi, that guy, always likes to live in high places. That's great. The 5 affinities calamity will definitely kill you. This is the power from the origin of heaven and earth. How many brothers have died on this hurdle? Rumble. The green-eyed golden flame toad rushed upwards. "Who are you?" "Oh, it's green-eyed. You're here too. Seems like you're also interested in the 700 Tao pattern Tao artifact." Someone mocked from outside. The green-eyed golden flame toad laughed and said, "Bullshit. I'm here to see if that Tian Songzi fellow is dead. As for the 700 Tao pattern Tao artifact, bullshit. I don't have the leisure to exchange a 200 Tao pattern Tao artifact for a collectible. 99 Tao patterns is not enough to kill a chicken." Someone else said, "Almost everyone is here. You can come up." In the blink of an eye, the green-eyed golden flame toad arrived at another place. It should be the peak of Cloud-Piercing Peak. In front of it was a snow-white immortal palace, shrouded in mist. Tian Songzi is so coquettish and stingy. I asked him for a few crane beauties previously, but he refused. I'm here to see him make a fool of himself. The green-eyed golden flame toad said generously. Haha, I'm very interested in that Tao artifact. Let's see if it can recover. If it can, I'll be rich. The blue-eyed golden flame toad mocked. Go back to your lava cave and sleep. Treasures belong to those with strength. Those without strength can get lost. Even if you're lucky, you'll still lose your life. Old Toad, you dare to say that I'm not strong enough? Fight me before everyone is here. Fuck you. I'm afraid of you. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be a third party. Chapter 1939. Cloud-piercing peak was enshrouded in immortal aura. Long Chen and Lingxi hid in the abdomen of the blue-eyed golden toad. They listened attentively to the movements outside and communicated with their eyes. The primordial Dao artifact that once had 700 Dao patterns, if it could be restored, its value would be too great, almost immeasurable. Therefore, at this moment they were slightly nervous because with their strength, it was completely impossible for them to deal with any one of these people. There were at least 3 late-stage reincarnation tribulation realm cultivators in their team. A slight difference in the reincarnation tribulation realm could create a huge gap. Therefore, even if he exhausted all his strength, he might not be able to obtain anything from this group of great demons. At this moment, a tall and thin man with long black hair and a sage-like demeanor, cloud-crowned crane Tian Songzi, led the group into the Immortal Crane Palace. He liked to be cultured, so the Immortal Crane Palace was exquisitely decorated. Soon, crane boys and girls came up to entertain the guests. Many people were already enjoying delicious food in the palace. So it's the old toad. Oh, and the old centipede. Everyone laughed heartily. They had not seen each other for many years, and it was a joyous occasion. The one who had quarreled with the blue-eyed golden flame toad was a similarly tall and thin man. After transforming into human form, he was more than 3 meters tall. His skin was silver, and there was silver lightning flowing on his skin. His silver eyes were full of luster, and lightning flashed and howled. This was the famous silver lightning centipede of the Demon Clan's centipede race. The blue-eyed golden flame toad had an arrogant expression, which was his usual style. Under Tian Songzi's hospitality, he sat down proudly and enjoyed the delicacies prepared by Tian Songzi. As soon as he ate, he praised, "Not bad, not bad. It's better than the Spirit Clan's kid." Everyone looked over with a smile. "Old Toad, you ate the Spirit Clan." The blue-eyed golden flame toad said proudly, "I just came out when 2 Spirit Clan's flies flew past me. I swallowed them without thinking. I ate too quickly and didn't get a good taste." Someone laughed. "Old Toad, I think you're afraid of someone cutting your tongue." "Bullshit. Do you believe I won't spit it out for you to have a taste?" The blue-eyed golden flame toad said in a vulgar tone. The two sides quickly began to quarrel. The cloud-crowned crane, Tian Songzi, hurriedly mediated the atmosphere. After a short while, he lightly counted the number of people and said, "Not bad, not bad. My old brothers are really giving me face, to actually all come. Yeah, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and we haven't gone out to explore the world for so many years. Let's not go home until we're drunk." Tian Songzi must have hidden a lot of good wine all these years. If I don't let him drink it all, I'm not a moon bear. The one who spoke was a dark-skinned burly man. He was also more than 3 meters tall, but his size was almost 4 to 5 times that of the silver lightning centipede. His weight was enormous, and his voice was also very loud. When he spoke, even the barrier that Lingxi had set up trembled. "Can you hold on?" Long Chen asked with concern. Lingxi smiled charmingly and said, "It won't be a problem for me to last another 10 days. In fact, there were acid attacks from time to time, and many parasitic beasts tried to break the barrier. The blue-eyed golden flame toad also had a kind of golden flame that attacked from time to time, trying to melt Long Chen's group." With Lingxi's words, Long Chen was much more at ease. They continued to pay attention to the situation outside. At this time, under the hospitality of Tian Songzi, they began to reminisce about the past. They talked about their adventures in the past. They talked about it with great enthusiasm and laughter. Even an arrogant existence like the blue-eyed golden flame toad sank into warm memories. He said, "Remember that time in the Dead Soul Abyss? If I didn't stop you, you would all be corpses now." "Bullshit, old toad. You were just a coward back then. You were just lucky to run into me," the Moon Bear Man said. The two sides began to debate again. After the banquet, everyone was full. The blue-eyed golden flame toad rubbed its belly, feeling something strange. It thought it had eaten too much, so it didn't pay much attention. It turned to Tian Songzi and said, "Old bird, take out your immemorial Dao artifact and let us see it. We've chatted for so long, It's time to get down to business. Although Tian Songzi was speechless at being called an old bird, he still had business to attend to. He stood up and looked at everyone sincerely. Brothers, I invited you all here today because I trust you. You are all my brothers who have gone through fire and water with me. In the blink of an eye, we have a friendship of thousands of years. Today, I, Tian Songzi, will face the 5 elements calamity. Many of my brothers have already died to the power of the 5 elements origin. I, Tian Songzi, still want to live for another 1,000 years, so I'm prepared to take out my treasures that I have kept for thousands of years to exchange with you. The Moon Bear Man patted his chest and said, Old bird, I support you. Take out your treasures. The 5 elements calamity is indeed terrifying, but I'm not afraid. The others looked at each other and didn't say anything. Tian Songzi looked gratefully at the Moon Bear Man. This man was from the Moon Bear tribe. He wasn't very smart and had a bad temper, but he still cared about his brothers. Tian Songzi continued. Let me make this clear. If you don't have a Dao item with 200 Dao patterns, I won't trade with you. Of course, if you have a treasure that can help me pass the 5 elements calamity, that's fine too. Everyone, this is the weapon of a Star Lord in the chaotic star region. It used to have 700 Dao patterns, and traces of those Dao patterns can still be seen. It used to be a terrifying, peerless weapon that could tear the sky, the earth, and the planets. Legend has it that the Star Lord used this Dao item to defeat all the heroes. Although it's just a broken piece and only has 99 Dao patterns, it's definitely worth more than a Dao item with 200 Dao patterns. If I go find some big shots, I'm sure I can get something even more valuable. But I don't trust them. I only trust my brothers. After saying that, he looked at the crowd and asked, Today, I have invited all of you here mainly to make a deal. I know that there are a few of you who have primordial Dao treasures with 200 Dao patterns. I wonder who is willing to exchange with me? Tian Songzi had 2 or 3 years until the 1,000-year time limit. He had to completely master the Dao spirit in this period of time. Then, he would be able to use it. Such a precious item could only be traded, not borrowed. After saying this, the crowd didn't say anything. They just looked at each other. The Moon Bear Man said, Brother, even if we really want to trade, you have to let us see the treasure first. Tian Songzi didn't dare to show it. He said, I want to know who is willing to trade with me first. I will only show this Dao item to those who want to trade. The blue-eyed golden flame toad sneered and said, Tian Songzi, don't treat a piece of scrap metal as a treasure. The blue-eyed golden flame toad sneered and said, Tian Songzi, don't treat a piece of scrap metal as a treasure. Even if you don't let us see it, we won't. Who wants a pile of scrap metal? An immemorial Dao item is useless. We are about to become 5 elements reincarnation calamity realm warriors. Why would we still use an immemorial Dao item? This item is only valuable as a collectible. It has no value. The crowd started to criticize. Many people didn't want to trade. How could their most precious item be a collectible? Wouldn't that mean that his strength would be greatly reduced? However, Tian Songzi still wouldn't give in. He couldn't see anyone who didn't want to trade. Seeing that they were about to part on bad terms, the Moon Bear Man suddenly said, Tian Songzi, I want to see it and decide if I want to trade or not. I am a man of my word. If your item is too inferior, I will go back on my word. Tian Songzi revealed a smile and said, No matter, as long as you have the intention to exchange for this item, as long as you take a look at it, you will be moved. Follow me, brothers. Please wait outside. Then, he confidently led the Moon Bear Man into the palace and isolated it. Long Chen and Lingxi were still in the blue-eyed golden flame toad's stomach and naturally couldn't see anything. Those who were still in the palace looked at each other. The blue-eyed golden flame toad sneered. Tian Songzi can only tease the idiot of the Moon Bear tribe, using an immemorial Dao item with 200 Dao patterns to trade for a decoration. This guy must be out of his mind. The others also said, the toad is right. This Moon Bear is too stupid. When we were adventuring together, we were almost killed by him several times. I didn't expect that after so many years, he still hasn't become smarter. Tian Songzi has really hit the jackpot this time. In my opinion, this 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact might not be real. He might have made it up to fool this stupid bear. Everyone burst into laughter. They mocked without restraint, But they were also curious about what the Moon Bear tribe and Tian Songzi were talking about. Why hadn't they come out yet? About a quarter of an hour later, everyone was stunned. They felt the ripples of the Tao spirit. The blue-eyed golden flame toad murmured, "This stupid bear really used an immemorial Tao item with 200 Tao patterns to trade for that useless thing with Tian Songzi. This stupid bear is really stupid to this extent. Tian Songzi is really lucky this time. If he passes the 5 elements calamity, he will be the strongest among us. I'm afraid we will have to follow him in the future." Previously, in order to prevent anyone from becoming too strong, they had decided not to trade with Tian Songzi. They didn't expect the Moon Bear tribe to be this stupid. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Moon Bear Man and Tian Songzi walked out happily and returned to their seats. The Moon Bear Man was pleasantly surprised, and Tian Songzi was also in a good mood. He said, "Although it is not an immemorial Tao item with 200 Tao patterns, it still has 180 Tao patterns. Brother Moon Bear, you have given me face today. If I can step into the 5 elements reincarnation calamity realm, I will definitely repay you well." Chapter 1940. His words instantly caused a huge commotion. Although the crowd didn't move, their gazes sharpened and they held their breaths. Even Tian Songzi's face was filled with shock. The man from the Moon Bear tribe didn't notice the changes around him at all. He continued to speak excitedly. "This time, I am going to make a meteoric rise. The great flaming devil tribe is almost extinct, and it will be hard to find their descendants. However, I heard that there are still many of them. If I can find them and ask them to restore this Tao treasure, it will be very difficult and will require a lot of materials, but I can work hard to prepare them. One day, I will restore it to 700 Tao patterns and make it shine again. When I control it, I will be invincible in the world." As he spoke, he laughed heartily, immersed in happiness. Everyone stared at him, not making a single sound. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually changed to one of shock and greed. They had never imagined that the wreckage of an Archean Tao item could be reborn. It was no longer a piece of scrap metal, but rather a priceless treasure. "You mean this primordial Tao treasure can restore all Tao patterns?" someone asked breathlessly. The Moon Bear tribe man was immersed in joy. He laughed heartily. "Yes, brother. I have asked many people and looked up a lot of information. The Great Flame Demon tribe has done restoration before, and there are many successful examples. They specialize in this kind of business. As long as you pay them enough, they will do it. From today onwards, I will leave you all to find the Great Flame Demons. Congratulate me, brothers." He stood up, his face full of smiles. Everyone stared straight at him, their fists already clenched. The man from the Moon Bear tribe did not realize what was going on. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. He was so excited that he revealed his secret that he did not know that his brothers were more interested in what he said than ever before. This included the blue-eyed golden flame toad, who had laughed at the Moon Bear tribe man's stupidity. At this time, Tian Songzi tried to calm himself down. He said, "Brother, don't go yet." The Moon Bear tribe man asked doubtfully, "Tian Songzi, is there a problem? You were the one who said that a primordial Tao treasure with 180 Tao patterns would work." He touched his head, a little dazed. However, he didn't know that the news he had unintentionally announced had already caused a storm in everyone's hearts. Tian Songzi cautiously looked at everyone. He shook his head and said, "That's not the case. It's just that I suddenly don't want to trade anymore. Return that treasure to me. Our deal is off." Hearing this, the man from the Moon Bear tribe was dumbfounded. He shook his head and said, "No way. You were just thanking me for saving you. Why are you going back on your words now? I know. You must have heard that this treasure can recover, so you want to take it back, right? Tian Songzi, you are really despicable." He finally understood the truth. With his temper, once he got angry, he would be very scary. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, panted and growled in a low voice. "We have already exchanged the money and the item. I have also released my control over the Tao spirit. It won't be easy to regain control. Tian Songzi, if you are my brother, then don't play tricks on me. I was kind enough to trade with you and let you pass the 5 elements tribulation. We both took what we needed. But because of your greed, you disregarded our brotherhood and wanted to take it back. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you about the great flame devil. Brothers, don't you think Tian Songzi is too much? The man from the Moon Bear tribe said angrily. However, the surrounding people didn't say anything. They just watched the show in silence. This idiot! Tian Songzi cursed in his heart. He knew that after the man from the Moon Bear tribe told him about the great flame devil, everyone here would be tempted. He had protected this treasure for thousands of years. How could he let it fall into someone else's hands? Thus, he quickly walked towards the man from the Moon Bear tribe and growled, I said, give it back to me. Other than the Tao treasure, I will give you something else as compensation. The man from the Moon Bear tribe took a few steps back. He was enraged, and his thick nostrils exhaled a thick white mist. He bared his fangs and became extremely fierce. He roared, Tian Songzi, that's impossible. This is mine now. Don't even think about taking it away. Brothers, aren't you going to be my judge? Still, no one paid attention to him. The man from the Moon Bear tribe took a few steps back. He clenched his fists and said angrily, I get it now. You unscrupulous bastards all want this treasure. Thousands of years of brotherhood. Is it all bullshit? I trusted you too much, you bastards. Long Chen could feel the strong energy fluctuations from the blue-eyed golden flame toad. He said to Lingxi, this guy is very cunning. He is ready to fight. Obviously, there will be a chaotic battle later. Lingxi shook her head and said, that Moon Bear tribe is really pitiful. How could such a good brotherhood end up like this? This was indeed a heavy topic. Since the Bai family head and the Yang family ancestor's brother broke off in Baiyang town, Long Chen had witnessed how unreliable brotherhood could be. Qin, are you worried about your relationship with Xiao Lang? Lingxi asked softly. Long Chen shook his head and said decisively, no, I'm not worried. I believe in myself, and I believe in Xiao Lang even more. He is a stubborn man, but his determination will never waver. Even though he has become a demon, he is still himself. This time, I must help him recover. I'll give it to him first, and I'll do my best. Little Shi, if I die because of this, don't blame me. I owe him this. He blocked the martial demon seed for me. Lingxi smiled gently and said, why would I blame you? In life, there are many things that you can't control, and it's hard to make a choice. For example, you entered the eternal hell for kitten. You knew that you would die, and you knew that all living things in the world would die, but you still chose to go in. There's no right or wrong choice, only whether you're worthy of yourself. If you die for him, I'm willing to follow you to the next world, hell, or nothing. I've lived with you for 100 lifetimes, and I have no regrets. To keep you alive, I won't die. Long Chen smiled faintly. Suddenly, he felt incomparably blessed. He had a father who protected him and taught him how to grow. He had a woman who was willing to live and die with him, and a brother who fought side by side with him, and many more. It was enough for him to live like this. These were all eternal feelings that would not change until death, unlike the group of people outside. Their so-called brothers were just a joke. They had already started fighting. First, Tian Songzi attacked the burly man from the Moon Bear tribe in a panic. One wanted to take it back, while the other didn't want to return it. The two of them argued and started fighting. Both of them were late-stage Four Symbols Reincarnation Realm martial artists, and were extremely powerful. They had just started fighting, but they caused a huge commotion and destroyed the entire Immortal Crane Palace. Tian Songzi's disciples and grand disciples hurriedly fled. Stop fighting, stop fighting. The others hurriedly rushed forward. On the surface, they were trying to stop the fight, but in reality, they were trying to kill the Moon Bear tribe member who possessed the treasure. The scene of the battle between the two was just as Long Chen had imagined. It instantly turned into a chaotic battle. The dozen or so people were all peerless great demons. The moment they started fighting, everything within a radius of 500 kilometers became their battlefield. All the mountains and rivers were destroyed in a short period of time, and the sky darkened. The great demons from the various demon clans all used their mystical techniques. Many of the demon clans even transformed into their beast forms and began the most primitive slaughter. In this fierce battle, Long Chen noticed that two people were exceptions. One of them was the Silver Lightning Centipede. He rushed into the clouds, turned into a silver lightning, and disappeared instantly. This Silver Lightning Centipede was also in the late stage of the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. He was one of the strongest people present. The other one was the cunning green-eyed golden flame toad. He brought Long Chen and Yi Futian into the underground of cloud-piercing peak. He hid in the depths and secretly observed the situation outside. At this time, everyone was fighting for the treasure that could recover to 700 Dao patterns, but the two of them were completely hidden. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. These two fellows coincidentally want to take advantage of the battle to snatch the treasure, said Long Chen softly. They couldn't see what was happening outside, but from the sounds, they could guess what was going on outside. At least for now, most of the great demons were besieging the Moon Bear tribe in a frenzy. They wanted to take the treasure from him. Among them, Tian Songzi turned into an immortal crane that covered the sky. He danced in the air, and his attack power was the most ferocious. The treasure is mine. I'll return it to you. Don't fight for it. Tian Songzi's heart was torn as he roared in anger. I've already exchanged with you. It's mine. The man from the Moon Bear tribe had already transformed into a moon bear that was as tall as cloud-piercing peak. It was a ferocious and violent creature. Its thick claws were like blades, and its thick body was filled with endless power. It was simple and violent, and could directly suppress its opponent with its body. Although Tian Songzi's cultivation level was similar to his, he didn't dare to come down, because once he did, he would be easily torn in half by the other party. Bullshit, brothers. Go to hell. The moon bear had gone completely mad. From afar, the entire area was affected by the battle. It was a huge battle. The green-eyed golden flame toad had changed several places to hide, but those places were all destroyed. Even the cloud-piercing peak that was soaring into the sky had fallen. Rumble. Rocks cracked, and rivers flowed in reverse. The terrifying roars of the beasts traveled far. The weaker demons in the distance heard them and trembled, not daring to move. Rumble. Chapter 1941. After the deaths, everyone was silent for a moment. Then, an even greater massacre was about to begin. This stupid bear actually killed his own brother for the treasure. Let's kill such a heartless thing together. Up in the sky, Tian Songzi attacked while inciting the others. He did not dare to be too aggressive. 3 years from now would be his 1,000-year limit. If he was injured today and could not recover in 3 years, he would definitely die in the future. For a moment, the flames of war burned again. In the belly of the green-jade-eyed golden flame toad, Long Chen could only hear the sounds of battle and the roars of the beasts. The ground was shaking, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. In this crazy battle, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and more people were dying. After a few demons died consecutively, they went completely crazy, especially Tian Songzi, who was still fanning the flames at the side, promising to search for the great flame devil with everyone and share the treasures. As for Yu Xiong, he had already been driven crazy. In his world, he had been betrayed by his brothers, and this anger had turned him into a devil. Ever since he killed the first person, he had no mercy. Die, all of you die for me. For my treasure. You actually disregard our brotherhood. To think that I trusted you so much. You deserve to die. The Yu Xiong's battle talent was stronger than the others, especially some who were only in the Samsara realm. They were not Yu Xiong's match at all. After a fierce battle, flesh and blood were torn off everywhere. The surrounding rivers were also stained with blood. It could be said that blood flowed like a river. Boom, boom, boom. The green-jade-eyed golden flame toad was extremely excited. He had been holding back all this time, watching as everyone worked together and spent an hour to finally kill the moon bear. The huge bear's carcass fell to the ground, causing countless rocks to explode. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was covered in blood. Although Yu Xiong was dead, under his violent attacks, 6 more demons died. Apart from Tian Songzi, there were only 4 people left. Everyone was stunned. They had already fought to this point, and no one would give up. They fought again, and this time it was to fight for the treasure. Everyone is in a mess. I promised you that we would find the great flame devil together. Tian Songzi, it's not like I don't know you. You will definitely find a chance to take it all for yourself. Another chaotic battle ensued, and this time, it was even more tragic. In order to snatch the treasure, the remaining 5 great demons fought continuously. After another hour, another 2 or 3 of them fell. At this time, Tian Songzi, who had been dodging all this time, suddenly attacked. He had been suppressing himself for a long time, and finally exploded with an attack. In a short period of time, he had actually swept through everyone. Looking up, there were corpses all around him, and he was the only one who had survived. So many people had died, and they were all brothers who had fought alongside him. Tian Songzi was in a daze. The bloodthirst in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he was filled with regret. However, this treasure is mine. I must find the great flaming devil and help it recover 700 Dao patterns. I also have the Dao treasure of this guy from the Moon Bear tribe. I will definitely become a 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm expert. I will definitely be able to dominate the world. Tian Songzi was immersed in joy. He descended from the sky and headed towards the Moon Bear's corpse. After the Moon Bear died, everyone wanted to get close to this place. Unfortunately, they all died before they could get there. At this time, Tian Songzi scanned the crowd and was suddenly stunned. Where is the old centipede and the old toad? During the battle just now, everyone had entered a state of anxiety and madness. After all, no one had expected such a battle to occur. After all, they had thousands of years of friendship. This kind of battle had made them lose the ability to think. Only now did he realize that there were 2 people missing, and they were not weak existences. Just as Tian Songzi was in a daze, above the clouds, a bolt of silver lightning suddenly landed on his exhausted body. Under that incomparably strong electric current, Tian Songzi cried out in pain as all the snow-white feathers on his body were blown away. Faced with such a sudden ambush, Tian Songzi, who was already quite injured, was momentarily dazed. He knew very well where this silver lightning came from. He looked up and saw a 20,000-meter-long silver centipede wrapped around his body. Those countless sharp centipede legs were like sharp knives that all pierced into Tian Songzi's body. In an instant, Tian Songzi was covered in blood. Old friend, goodbye. The centipede that was wrapped by the silver lightning moved closer to Tian Songzi's ear and cackled. Rip. All the centipede legs exerted force, like silver hooks hanging upside down, tearing apart. Tens of thousands of silver hooks exerted force together, instantly tearing Tian Songzi into pieces of flesh and blood. Despicable. Tian Songzi finally said these 2 words. Old toad, come out. The giant centipede landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake. His tens of thousands of silver hook-like legs were wrapped in silver lightning, and many pieces of flesh and blood were dripping down, looking extremely terrifying. All of a sudden, the earth shook, and the ground within a radius of more than 10 li sunk into a sea of golden flames, including the corpses of Xueqi and the others. All of this happened in an instant, and all the corpses were burned to ashes. Long Chen already knew that the blue-eyed golden flame toad was about to make its move. He swallowed the treasure that Xueqi had hidden, and then burrowed into the ground, fleeing frantically. He had already obtained the treasure, and did not want to be entangled with the silver lightning centipede any longer. Want to leave? The silver lightning centipede turned into a bolt of silver lightning and began to chase frantically. The blue-eyed golden flame toad was overjoyed, and quickly fled. As long as I can get rid of this annoying fellow, I'll be able to obtain this treasure. This feeling of effortlessly doing so feels great. He was already laughing in his heart. This bunch of idiots, they've all been blinded by the treasure. I'm the smarter one. When the blue-eyed golden flame toad and the silver lightning centipede began their chase, the mysterious treasure, under the impact of countless disgusting liquids, reached the blue-eyed golden flame toad's tail. It was a long sword, wrapped in golden flames, floating at its tail. As long as the blue-eyed golden flame toad was willing, it could spit it out. This was the safest place for it. Don't move first. If we move now it will sense us. Let's wait until both of them are injured. Lingxi said, if the blue-eyed golden flame toad loses, we might die. Indeed, the winner would not let Long Chen and the others go. Long Chen said, their strengths are about the same, so it's up to luck who lives and who dies. But don't worry, even if one dies, the other will be heavily injured, and may not be able to do anything to me. And this treasure is mine. In fact, he did not have much hope in the beginning. But as things developed, it seemed to be more and more advantageous to him. If he did not take it now, he would regret it for a long time in the future. After all, this was the treasure that caused a dozen of his old brothers to kill each other. If this thing could recover to 700 Dao patterns, it would definitely shake the entire demon immortal territory and make all the demons go crazy. Through the golden flames, Long Chen looked at the mysterious long sword. The long sword was faintly discernible, very illusory. Every divine weapon had its own characteristics. For example, the god-slaying sword's 4 death characteristics were devouring, corrosion, darkness, and massacre. And this divine weapon's characteristic should be illusion. If you can get it and recover, you can try to use it to replace the 8 sky swords, Long Chen said softly. What about me? Lingxi was pleasantly surprised. Long Chen chuckled. You of course. Is there anything more suitable for me than the god-slaying sword? Hearing this, Little Skeleton babbled excitedly. This was a crucial moment, and Long Chen forbade him from messing around. After a long chase, the blue-eyed golden flame toad finally realized that it could not shake off its opponent. The lightning was just too fast. Looks like I'll have to show off my success in cultivating all these years. The blue-eyed golden flame toad sneered. Long Chen noticed it and said softly, Get ready. This fellow is going to fight the silver lightning centipede. As he had expected, the blue-eyed golden flame toad's body underwent a huge change. Its stomach churned, golden flames rolled in its body, and vast energy swept out. Rip. Silver lightning struck the blue-eyed golden flame toad's body. Long Chen used the defense boundary to ensure that the two would not be discovered or injured. In the chaos, Long Chen and Lingxi approached the divine weapon. Even though they were separated by the protective barrier, Long Chen could still feel a faint attraction. It's summoning me, Lingxi said softly. Well, maybe it likes you, Long Chen said with a smile. With Lingxi's pure physique and energy, it was normal for everything to want to get close to her. The battle between the blue-eyed golden flame toad and the silver lightning centipede became more and more intense. Soon, it entered the stage of a life-and-death battle. The surroundings were chaotic, and Lingxi had to spend energy to control the defense boundary, while Long Chen was ready for battle. Once the silver lightning centipede or the blue-eyed golden flame toad died, he would instantly grab the treasure and burst the blue-eyed golden flame toad's body with his divine dragon body. In this battle of life and death, his heartbeat sped up quite a bit. After all, these were 2 experts close to the 5 elements tribulation. If they were outside, they could easily kill Long Chen. Time passed amidst the stormy waves. Old centipede, do you know that I've awakened the 3 eyes' divine power? The blue-eyed golden flame toad's crazy laughter came from outside. With a flash of green light, the blue-eyed golden flame toad's entire body turned green, including its stomach. Then, the silver lightning centipede screamed. I'm going to die with you. Don't take it for yourself. Bullshit. You want to die with me? You're not qualified. Go to hell. Tricolor chakra eye. Rumble. This was a terrifying tremor, and the 2 swayed left and right. Rip. A silver tail pierced the blue-eyed golden flame toad's stomach. The silver tail exploded with lightning, but it disappeared in an instant, and the tail softened. At this time, the blue-eyed golden flame toad convulsed and laughed. Chapter 1942. The blue-eyed golden flame toad was more skilled. Although the silver lightning centipede had almost pierced through his body and caused serious injuries to the blue-eyed golden flame toad, it still died at the last moment. In this battle, the blue-eyed golden flame toad was the final winner. More than a dozen of his old brothers had died in the battle. The blue-eyed golden flame toad did not care. He twitched in pain and pulled the silver lightning centipede's corpse out of his body. He laughed and said, This group of idiots dared to fight with me. They deserve to die early. This treasure is mine. Wait until I find the great Flame Devil clan and recover these 700 Dao patterns. Thinking that he could not only enter the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm and become a peerless expert, but also wield this peerless divine weapon, he would definitely become famous. The dream that he had been unable to fulfill for many years actually had hope again in his old age. What he did not know was that Long Chen was already holding his breath. Now was the old toad's weakest and most relaxed state. In such a state, he was the most vulnerable. A golden opportunity was placed in front of Long Chen just like that. In front of this opportunity, he did not have any hesitation. Do it. Hearing his soft shout, Lingxi immediately cooperated with him and moved him outside the protective barrier. In an instant, countless golden flames and dirty liquid rushed over. Long Chen was only 10 meters away from the treasure, but he was in no hurry to touch it. If he touched the treasure, it would alert the other party. So the first thing he had to do was to kill the other party. It had been a long time since he had transformed into a dragon. After transforming into a dragon, Long Chen would be much stronger. Previously, he had great misgivings in the spirit clan, but in this empty wilderness, it was different. He made a prompt decision to transform into the body of a divine dragon. A thick blood-colored mist instantly filled the air and filled the other party's stomach. Long Chen rapidly transformed into the body of an ancestral dragon. His body size was much larger than the other party's stomach, so at the moment of transformation, Long Chen had already used his killer move. Eternal Instant. Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword. He used the power of time stop to make his opponent stagnate for a moment. Then he activated the Heaven Slaughtering Blood Sword towards the weak body. This was the most crucial moment. Long Chen quickly entered the most berserk state. His dragon tail transformed into an absolute killing sword that could not be resisted. Wherever the Heaven Slaughtering Blood Sword went, countless bloody lights would explode. In just the first moment, Long Chen had completely destroyed his opponent's stomach. Ah, what's wrong with the treasure? Just as the blue-eyed golden flame toad was rejoicing, an unbearable pain suddenly came from its stomach, causing it to fall to the ground, howling miserably and rolling around. Blood was gushing out of its stomach. However, he still thought that this was a transformation of the treasure. After all, he had no idea that Long Chen and Li Wuyo were still alive. In his mind, the only thing in his stomach was the treasure he had just swallowed. Could it be that the treasure does not like me? That was what he thought at first, but very quickly, the horrible swelling feeling in his abdomen told him that it was not the treasure that was causing trouble in his stomach. What is it? The blue-eyed golden flame toad reacted in horror. However, it was too late. After Long Chen swung the first sword, he used the heavenly slaughtering blood sword in his tail to execute the massacre sword technique of the god-slaying sword. The massacre sword technique was most suitable for the god-slaying sword, and it was more mysterious when executed with the god-slaying sword. However, when executed with a heavenly slaughtering blood sword in the body of a divine dragon, the power would be even greater and crazier. In a short period of time, Long Chen swung the sword more than 10 times at a terrifying speed. Each sword was stronger than the previous one. The blue-eyed golden flame toad trembled in pain, rolling all over the ground and roaring crazily. It could be seen that there were blood-colored sword tips on its golden skin from time to time, causing blood to spurt out along with it. It's you, Spirit Clan. No, it's a human dragon martial artist. The blue-eyed golden flame toad finally found Long Chen. However, it was too late. Long Chen's massacre sword technique had already entered the stage. In a short period of time, the blue-eyed golden flame toad was seriously injured and became a pile of rotten meat. Long Chen showed no mercy, because showing mercy would only cost him his life. No, I won't die, you weak little worm. The blue-eyed golden flame toad went berserk. As long as it forced Long Chen out, it might have a chance to survive. However, Long Chen was too cunning. He made it impossible for the blue-eyed golden flame toad to resist, so it could only wait for death. Swish, swish, swish. As it roared angrily and caused a huge commotion, crushing many mountains to the ground, Long Chen executed the heavenly slaughtering blood sword for the 50th time. In the end, the blue-eyed golden flame toad let out an indignant roar and fell to the ground. Its 3 emerald eyes lost their luster. After the blue-eyed golden flame toad died, Long Chen came out from its abdomen. He changed back to the appearance of a spirit clan member and held Lingxi's hand. Meanwhile, Lingxi was already holding the treasure in her hand. Let's go first. Time was too tight. Long Chen was also afraid that with such a huge commotion, other experts would come. By then, he wouldn't be the final victor. Bringing Lingxi with him, he passed through countless mountains and rivers. In the end, the two of them ran into a large river that flowed in the northwest direction. They used a protective barrier to conceal themselves in the water, and flowed along the river in the northwest direction. It was only at this moment that Long Chen was certain that they were safe. He exchanged glances with Lingxi and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped a calamity and had even succeeded in their mission. Both of their gazes landed on the treasure at the same time. Lingxi was holding the treasure unscathed. It was obvious that the treasure didn't repel her. Long Chen was also very curious. What exactly did a divine weapon with 700 Dao patterns look like? This divine weapon was also a treasured sword. It was a narrow and long sword that was 1.5 meters long. However, its width was less than 2 centimeters. For such a huge creature, it was like a slender needle. The blade was very sharp, and one could tell that it was made of extraordinary materials. However, this long sword was slightly unadorned. Although the blade was still very sharp, it was filled with the marks of time and had started to rust. The hilt of the sword was wrapped in circles of runic patterns. The hilt was very long, a full 20 centimeters long. Within this 20 centimeters, there were a total of 700 rings. Clearly, every ring was a Dao pattern, and Ling Xi's hand was currently grasping these Dao patterns. As expected, many of the Dao patterns have lost their power. They are just decorations. Long Chen counted them one by one. Among them, only 99 Dao patterns were still useful. The rest were already dim. Fortunately, there were still traces of them. As long as they could find the precious materials that Lingxi mentioned, even Lingxi herself could restore it. It seems that even the Dao spirit is dead. Therefore, it had transformed from an archaic Dao artifact to an ancient Dao artifact. This slender killing sword had obviously gone through a great battle. 99 Dao patterns. It is currently stronger than the 8 sky swords. Long Chen said with satisfaction. Thank you, Big Brother Chen. I haven't even familiarized myself with the 8 major celestial swords, but I've already obtained something better. Ling Xi knew very well that everything she had obtained had been fought for by Long Chen. Long Chen said with a smile, Dao artifacts are like this. If this guy doesn't live up to expectations, there is no possibility of recovery. Sooner or later, it will be replaced. Hearing this, the long sword actually shook a little. It seemed to be resisting Long Chen's words. At this moment, Lingxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Behind her, a multicolored light flashed. The butterfly tattoo covered her smooth back. At this time, the ancient species that had been sleeping for a long time, the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly, finally woke up. It came out from Lingxi's back, turned into a beautiful butterfly of 9 colors, and danced between the two of them. Hee hee. Hee hee. The 9 Hells fantasy butterfly danced for a while before saying, I slept for a long time. It was really comfortable. This sleep was really long. It had been a long time since he saw this little guy. The 9 Hells fantasy butterfly was related to Lingxi's goddess Pure Blood. It appeared following the goddess Pure Blood. Or perhaps it was attracted by the goddess Pure Blood. It is calling me. The 9 Hells fantasy butterfly circled around the long and thin sword in Lingxi's hand. It opened its eyes wide and looked at it curiously. It is calling you. Lingxi was slightly curious and asked, Dai, what does it want you to do? The 9 Hells fantasy butterfly tilted its head and said, It wants me to become its Dao spirit. Its Dao spirit is already dead. As long as it has a Dao spirit, it can become an archaic Dao artifact. So that was the case. Lingxi and Long Chen looked at each other and then asked, Dai, can you become a Dao spirit? How does a Dao spirit form? The 9 Hells fantasy butterfly happily swayed and said, Everything can become a Dao spirit. Human race, demon race, witch race, sea race, spirit race, etc. Even wild beasts can do it. As long as it is a living creature, it can choose a Dao artifact and become a Dao spirit. Dai is no exception. The benefit of becoming a Dao spirit is eternal life. However, you will lose your physical body. With a Dao artifact as your physical body, normally, you would not be willing to become a Dao spirit. Losing a physical body. This was indeed not a good thing. If that is the case, you cannot become a Dao spirit. Lingxi shook her head. She was not willing to let the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly lose its physical body. Who says it's not suitable? We, the primordial mutant race, are different from you. We are natural Dao spirits. Our relationship with a Dao artifact is like your relationship with your home. You can come in and go out as you like. Let me become a Dao spirit to show you. With that, it turned into a colorful ray of light and shot into the long sword. What the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly said was unimaginable to Long Chen and Lingxi. In fact, it was not only them. Not many people understood the relationship between ancient races and Dao artifacts. They did not know that even humans could become Dao spirits. No matter what, turning this treasure into an archaic Dao artifact was very beneficial to Lingxi. Moreover, she was the owner of the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly. Since the Dao spirit submitted to her, the Dao artifact naturally belonged to her. After the addition of the 9 Netherworld illusionary butterfly, the great treasure unexpectedly shone with a 9-colored radiance, becoming exceptionally gorgeous. Long Chen was looking forward to the birth of a new archaic Dao artifact. Chapter 1943. The broken treasure had long been lost in the river of history, and was no longer majestic. But at this moment, it glowed with new power and life. From the nine-colored light, Long Chen could feel an ancient throbbing. Its glory days had long passed, but at this moment, it was reborn. The treasure in front of him had become a baby full of vitality, and those dim Dao patterns were its hope for growth. The addition of the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly caused the Dao patterns on the hilt of the long sword to change. The 99 Dao patterns actually had colors now. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. 9 colors of Dao patterns. According to the order, these Dao patterns became exceptionally dazzling and powerful. And after the 99 Dao patterns, the 100th Dao pattern, with the addition of the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly, was regaining its luster. Indeed, there was hope for this treasure to recover. At least at this moment, before Long Chen, it was recovering the 100th Dao pattern. Once it succeeded, it would be an Archean Dao treasure. Although there was only a single Dao pattern difference between an Archean Dao treasure and an Archean Dao treasure, it was a metamorphosis of life. From being unconscious, it became conscious. Time passed. Long Chen and Yi Sisi watched nervously as the treasure changed. The 100th Dao pattern finally regained its luster and power, combining with the other 99 Dao patterns. This was a form of hope. Although there were still 600 Dao patterns that were completely dim, which ruined the beauty, they believed that one day, this treasure would recover. The light on the blade gradually dissipated. What surprised the two was that the originally gray blade now glowed with a new luster. It became exceptionally exquisite and sharp. The blade, which should have been shiny, was now covered with butterfly wing patterns. It did not look like a sword, but a work of art. The butterfly wing patterns were lifelike, with 9 colors. They were exactly the same as the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly's wings, and they looked very lifelike. This Archean Dao treasure now exploded with power comparable to the god-slaying sword. The sword displayed a mystical quality. It actually became faintly discernible. Lingxi was clearly holding the sword, but most of the time, it was almost invisible, and it was difficult to even sense its existence. After She grasped the sword, she said somewhat excitedly, "No matter what its previous name was, I'll give it a new name now. It'll be called the Butterfly Illusory Sword." "What do you think, Brother Chen?" Long Chen nodded in satisfaction. On the Butterfly Illusory Sword, the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly ran out and flew around Lingxi. It giggled and said, "Sister Lingxi, am I very powerful? Am I very powerful?" Must be very powerful." Lingxi chuckled. The 9 Netherworld illusionary butterfly was so happy that it couldn't tell which way was north. This time, he had obtained the Butterfly Illusory Sword without any delay. Little Skeleton ran out from the god-slaying sword and looked at the 9 Netherworld illusionary butterfly floating on the Butterfly Illusory Sword with its green eyes. "Daddy, is this my sister?" it babbled. Long Chen's face darkened. "I am not your father." The little skeleton made a few noises. His nature was still the same. He looked at the Butterfly Illusory Sword enviously, eager to make a move. "So beautiful," he praised sincerely. Then, he looked at his skeleton and the gray god-slaying sword. He wanted to cry but had no tears. In the God Kingdom, the spiritual snowhound felt the existence of the Butterfly Illusory Sword and rolled on the ground in excitement. However, due to the God Kingdom seal, Long Chen could not get it out of the God Kingdom. Otherwise, a skeleton, a butterfly, and a puppy. These 3 troublesome little things could annoy them to death. "All right, let's go." After the 2 packed up their harvest, they hurried on their way. Their destination was the heaven-devouring divine residence, the Dragon Forest. This was the largest forest in the heaven-devouring divine residence. It was endless and very few people dared to pass through the Dragon Forest as it contained endless killing intent. There was a type of tree called the Dragon Serene Wood here. It was vigorous like a dragon and shot into the sky. It was thousands of meters tall, and every tree was like a forest with intertwined roots. Countless roots hung down and pierced into the ground. This was an extremely dangerous place, but to Mo Xiaolang, it was a safe place. Because they had already spent a long time here, the 2 got along peacefully. It was a rare moment of peace. Love that goes through thick and thin together is always unforgettable. Soyan took care of him carefully. In the midst of gentleness and joy, Mo Xiaolang gradually forgot about the evil energy flowing in his body. His character was originally pure. Soyan transformed into a half-human and half-snake form and ran in the forest, letting out bell-like laughter. Mo Xiaolang lay on a tree trunk and looked at the huge leaves above his head. Big brother. He was thinking that person must be trying very hard to come here. I can't let him down. Mo Xiaolang stood up. In fact, he had already been driven crazy by the desire to fight, but he still had to overcome himself. Every time he was in a daze, he would think of Long Chen and Soyan. Big brother Xiaolang. Soyan suddenly ran from behind him and scared him. Yan-er. Xiaolang turned around, his eyes filled with infinite tenderness. I really hope that we can continue living like this without any worries. Soyan said shyly. I will. Mo Xiaolang nodded his head with all his might. The thousands of meters tall dragon forest covered the sky and formed a new sky. What they did not know was that not far away, there was a group of demon race approaching. It was a group of shifty-looking children. Their bodies were round and their eyes shone with a cunning light. They stuck out their noses and squinted their eyes to smell the air. That's right, it's the smell of snakes. Damned snake race, they actually dare to barge into the place where we play. We've been looking for her for a long time. The snake race has always liked to bully us and eat our companions. This time we've met her alone. We must eat her. This way, the elders will definitely praise our bravery. The smell of their natural enemy caused their young blood to boil. Their hearts were incomparably restless. They were both afraid and excited. Their eyes were bursting with an aggressive light as they headed towards the depths of the dragon forest. The elder said that it's best if we don't go too deep into the dragon forest. There are very vicious things inside. Brothers and sisters, are we really going to defeat the snake race? A young child asked nervously. Yes, of course. We've already chased them all the way here. We're heaven rats. How can we be afraid of a mere snake race? If we eat the snake race, we'll be heroes. The people in our race will no longer say that we're cowards. That's right. Charge. The young demon race revealed their sharp claws and teeth. In order to prove themselves, they became ruthless and bloodthirsty. They gradually went deeper. Surround her. Other than the snake race, there's also the smell of the wolf race. Damned wolf race. They're all very overbearing. We can't let them go this time. Surround them. Quickly surround them. The Heaven Rat Race's youths dispersed and gradually approached the center in a circle. This was not the first time they had launched such a large-scale attack, but they were still very nervous. This group of Heaven Rat Race. Mo Xiaolang discovered them. But it was a little too late. The other party had already surrounded them. What should we do? The Heaven Rats are the masters of the heaven-devouring divine residents. There's a huge number of them. If we let them tangle with us, we'll be exposed. Mo Xiaolang also realized this point. They couldn't expose themselves at the moment. After all, nine-tailed celestial fox might still be chasing after them. Let's quickly escape. We can't let them see us and go back to spread the news. Soyan grabbed Mo Xiaolang's arm and said nervously. Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, It's too late. They've already seen us. Many eyes could be seen in many corners below. They were all looking at Soyan ferociously. This was the smell of the snake race. They, who were eager to prove themselves, went crazy. It really is the snake race. Eat her. Eat her. They saw Soyan's slender snake tail. Then what should we do? Soyan was suddenly at a loss. Mo Xiaolang said, If they want to attack, we can only kill them all. Otherwise, we can't guarantee our safety. No. Soyan said anxiously. She was worried that Mo Xiaolang would fall into the demonic path again if they were to kill them all. He had just recovered with great difficulty. Mo Xiaolang looked at her sincerely and said, I'm not being bewitched. Big brother is rushing over now. We can't have any accidents, or we'll implicate him. These rats are not good people. They want to kill us. As soon as he said that, the dozen or so youths from the heaven-reaching rat race had already agreed. They appeared at the same time and attacked Mo Xiaolang and Soyan. Damned snake race and wolf race. Dang. We're going to eat you up. The dozen or so children bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Mo Xiaolong's expression was indifferent as he watched them approach. To be honest, the heaven-reaching rat race inherited the heaven-devouring rat. They ruled the heaven-devouring divine residence and had a powerful bloodline. They were on the same level as nine-tailed celestial fox. However, these children were too young. Although there were a dozen of them, none of them had even reached the rebirth realm. Therefore, it was very easy for Mo Xiaolang to kill them. Die! They rushed over and were about to attack. Mo Xiaolang didn't say anything. Under his control, the 9 nether demon ancestral fire turned into fire chains that rushed out and wrapped around the dozen or so children. The rats felt extreme coldness. They all screamed and struggled with all their might. Everyone, use your strength and break this fire. These two aren't strong. They tore at the fire, preparing to transform into their beast forms and break the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. However, they soon realized that it was useless. The 9 nether demon ancestral fire was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could fight against. Only now did they understand how powerful this youth was. Chapter 1944. These young Tong Tian rats only knew that Mo Xiaolang didn't have the terrifying reincarnation power of their elders, so they thought that Mo Xiaolang was similar to them. They didn't understand how violent the destructive power of the devil in Mo Xiaolang's body was. They attacked rashly, and only when they were entangled by the 9 underworld's demon ancestral flame and couldn't get away, did they feel fear. When their lives were in someone else's hands, the young Tong Tian rats were scared out of their wits. Their ferocity and bloodlust disappeared, and their faces were filled with fear as they looked at Mo Xiaolang, who was in control of their life and death. Quick, inform the elders and ask them to come and save us. Brat, you better not touch us. When our elders come, you will definitely die. Let me tell you, we are the Tong Tian rats, and the heaven-devouring divine residence is our territory. If you dare to touch us, you will definitely die a horrible death. As they threatened Mo Xiaolang, they used their star talismans to inform their elders. They were used to being domineering in the heaven-devouring divine residence, and had never encountered them before. They also didn't think that with their bloodline and background, no one would dare to touch them. If they were defeated, they would use their background. That was their method. Just as they were about to use their star talismans to contact their elders, Mo Xiaolang originally wanted to let them go if their attitude was better, but the other party's action of taking out their star talismans was obviously forcing him into a dead end. No matter who it was for, he couldn't let this group of Tong Tian rats live any longer. Dang! The 9 underworld's demon ancestral flames suddenly expanded, and completely surrounded the Tong Tian rats. All the star talismans were instantly burned to ashes, and the power of the extremely cold flame was bone-chilling. The physique of the Tong Tian rats was very strong, but they were too young. Under the burning of Mo Xiaolong's flame, they let out earth-shattering screams. But soon, the screams completely disappeared, indicating that their lives had already left them. Brother Xiaolang. Su Yan could only look on helplessly. I'm fine. Mo Xiaolang smiled to make her feel more at ease. With a wave of his hand, the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flames all returned to his side. More than 10 ice sculptures appeared. When Mo Xiaolang pulled back his control, the black ice sculptures fell to the ground and turned into black ice particles that gradually melted into the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of powder. I'm not bloodthirsty. I'm just being responsible for you and everyone else. Xueqi nodded and said, I know, I just don't like to see killing. At this point, she nodded and said, Big Brother Xiaolang, what should we do next? Their elders will find us sooner or later. Mo Xiaolang pondered for a moment, then looked towards the depths of the Dragon Ghost Forest and said, There's no other way, follow me. What he meant was to enter the depths of the quiet Dragon Forest. Soyan's eyes widened as she looked at the pitch-black forest. The quiet dragonwood was too tall and too big. It shrouded the entire world in darkness, and the depths were so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. There should be something terrifying in there. Another half a month passed as they hurried on with their journey. Luckily, ever since they met the blue-eyed golden flame toad, Long Chen was even more careful. In this half a month, they basically didn't meet any danger. After continuously rushing on the road, they would naturally feel tired due to the consumption of energy. Rest was a must. Taking advantage of the rest time, the two of them could recover and also increase their strength. In these days he tried a few things. Although they took a remote road, wild beasts roamed the ancient continent. From time to time, there would be people blocking the road. Long Chen defeated these guys and tried to let them enter the great virtual realm. But the ending every time was the wild beasts dying from the divine kingdom's sealing curse. Their death would start from the appearance of a four-colored rune between their eyebrows. Every time the rune flickered, it would lose one color. When all four colors disappeared, it would be the time of their death. Long Chen gave up. This meant that as long as they were in the demon divine region, he could forget about using the divine kingdom or the great virtual realm to protect Lingxi. Of course, the current Lingxi didn't need to worry about him. In terms of one-on-one combat, this girl who had endless tricks up her sleeves, coupled with a mysterious butterfly illusory sword, had extremely tyrannical battle strength. Although she wasn't as fierce as Long Chen, she was more mysterious and unpredictable. During this journey, he and Mo Xiaolang kept in touch. At this rate, we still need another month to reach where they are. The last time Xiaolang killed a few heaven rats, he had no choice but to enter the depths of the quiet dragon forest. It's very dangerous there. We have to reach there as soon as possible. Who knew what would happen in a month's time? Also, with my current strength, it's more than enough to deal with young warriors. But Xiaolang's opponents should be experts of the older generation, people who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. In terms of strength, we are still lacking. If he's really in danger, I'm afraid I can't do anything. These were the 2 points that he was worried about. Along the way, Long Chen didn't give up on cultivation. After passing the god of Tai Chi, his strength had been steadily increasing, and the power of Tai Chi Nirvana had been growing. Especially after he had transformed into the rebirth realm with Lingxi, both of them had obtained great benefits. Long Chen had obtained a lot of the power of rebirth, while Lingxi had obtained the Emperor Jun divine power from his body. Both of them were advancing towards the later stages of their respective realms. This kind of improvement speed was unprecedented, and it was predicted that within a month, they would be able to step into the later stages of their respective realms. At that time, their strength would increase greatly again. I can use the raining sword magic, it will be faster. Lingxi gently cast the butterfly illusory sword, which floated in the air. When Long Chen and Lingxi stepped on it, the butterfly illusory sword transformed into a beautiful and huge 9-colored butterfly. Let's go! The raining sword magic was activated. The butterfly danced and took Long Chen and Lingxi across countless mountains and rivers. Their speed was indeed faster, and Long Chen also had enough time to rest. I hope he'll be safe when we get there. The two of them prayed silently. The deeper they went, the denser the dragon's serene wood, which looked like a dragon's claw, became. It was even difficult to move forward. However, if the heaven-reaching rat found that there were fewer people in the clan and came into search, he would definitely come back here. This was not a safe place, so Mo Xiaolang had to continue moving forward with Xueqi. Vaguely, they found that the surroundings were extremely quiet. Even the sound of their footsteps on the thick leaves could be heard from afar. The leaves were as huge as a boat swimming in the river, and they covered the ground in a thick layer that was at least a dozen meters thick. Every dragon serene would hung from the sky, and the roots that fell to the ground were like towering ancient trees, with no end in sight. The so-called sky was actually made up of dense leaves. The quiet environment made Xueqi a little scared, so she pulled Mo Xiaolang's arm and looked around nervously. Don't be scared. We'll find a place to hide in another 15 kilometers. They're only looking for the missing heaven-reaching rat. They might not be able to find this deep. Mo Xiaolang turned around and said gently, I'm not scared. Xueqi mustered up her courage and said. After saying this, she hid behind Mo Xiaolang with her tail between her legs. They continued to move forward, but the surroundings became quieter. After another 10 kilometers, the surroundings were completely silent, and the light was extremely weak under the cover of the dense dragon serene wood, making it difficult for them to see their surroundings clearly. Mo Xiaolang's eyes belonged to the darkness of the night, so he continued to move forward. This place could not give him a sense of security. Densely packed roots descended from the sky, some of which had a diameter of tens of meters. Furthermore, they were only roots, not tree trunks. As for the dragon serene wood's trunks, they were basically like walls. Each dragon serene wood could almost build a city on top of it. All of a sudden, an empty space appeared in front of them. Such a huge empty space in such a dense forest was a little unusual. Mo Xiaolang noticed it, as there was an uneasy aura coming from underground. Let's take a detour, he said. The empty space was covered in thick leaves. Long Chen had a feeling that there might be something hidden in the deep leaves. Therefore he chose to avoid it. At this moment, the surroundings went from being extremely quiet to extremely noisy. Mo Xiaolang pulled Xueqi back. Boom! There was an explosion in the open space, and all the leaves were swallowed in an instant. The original open space turned into a bottomless pit with a diameter of dozens of meters. It was pitch black inside, like the mouth of some creature. At this moment, a suction force was transmitted from the black hole. The suction force was so strong that the surrounding dragon serene would begin to shatter, producing loud cracking sounds. Countless leaves were crushed into powder and swallowed into the black hole. A creepy sound came from the black hole. Yan-er. Mo Xiaolang could temporarily stabilize his body, but Xueqi couldn't. At that moment, Xueqi was sucked in. Mo Xiaolang was shocked, and hurriedly hugged Xueqi, who was screaming. But the moment his feet left the ground, it was as if all the suction force of the black hole was acting on his body. The terrifying force was like a 10,000 meters long giant beast, pulling Mo Xiaolang. In a short time, he was swallowed into the black hole, and disappeared in an instant. The black hole's suction did not stop. It continued until the surrounding 1,000-meter-tall dragon serene wood was completely shredded and poured into the black hole, filling it up. Only then did the change stop. In the same forest, dozens of martial artists from the Heavenly Mouse clan were looking at the depths of the Dragon Serene forest. The Dragon Serene cave has been activated again. It seems that someone approached the Dragon Serene cave and triggered it. It can't be those little bastards, right? Chapter 1945. Boom. Countless pieces of Dragon Serene wood fell to the ground. Water splashed everywhere in the dark world. Mo Xiaolang stepped on the water with Xueqi in his arms. The water was only about a meter deep, and it was filled with a rotten smell, probably because no one had been here for a long time. He was not in the mood to observe where he was standing. As soon as he was sucked in, he wanted to rush out, but when he raised his head, a huge amount of Dragon Serene wood fell from the sky and completely blocked the hole. It was at least 10,000 meters from here to the ground, and everything within 10,000 meters was blocked by Dragon Serene wood. If he wanted to rush out, he would definitely have to spend some effort. What the hell is this place? He looked around and found that this was a very large underground world. It was thousands of meters high, and he couldn't see the end of this underground world at all. It was very spacious here, and any sound he made would cause a huge echo. Rumble. Although the entrance was blocked, many pieces of Dragon Serene wood still fell to the water, causing a huge splash. Wait for me, we can't stay here for long. I'll use the 9th Darkness Demon Ancestral Fire to burn a path for us to get out. Mo Xiaolang said to Xueqi softly. He did not panic. He held Xueqi in one hand and controlled the 9th Darkness Demon Ancestral Fire with the other to form a fireball that surrounded the two of them. He then rushed toward the path filled with Dragon Serene wood. Although the Dragon Serene wood was tough, it could not stop Mo Xiaolang's 9th Darkness Demon Ancestral Fire. Go! Under the attack of the 9th Darkness Demon Ancestral Fire, more and more trees fell into the huge underground world. All of a sudden, there seemed to be a lot of blood-red shadows in the surroundings. Watch out! Xueqi was the first to see it, and immediately reminded him. The direction where Mo Xiaolang was heading was blocked by a large number of red shadows. They let out sharp screams, and were extremely terrifying and ferocious. They swarmed toward Mo Xiaolang as if they did not care about their lives. The unknown creatures made a sound like steel rubbing against each other as they moved. In just a short period of time, there were thousands of them in front of Mo Xiaolang. What is it? Mo Xiaolang carried the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame. The 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame condensed into a giant fire wolf beside him. It roared and collided with a large number of red shadows. A terrifying power came from the other party, causing Mo Xiaolang to fall down. A large number of the red shadows were also burned by Mo Xiaolang, causing him to scream miserably. Rumble. Mo Xiaolang stabilized his body on the boundless water domain. He looked up and found that he was surrounded by dense red shadows. The boundless water domain had turned completely red. Above him, the wall of the cave that was thousands of meters high was also completely filled with red shadows. Each red shadow was roughly the size of Mo Xiaolang's body. They could fill the boundless water domain and the entire wall of the cave. There were at least hundreds of thousands of these creatures. They were endless and densely packed. Their sounds were the sharpest that Mo Xiaolang had ever heard. It was like the sound of two pieces of steel rubbing against each other. Countless sharp sounds combined together could only be described as terrifying. It was almost as loud as the roar of Long Chen's blood-sobbing dragon soul. Even Mo Xiaolang felt very uncomfortable hearing this sound, let alone Xueqi. Big brother Xiaolang, it's so uncomfortable. Xueqi covered her ears and said with a pale face. Mo Xiaolang protected her and said, "Hold on a little longer. Let me see what these things are." Well, I'm fine. Xueqi's physique was very strong now, and her adaptability was very strong. At the beginning, the cries of these ghostly things had a great impact on her, but she was much better now. The red shadows gradually approached. Mo Xiaolang took a closer look and realized that these were actually ants. The pure blood-colored ant's body seemed to be made of blood-red steel. It had long arrow-like legs and a pair of blood-red iron pincers in front of its body. They were extremely sharp, and their mouths were frighteningly sharp. In the dark night, they flickered with a dark red light. There were tens of thousands of such ants. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but feel a headache. The hole above his head was almost filled with these blood ants. Could it be that he had to kill all these ants before he could rush out? At this moment, the endless blood ants formed a terrifying tide and attacked. These mysterious blood ants were too ferocious. Xueqi didn't even dare to look at them. Heaven and Earth Furnace Diagram. Mo Xiaolang executed his mystic art. Instantly, the area within 1,000 meters around him was covered in endless flames. The blood ants that rushed in let out even more sharp cries under the burning of the flames. One by one, they were burnt into charcoal. However, there was still an endless stream of blood ants rushing in. They didn't seem like living creatures, but more like machines that didn't care about their lives. The blood ant tide descended. Die! The huge threat forced Mo Xiaolang to use all his strength to deal with these fellows. He spat out large amounts of flames. Wherever the flames passed, those steel-like blood ants would turn into charcoal and explode. But even so, tens of thousands of blood ants still rushed forward. They didn't retreat even half a step because of the death of their comrades. Damnable things! Mo Xiaolang clenched his teeth. Wherever he went, the blood ants died one after another. However, there were some that endured the flames and rushed in front of him. They used their pincers to bite him, but were directly torn into two by Mo Xiaolang. Kill! More and more blood ants broke through the heaven and earth furnace diagram and started fighting with Mo Xiaolang. In this battle, Xueqi was constantly being protected. This made her extremely anxious. On one hand, she was worried that Mo Xiaolang would be hurt. On the other hand, she was worried that Mo Xiaolang's emotions would change again. Big brother Xiaolang. While Mo Xiaolang was fighting, Xueqi called out to him. What's wrong? Mo Xiaolang used the 9-nether demonic ancestral flame. When it swept over, at least hundreds of blood ants were directly turned into ice sculptures. Don't turn into a demon, I'm scared. Xueqi bit her lips, tears glistening in her eyes. I won't. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were still clear. When he saw Xueqi's tears, he became much more clear-headed. There were always desperate situations in life. Just like now. He knew that Xueqi was relying on him. Since he brought her to the immortal god domain, he had to treat her well. I definitely can't turn into a demon. I definitely can't. He knew that everyone cared about him. The more they cared about him, the more he had to control himself. I have to stay clear-headed. As he fought, he warned himself. Under the 9-nether demonic ancestral flame, tens of thousands of corpses piled up around him. There were even more blood ants that hadn't been completely killed. Even though they were heavily injured, they were still hissing and pouncing over. Suddenly turning back, Mo Xiaolang saw a blood ant rushing down from the sky towards Xueqi's head. No! He let out an angry roar. His eyes were already half red. At this critical moment, Xueqi's long snake tail suddenly waved and sent the blood ant flying. She looked at Mo Xiaolang with determined eyes and said, Big brother Xiaolang, I can also protect myself. You have to work hard. Work hard. Yes, he had to work hard and not be easily defeated by the demon in his body. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaolang calmed down and started to deal with those steel blood ants that didn't care about their lives. There were simply too many of them. Rumble. Another large batch of blood ants descended. There seemed to be no end to them. If this goes on, my strength will be exhausted. Looks like I have to transform into the sun-devouring demonic wolf and break through this 10,000-meter deep ground before rushing out. Mo Xiaolang quickly made up his mind. If he transformed into his wolf form, he might cause a huge commotion. But he had no choice. If he didn't do this, he might be exhausted to death here. Xueqi silently said, I have to help, I have to help. She was thinking of ways to help. After Mo Xiaolang repelled his opponent, he hugged Xueqi and explained his plan to her. He told her to prepare herself and then immediately prepared to rush out. At this moment, those blood ants actually started to retreat. The densely packed blood-red color finally dissipated into the surroundings. This vast underground world finally quietened down. Mo Xiaolang heaved a sigh of relief, but he still remained vigilant. He had made great progress today. His emotions were still calm and his eyes were still clear. Leave early. After the blood ants retreated, Mo Xiaolang rushed towards the sky. Suddenly, a stiff laugh was heard. The owner of this voice was a woman. You want to leave after killing so many of my descendants? This eerie voice reverberated in this huge underground world. The person who spoke seemed to be very far away, but also seemed to be nearby. It seemed like the boss behind the scenes had appeared. In the dark night, a woman wearing a blood-red dress suddenly appeared. She was sexy and enchanting. Her eyes were also blood-red and very cold. Her body had an aura similar to that of the blood ants just now, but it was many times stronger. Little brat, no one told you that this is the territory of the hell blood ants. How dare you come here and kill my descendants? Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to clash with her. He apologized. I'm really sorry. We were sucked into this place and then they attacked me. I just didn't want to die, so I fought back. Hee hee, the blood-red woman sneered and said. Since you're here, then become my food. You killed so many of my treasures, so you can't just leave like this, right? Otherwise, I'll lose face. I'm a hellish ant queen. Obviously, she wouldn't let it go. Yen get ready. Mo Xiaolang realized that this might be another impossible fight to the death. Chapter 1946. The hellish blood ants were small in number, but they were all very powerful. The hundreds of thousands of hellish blood ants were released by the Ant Queen. She was the ruler of this place. The densely packed blood-colored ants were shrieking behind her. This was a very ferocious demon race. They hated people who trespassed into their territory and would basically kill them all. They also valued every hellish blood ant they raised. Mo Xiaolang had killed more than 10,000 of them. This kind of conflict could only be resolved by killing. This scene made Soyan's face turn pale. Right at this moment, the opponent pressed down on Mo Xiaolang, but Mo Xiaolang's speed was even faster. He didn't care about making a ruckus. In this deep underground world, he chose to transform into his beast form. The 9-nether demonic ancestral flame coiled around him. Endless black flames instantly filled the entire underground space, forcing the hellish blood ant queen to retreat. She was also wary of the 9-nether demonic ancestral flame's power. In the midst of the flames, Mo Xiaolang transformed into a super giant beast. Although this underground world was thousands of meters high, it still trapped Mo Xiaolang. The sun-devouring demonic wolf spewed out raging flames that rushed upwards. The 9-nether demonic ancestral flame's lethal power burned the soil into powder. Mo Xiaolang took this opportunity to rush out with Su Yan. He knocked away countless dust and debris. Countless hellish blood ants chased after him again, but they were blocked by the 9-nether demonic ancestral flame. You want to leave? The hellish blood ant queen's laughter suddenly came from behind. She broke through the layers of flames and turned into a giant hellish blood ant behind Mo Xiaolang. Her body was twice the size of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Her sharp claws and teeth flickered with cold light. Her blood-red eyes stared at Mo Xiaolang, filled with ridicule. Rumble. The earth shook. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's huge body rushed out of the underground world. The 1,000-meter-tall dragon Serene Wood was now about the same height as him. The big tree had turned into a small tree. The hellish blood ant was even more terrifying. After rushing out, countless dragon Serene Wood were crushed by her. The towering trees became saplings in her hands. Hiss hiss hiss. Just as they escaped, countless hellish blood ants crawled towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. These hellish blood ants were already the size of insects in Mo Xiaolong's eyes. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, thousands of them had climbed onto Mo Xiaolang. Of Mo Xiaolong's body. They extended their sharp claws and teeth, into biting Mo Xiaolang of Mo Xiaolong's flesh and enter his body. Just at this moment, the Hell Ant Queen tore apart countless trees and charged forward. Her strong and powerful pincers were like two sabers that slashed forward, bringing Mo Xiaolang a fatal crisis. Saber lights and sword shadows filled the air with danger. This was a reincarnation tribulation realm giant beast that stood at the pinnacle of the eternal god domain. It was the ancestor of the dragon sacrificial continent's demon race. They were blessed by the heavens and enjoyed a high-level world like the eternal god domain. Only after 10,000 years of bitter cultivation did they have the combat strength they had today. Ordinary people simply couldn't resist them. The demon race could also comprehend the heavenly Tao. This hellish blood ant was actually using a massacre Tao similar to Long Chen's. Even the countless hell blood ants were similar to Long Chen's weeping blood dragon soul. Countless bloody lights containing the power of the heavenly Tao shot over. The sun-devouring demon wolf gave a fierce roar and dodged. A large portion of the fiend race's combat power came from their bodies. They were very powerful in close combat. When the two sides clashed, the battle became very intense. The Hell Ant Queen was simply an emissary of slaughter. In a short moment, she left several bone-deep wounds on the sun-devouring direwolf's body. In this bitter battle, Mo Xiaolong's consciousness gradually blurred. Big brother Xiaolang. Don't. You can defeat her. Don't lose yourself. You have to persevere. Xueqi was very worried. She was worried that Mo Xiaolang would be in the same situation as when he fought against the Sky Flame Blue Dragon, or even worse. Ha! The sun-devouring demon wolf was sent flying and knocked down many dragon serene wood. He uprooted these dragon serene wood and caused such a huge commotion. This place was close to the Tongtian Mouse clan's territory. Mo Xiaolang did not believe that they would not be able to sense this place. It was very likely that he would be attacked from both sides. Today was a desperate situation. Mo Xiaolang not only had to fight the ferocious Hell Ant Queen, but he also had to fight the demon in his heart. This was an unprecedented test for him. On one hand, he was fighting with his life. On the other hand, he was enduring and constantly hinting to himself that he could not disappoint Xueqi and Long Chen. He absolutely could not become the slave of the demon. I want to win. I want to kill my opponent. I want to protect Xueqi. In the extreme battle, Mo Xiaolang screamed from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. He was covered in blood and gasped for breath in the hellish Ant Queen's slaughter. Fortunately, he was still clear-headed and did not succumb to the devil. Big brother Xiaolang. Such a serious injury, but no one came to help. Although she had absorbed the ultimate divine dragon's blood essence, she could not help Mo Xiaolang at the moment. How she wished that she could help Mo Xiaolang like how Lingxi helped Long Chen. She could not bear to see Mo Xiaolang gradually die. If he was going to die, she would rather he become a demon. The bloody warrior made Soyan's face wet with tears. She could not cry and could only stare blankly at Mo Xiaolang. I want to help, I want to help. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Her bloodline was the king of snakes. She wanted to call out. She began to challenge her limits. She attempted to use this bloodline to communicate with her companions from the Dragon Phantom Forest. Her call received a response. She could already sense that there were quite a number of snake-type desolate beasts heading in this direction. No one knew what was the difference between demons and desolate beasts other than their intelligence. However, Xueqi could only summon desolate beasts. In this endless forest, there was an ancient giant beast. When it heard Soyan's heart-wrenching call, it awoke from its slumber. Momentarily, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. It looked suspiciously at the huge commotion in the distance. After hesitating for a long time, it finally decided to head in this direction. Momentarily, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. But at this moment, the hell blood ant completely suppressed the sun-devouring demon wolf. Little fellow, you are still far from being able to fight with me. Be obedient and become food for my babies. If I don't kill you, my babies will starve to death. The Hell Ant Queen's body was like it was made of steel. Even the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire could not burn through its hard armor. The 9 nether demonic ancestral fire that Mo Xiaolang controlled now was not considered truly powerful. In this battle, she completely held the upper hand. Her contemptuous smile forced Mo Xiaolang to walk step by step into madness. The intense pain in his body made his perseverance unable to withstand the attacks of the demonic thoughts. It's coming. Brother Xiaolang, you must hold on. Xueqi could already feel that she had successfully invited a colossus to help. The power that desolate beast possessed was probably not weaker than the Hell Ant Queen. Furthermore, it hated the Hell Ant Queen very much. Xueqi silently prayed. But at this moment, an unexpected solution happened. The Hell Ant Queen suddenly became terrifyingly powerful. Countless blood-colored sabers appeared on her body and charged forward. That relatively small arm exploded with terrifying power. The power of the four-symbol Samsara realm bombarded Mo Xiaolang's body. The saber and sword collided, and the sun-devouring demon wolf's body was instantly filled with countless saber wounds. Then it fell to the ground dying. At the final moment, his eyes were still clear. He still did not fall into a demonic state. He fell limply to the ground, but his eyes looked toward Soyan. They were filled with longing, reluctance, and helplessness. I tried my best. I didn't disappoint you, right? The demon couldn't control me. At the final moment, he was still persevering with the faith in his heart. He knew that whether it was Xueqi or Long Chen, they were worried that he would lose his mind and fall into the demonic path. He would become a demon like the city lord of the wronged, who viewed all life as dogs. Therefore, he persevered until his death. He did not lose to a demon. He only lost to youth. Because of his youth, he was not a match for a monster that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Rumble. Xueqi watched helplessly as he collapsed. When the earth trembled, her entire world seemed to shatter. She felt as though she had been struck by lightning, and tears instantly blurred her vision. She had forgotten everything. Surrounded by countless hell blood ants, she rushed towards the bloodied body. Mo Xiaolang's huge wolf head rested on the ground. He looked at the little beauty in front of him. He was very indignant. He still had too many things to do. He did not want to die, much less die in front of this girl. I want to live. Mo Xiaolang panted as he said with difficulty. Xueqi was already sobbing. She threw herself onto the sun-devouring fiend wolf, choking with sobs. Only when she thought it through did she suddenly become strong and loudly said, Brother Xiaolang, if you must die, then become a demon. No matter what you become, no matter if you are despised by the world, no matter if you are cunning, no matter if you have the heart of a demon, will follow you. My heart will only be yours. She said it so decisively, as though she did not consider anything. She had already thought it through. She only wanted Mo Xiaolang to live. Even if he became a demon like the city lord of the wronged, she would not leave him. She would not regret it. Hearing this, the sun-devouring fiend wolf was startled. He used the last of his strength to shake his head. No, I can't. What kind of nonsense is this? The Hell Ant Queen suddenly pounced. The sharp blade in her hand fell from the sky and stabbed into Mo Xiaolang's head. Chapter 1947. Soyan raised her head in a daze. Above her head was a blood-colored sky. That was the abdomen of the Hell Ant Queen. Her eyes had already turned gray, and she had also lost her spirit. This was a kind of heart death. When the blood-colored saber pierced through the sun-devouring demonic wolf's head, her heart had also died in that instant. How laughable. A half-demon snake is actually tangling with a werewolf. How is it? Isn't the feeling of being separated by life and death very exciting? The Hell's Blood Ant laughed out loud. She extended her huge blood-colored pincers and clamped onto Su Yan's slender waist. She placed this little thing in front of her eyes. What appeared in front of Su Yan was an endless amount of blood-colored eyes. Then I'll let you reunite with him. Babies, the feast has begun. As soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of hellish blood ants crawled out from the ground and covered the surroundings, dyeing everything in the surroundings blood red. What entered her eyes was a blood-colored world. Hundreds of thousands of hell blood ants let out sharp cries and charged at the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Such a scene could only be described as a disaster. What accompanied it was the satisfied laughter of the Hell Ant Queen. Xueqi had already forgotten about life and death. She had entered a state of near death, but the gradually approaching call made her despair and give birth to a final trace of unwillingness. She wanted revenge. She still had a chance. She could not wait for death. If she left this world like this, she would not be able to account to Mo Xiaolang, nor would she be able to account to Long Chen. His eyes, which had completely lost their luster, actually emitted a terrifying killing intent. Xueqi had always been an obedient girl. She had not even killed many people. But at this moment, she was terrifying. She was like a fugitive who did not fear death. She looked at the huge beast in front of her with a ferocious gaze. She revealed an indescribable smile and said, "I will let you dive." In the blur, the Hell Ant Queen seemed to hear Soyan's voice. When she heard what the Hell Ant Queen said, she could not help but laugh. As expected, you've become a fool. The power of love is so great that it can make you hallucinate. Under her command, hundreds of thousands of hell blood ants started biting the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The ground was shaking more and more violently. It wasn't far now. Soyan didn't have a trace of fear in her eyes. She looked at the queen calmly. The ant queen looked at her suspiciously. Then, she also felt the ground trembling. She turned her head and saw the dragon Serene Wood on the left falling to the ground. A huge creature was heading towards her. It's the Sky Serpent, the Sky Serpent Sovereign. The ant queen was astonished. Why would a desolate beast that was used to sleeping suddenly wake up? Furthermore, it was filled with killing intent. At this moment, the dragon Serene Wood shook and exploded. A terrifying snake head charged out and bit the pincer that the ant queen was using to control Xueqi. With a powerful bite, the pincer was broken at the base. Xueqi was thrown out and caught by the person who came. When the light dissipated, what appeared in front of the Hell Ant Queen was a huge snake that was similar in size to her. It was also a huge creature. This huge snake was shrouded in clouds and looked extremely magnificent. Its color was like a snow-white cloud. There were actually 9 pairs of snow-white wings on its 2 ribs. When it spread its wings, it could cover the sky. This was the Sky Serpent, the Sky Serpent Sovereign. Its pair of azure eyes stared at the Ant Queen. It suddenly flew up and danced in the sky above the Dragon Serene Forest. It could be seen from extremely far away. Xueqi was protected on top of its head. Riding on the cloud beside it, it communicated with Xueqi intimately, only to find that the girl was depressed and only had killing intent in her heart. She hated someone with jealousy, and that was the annoying hell blood ant below. Soyan's hatred also made the Sky Serpent Sovereign angry. This kind of emotion could be contagious. Without saying a word, it charged down and breathed out clouds from its mouth. The blood ants on the sun-devouring demonic wolf were all defeated and fled. Many of them were directly turned into blood-colored powder by the clouds. Clang! Although the Ant Queen did not understand what was going on, she had long known of the existence of this desolate beast. With her strength of the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, why would she be afraid of a desolate beast that was only at the 3 talents reincarnation tribulation realm? The Hell Ant Queen and the Sky Serpent Sovereign began a massacre. In an instant, the forest shook again. In the distance, there was a group of people lying in ambush and watching in secret. That Sky Serpent Sovereign is probably not a match for the Hell Ant Queen. This group of people were the adult demons from the heaven-reaching rat clan, who had come to search for the missing children of their clan. Everyone, let's not get involved. It seems that our children died at the hands of the wolf clan. They used the same flame. Let's continue watching. That girl is also an accomplice. Even if the hell blood ant doesn't kill her, we will. Everyone nodded and quietly watched the development of the situation. Although the Sky Serpent Sovereign is fierce, it is still 1 realm lower than the hell blood ant. I think it will probably lose. That girl is really amazing. She can actually summon the Sky Serpent Sovereign to help. If the Sky Serpent Sovereign had come earlier and fought alongside the wolf probably wouldn't have been killed. In their vision, the 2 giant beasts fought crazily. The Dragon Serene Wood within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was razed to the ground. The Sky Serpent Sovereign was good at fighting in the sky, but the hell blood ant was like a steel machine with blades all over its body. After a round of fierce fighting, the Sky Serpent Sovereign gradually showed signs of defeat. Xueqi moved with the Sky Serpent Sovereign. The murderous intent in her eyes grew stronger, but more tears flowed down her cheeks. She had wanted to take revenge, but now she could see that the Sky Serpent Sovereign was not a match for this demon. Is there really no hope? Her tearful eyes looked at the sun-devouring demonic wolf on the ground. It lay there peacefully, as if it had fallen asleep. Soyan's shoulders twitched. She wanted to cry, but her tears had already flowed out. At this moment, The Hell Ant Queen laughed loudly and wrapped around the Sky Serpent Sovereign. The Sky Serpent Sovereign was finally seriously injured and let out a painful howl. It did not want to continue fighting. In its terror, it protected Xueqi and fled. It flew into the sky and threw the Hell Blood Ant away. In the sky battlefield, the Hell Blood Ant could not catch up to it and could only let it escape. Xueqi also followed the Sky Serpent Sovereign. She suddenly woke up in the endless clouds. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was getting further and further away from her. Big Brother Xiao Lang. Su Yan didn't hesitate. She wouldn't blame the King Jade Serpent if it wanted to escape. She faced the wind and jumped off the serpent's body, heading in the direction of the sun-devouring wolf without hesitation. So resolute, so without a trace of hesitation. If she followed the Sky Serpent Sovereign, she would be able to survive. But she did not hesitate to give up this chance. She knew that her life belonged to Mo Xiaolang. He was lying here alone, so how could she leave alone? She was a tiny that landed in the bloody fur of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The sky was so vast, and she was covered in blood. But she felt that this embrace was so peaceful. If only I could lie on the grass with you and look at the sky without any worries. How good would that be? Xueqi thought with a smile. Suddenly, the sky turned blood red. The Hell Ant Queen looked at Xueqi in disbelief. You could have escaped, but you jumped down. You don't even want your life. Is your brain rusty? She could not understand this tiny and weak girl. What was she thinking? Xueqi was not afraid of her at all. She looked at the huge beast calmly and said, "Kill me. Let us die together." With someone to accompany her, death did not seem to be a big deal. She was weak, helpless, a pitiful little worm. But not now. She was not afraid of anything. Do you think that I will be interested and let you go after hearing this? The Hell Ant Queen laughed disdainfully. She thought that she had seen through Soyan's trick and laughed heartily. The hundreds of thousands of hell blood ants drilled out of the underground world again. In the blink of an eye, they covered the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. The steel demons surrounded Xueqi. As they tore at the sun-devouring demonic wolf's flesh, they glared at Xueqi. Many hell blood ants approached Xueqi and waved their sharp pincers. Xueqi did not resist. She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. To her, this was a release. She suddenly wondered when she had started to feel attached to him. He must have saved her from a nightmare when she was in the desolate Imperial region's Dark North Snake Clan. Since that day she had not left his side. Although they could not live together, it was a blessing to be able to die together. In the next life, I hope that I can have a peaceful life, and a peaceful you, a you without calamity. She closed her eyes and murmured. The smell of the hell blood ants was very disgusting. It poured into her nose, but she did not feel it. Demon. Xueqi suddenly thought, if he was defeated by the demonic thoughts and lost himself, he would definitely remember me, definitely. She did not know what position she had in Mo Xiaolong's heart. Sometimes, she felt inferior, but she did not give up. She felt that Mo Xiaolang needed her. Time seemed to stop. Her surroundings suddenly turned cold. She thought that she had died, but the pain of death did not come. In her daze, she seemed to hear countless sharp screams. Those screams came from afar, until Su Yan felt the pain was unbearable. She had no choice but to open her eyes, only to discover that the entire world was a sea of black flames. Countless hell blood ants had turned into ice sculptures, and then into powder. Those flames were extremely cold, but to Xueqi, they were so hot. Chapter 1948. The black flames filled Soyan's vision. It was not that there were many nine nether demon ancestral flames, but that when her vision came into contact with the nine nether demon ancestral flames, she could no longer look away. She cried tears of joy. She stretched out her hands in a daze, wanting to touch the nine nether demon ancestral flames. Just as she stretched out her hands, the endless sea of flames beneath her began to move. Suddenly, a vast force sent Xueqi flying. She fell from the sky and found herself standing on the wolf's claws. That was supposed to be a weapon of slaughter, but it had become her place to stand. In front of her, in the black sea of flames, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. Those were the eyes of a demon, sinister and cold-blooded. However, in Soyan's eyes, they were filled with gentleness. Brother Xiao Lang. She did not know whether this was an illusion or not. Perhaps the two of them were already dead, and this was an illusion. But no matter what, seeing him stand up again was the most beautiful thing in her life. What answered her was an angry roar. The blood-red eyes that flowed like liquid turned to the Hell's Blood Ant. The Hell's Blood Ant Queen was in the same state as Xueqi. She was in disbelief at this turn of events. She subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at the monster enveloped in flames warily. The 9 nether demon ancestral flames spread out and surged forward. The surrounding leaves and wood fragments also began to be covered in black ice. This is unbelievable. Are you resurrecting from the dead? The Hell's Ant Queen said with some difficulty. Although the opponent's strength did not change much, she felt an extreme sense of danger. The sun-devouring demonic wolf had already disappeared. Only the pair of eyes shrouded in flames could be seen. The pair of blood-red eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. Even the Hell's Ant Queen, who specialized in the massacre Dao, was suppressed by them. Trying to act mysterious? I don't believe that you'll be able to live again after I kill you. The Hellish Ant Queen let out a sharp screech. Instead of retreating, it advanced. Its huge blood-red steel body charged towards the black flames. The ground shattered and the grass and trees were torn apart. The Hellish Ant Queen brandished its blade and sword, displaying the slaughter Dao as it attacked. The blood-dripping eye never changed. The Hellish Ant Queen's saber once again slashed at the black flames. She won again, forcing her opponent to retreat again and again. But what made her excited was that this time, her opponent's wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dang! The Hellish Ant Queen didn't expect that the little fellow she had casually killed would be so difficult to deal with. Countless sabers attacked. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flames suddenly pounced forward and wrapped around the Hell Blood Ant. In a short moment, she was completely wrapped up and Xueqi was thrown out. She floated down from the sky and saw that the Hell Ant Queen was pressed to the ground by a black beast. That sun-devouring demonic wolf ignored all the injuries on its body and stared at the Hell Ant Queen with its bloody eyes. It coldly lowered its head and ignored the Hell Ant Queen's struggles and screams. The wolf pressed its head on the Hell Ant Queen's neck and its sharp fangs pierced in. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. The sun-devouring demonic wolf bit off the Hell Ant Queen's head as it screamed. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame wrapped around the Hell Ant Queen until she turned into an ice sculpture. The headless body struggled frantically on the ground and eventually stopped moving. Blood flowed like a river. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's expression didn't change. It walked forward and slowly swallowed the corpse of the Hell Ant Queen into its stomach. Using flames to refine and devour was its nature. Looking around, everything was over. Without the control of the Hell Ant Queen, the hundreds of thousands of Hell Blood Ants all turned into gray stones. Xueqi gently landed on the ground. Her long tail changed color. Compared to the sun-devouring demonic wolf, she was so tiny. The sun-devouring demonic wolf lowered its head. Its bloody eyes looked at Xueqi. Those were the eyes of a demon. They were cruel and bloodthirsty. They were emotionless and filled with coldness. He gradually approached Xueqi. He could swallow Xueqi if he opened his mouth. But she wasn't afraid at all. She waited silently and smiled. Only when she touched his sharp wolf teeth did she start laughing. She hugged those sharp teeth and laughed until tears came out. "I knew you wouldn't die. I knew you wouldn't die," she muttered to herself. She was laughing and crying at the same time. She didn't realize that this might be a demon that had lost his mind. He might tear her to pieces. However, to everyone's surprise, his blood-red eyes were gradually fading, and eventually became clear and bright. The pure and sincere feelings that belonged to Mo Xiaolang had returned once again. The sun-devouring demonic wolf turned into smoke and dissipated. Mo Xiaolang stood in front of her. The wolf teeth in Xueqi's arms became his waist. His eyes gradually returned to his figure. His body was unharmed. His hands hesitated for a moment before hugging Xueqi's weak body. Letting out a long breath and enjoying this rare peace, Mo Xiaolang said, "So, I'm not dead. Yes, everything is like a dream." Xueqi had tears in her eyes as she looked at him boldly. "I remember you said that even if I become a demon, you will follow me. That seems to be the only thing I remember." Mo Xiaolang rubbed his head and said awkwardly, "This was the real him." Xueqi blushed and said, "I didn't." Everything around them was vast. A day ago, they would never have thought that they would encounter such a disaster. It was this disaster that made them feel the peace at this moment. It was such happiness. And far away, The heaven rats that were watching this battle felt jealous and shocked at Mo Xiaolong's resurrection. They looked at each other and discussed. Resurrected from the dead, do we still have to kill him to take revenge for those little fellows? He even killed the Hell Ant Queen. If we go up, if he can maintain his previous state, even if we can kill him, we will have casualties. It's not worth it. It's best to invite the experts of the tribe. That's right. Let them go first. Don't let them discover our existence. This little thing dares to kill our people. It's not easy for us to raise the little heaven rats. How can we let others kill us just like that? At this point, one of them suddenly said, I think I know who he is. Actually, if you pay attention, you will know. There was a commotion in the Dream Fox Immortal Estate. Their celestial fox demonic fire was swallowed by someone. For the past few months, they have been hunting down a werewolf and a snake half-demon. It must be these two. Why don't we use Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox's power to kill them? Not only will we get revenge, but we will also earn a favor from Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Hearing this, everyone understood. So it's these two little things. Looks like they're out of luck. After the agreement, they sent a few people to monitor Mo Xiaolang and the others from a distance, while the others went back to inform the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox of Mo Xiaolang's appearance using the Star Talisman. Mo Xiaolang was out in the open, while they were in the dark. The Heaven Rats tribe was a powerful martial artist who could conceal themselves. Therefore, it was normal that Mo Xiaolang could not detect their presence. The demonic thoughts in his heart quickly dissipated. This time, Mo Xiaolang had recovered quickly after falling into the demonic path. This was out of Soyan's expectations. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang was still in a normal state, she was relieved. I don't know what happened just now. It was very mysterious. It was like I was walking in a tunnel and suddenly saw a fork. I walked into the fork and was back. Then, he killed the hellish blood ant in a state of extreme anger. Yes, let's leave this place quickly, Xueqi said hurriedly. With such a huge commotion, this was definitely not a safe place. It could even be extremely dangerous. Mo Xiaolang nodded and brought Xueqi to move around in the vast dragon forest. After spending an hour, they finally hid again. In this endless forest, they finally had a trace of security. Brother Xiaolang, the direction you're heading in seems to be the opposite of before. Xueqi asked curiously. Mo Xiaolang lowered his head and said, Yes, I've already decided. Decided what? He said, Big brother is rushing over here. He will roughly need another month's time. I've always been worried about troubling him, but after experiencing this matter, I've thought it through. You're more capable than me. With him by your side, even if you meet with danger, there will at least be someone who can guarantee your safety. So I have to go find him and meet up with him. Soyan was very touched. Actually, the reason why Mo Xiaolang had such a change in his heart was because of her. Because when she was facing death today, her helpless look kept appearing in Mo Xiaolang's mind. He swore that he would never let such a thing happen again. In the past, he thought that he could rely on himself, but it was clearly not enough. He requested to help Long Chen. You've finally come to your senses. Brother Long Chen will be very happy if he knows what you're thinking now, Xueqi said excitedly. Mo Xiaolang nodded. On the way, the two began to plan their route, and then contacted Long Chen with the Star Talisman. Mo Xiaolang hesitated for a moment, but still told Long Chen about today's matter, and then proposed the idea of rushing to meet up with Long Chen. In this way, the two could greatly reduce the time. Long Chen naturally rejoiced that he made such a decision. The earlier they met, the earlier they could rest assured. As for the other problems, they could face them together. Then let's hurry. Pay attention to your safety. We'll contact each other with the Star Talisman. Long Chen warned. Chapter 1949. They had neglected one thing, which was the Heavenly Connection rat. Following that, both parties hurried on with their journey at full speed. Occasionally, they would rest and cultivate. Of course, Long Chen's cultivation method was divided into several types. One of the most effective methods was naturally to make love to each other. Young lives lingered in the wilderness. Boundless energy erupted, spurring the growth of the two. The Tao seal of the plain maiden trembled along with the snow-white body, releasing a mystical might. During this period of time, Long Chen discovered that his progress was getting faster and faster. Lingxi was also experiencing the same thing. It was as if he had unknowingly reached the late stages of the Tai Chi deity realm. It was as if the Tai Su deity realm was about to arrive. His strength also expanded with the increase of power. So far, he was already a level stronger than when he defeated the Snow Spirit King. Under the nourishment of the ancestral dragon, Lingxi had also reached the late stage of the Yuan reincarnation realm. With her ability and her incredible immortal Lord Realm technique, she would have no problem fighting the Yin-Yang reincarnation realm experts. In fact, she would be even more difficult to deal with. From today onwards, she would also be a huge fighting force. It was especially so after obtaining the primordial Tao treasure, the butterfly illusory sword. Under the control of the Nine Hells illusionary butterfly, the butterfly illusory sword was basically under her control. In the future, if she could get those rare materials, she would definitely be able to restore the butterfly illusory sword to its former glory. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye as they galloped across the vast land of the demon divine territory. The day of their reunion was getting closer and closer. Mo Xiaolong's speed was also very fast, which was almost the same as Long Chen's current speed. Originally, it would take 1 month to complete the journey, but under the efforts of the two brothers, it was estimated that they could complete the journey in less than 20 days. During this period, Long Chen and Yi Sisi had arrived at a vast grassland. The grass here was lush, and the field of vision was broad. Long Chen had been moving forward for 3 days, but he still couldn't see the end. But to his delight, he could almost feel that Mo Xiaolang was nearby. The reunion of the brothers was a pleasant surprise to all four. Similarly, Mo Xiaolang had also arrived at the vast grassland. Is this the nature sound grassland? It's so big. Soyan followed behind Mo Xiaolang and said loudly. Big brother has also entered the nature sound grassland. At our speed, we can probably meet him in 1 day. Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. Where are we going after we meet up? Soyan asked curiously. Well, Mo Xiaolang said decisively. We're going to the Chaos Star region. Only there will I be safe. I believe that Big Brother will definitely follow me there. He doesn't need to stay in the Spirit God region. The Chaos Star region can make him even stronger. As long as he becomes stronger, he will be able to return to the Dragon God region. I know that he dreams of returning to the Dragon God region to prove himself. At that time, I will also return with him. This was also quite good. Before this, they had been living a vagrant life with Mo Xiaolang, worried and afraid. From now on, it was finally not their turn to worry. No matter what, Long Chen was always their pillar of support. What the two of them did not expect was that when they stepped onto a new piece of land, they suddenly looked up and saw a row of demons in front of them. These demons had either snow-white or pink fur, and they had long foxtails behind them. Their eyes were long and narrow, and they were all beautiful regardless of their gender. However, they all had a vicious aura about them. These demons from the nine-tailed celestial fox were mostly middle-aged people who had cultivated for thousands of years. Of course, they still looked like young people. The two sides suddenly met in the vast grassland, and they were instantly stunned. The nine-tailed celestial fox were actually also hurrying on their way. They were heading towards the heaven-devouring divine residence. The two teams happened to meet in the nature sound grassland. After hesitating for a moment, they reacted instantly. After more than 10 days, a fatal crisis came again, and it happened at the moment when Mo Xiaolang was about to meet Long Chen. The nine-tailed celestial fox came at such a coincidental time. Sixth uncle, I found the wolf clan and the half-demon on the nature sound grassland. Hurry up and come over. We'll try to surround him. After discovering Mo Xiaolang, their first reaction was to use star talismans to communicate with their elders and inform them of Mo Xiaolang's whereabouts. They must have contacted the real experts of the nine-tailed celestial fox, or at least the five-element samsara realm, who could definitely kill Mo Xiaolang. The overall combat effectiveness of these people in front of them surpassed that of Mo Xiaolang. The nine-tailed celestial fox were all talented demons. After thousands of years of cultivation, they could basically enter the three-element samsara realm, pass the heaven, earth and man tribulations, combine their primordial spirit with their body, and release the three-element samsara power. The combined strength of more than a dozen of them would not be weaker than that of the queen ant. What was worse was that as long as they entangled Mo Xiaolang, they only needed to wait for the arrival of their elders. There was no need to fight with Mo Xiaolang at all. The situation was critical. To be honest, The celestial fox demonic fire played a great role in nine-tailed celestial fox. More importantly, it was left by their ancestors and symbolized the face of nine-tailed celestial fox. As long as the nine-tailed celestial fox did not kill Mo Xiaolang, they would be ridiculed by others and lose face. Face was the most important thing. Therefore, they issued a wanted order to track Mo Xiaolang. They wanted to see Mo Xiaolang alive, dead or alive. The news of the Imperial through Rat was a great help to them. They rushed at full speed, and the strongest group had already crossed the nature-sound grassland. However, they did not expect that the group behind them would encounter Mo Xiaolang here. This is really a wonderful encounter. Surround him and don't let him leave even if he dies. Among the nine-tailed celestial fox, someone gave the order. The nine-tailed celestial fox was very fast. When Mo Xiaolang escaped, they quickly chased after him. There were too many of them. If one of them came out to pin down Mo Xiaolang, the others could surround him and make it impossible for him to escape. Rumble! The earth shook on the nature-sound grassland. More than a dozen nine-tailed celestial foxes transformed into demon foxes. Their huge bodies surrounded Mo Xiaolang and they stared at him covetously. Their 9 huge fox tails swayed in the sky, and their sharp fur was full of lethality. The nine-tailed celestial fox was proficient in the Tao of assassination. Her movements were swift and fierce, and she could conceal herself. She was an expert in tracking. There were at least Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation experts present, and there were also several 3 talents reincarnation tribulation experts. It was a piece of cake for them to surround Mo Xiaolang. Brothers and sisters, don't let this guy escape again. Their eyes were sharp and full of pride. They looked at the besieged Mo Xiaolang with contempt. Brother Xiaolang. Xueqi was a little flustered. Mo Xiaolang looked at them gloomily. Break out of the encirclement, he suddenly said. He suddenly said and his figure changed. A thick black mist soared into the sky and turned into a black flame. In a short moment, he had become a sun-devouring demonic wolf whose size surpassed all the nine-tailed celestial foxes. The ice-cold flame and the soaring evil chi made Mo Xiaolang look much more terrifying than them. Buzz! The behemoth's breathing caused the green grass on the grassland to flutter. On the day the gale blew, the sun-devouring demonic wolf growled. He brought Xueqi with him as he charged forward fiercely. Break! With his current strength, the nine-tailed celestial fox's encirclement was very fragile to him. He chose a young Yin and Yang Samsara Tribulation Realm nine-tailed celestial fox and launched an attack. Under the sweep of the 9 nether-fiend ancestral flames, the young nine-tailed celestial fox hurriedly retreated, creating an opening. The sun-devouring demonic wolf found this opening and charged out. Behind him, the 9-tailed celestial foxes chased after him. The 9-tailed celestial fox was rather agile and as fast as the wind. Although their strength was generally inferior to Mo Xiaolang's, they could follow closely behind Mo Xiaolang. If Mo Xiaolang could encounter them, there was no way he could shake them off. Especially in this endless grassland, they might be inferior to him in a one-on-one battle, but they wouldn't fight him head-on. Their goal was to wait for the clan elders to arrive. This is definitely not the way to go on. Mo Xiaolang's heart was restless, and his demonic thoughts grew. No one had expected something to happen at the last moment. In the endless pursuit, the sun-devouring demonic wolf changed direction several times, but it couldn't shake off the 9-tailed celestial fox that were like maggots attached to bones. They were very relaxed and only responsible for keeping a close eye on Mo Xiaolang. I can only kill them. Mo Xiaolang made a prompt decision. If he didn't kill them and the 9-tailed celestial fox elders appeared, not only would he be finished, but he might also implicate Long Chen. Once he killed someone, he might very well be possessed. But in order to survive, he had to kill. The frantically running sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly stopped and changed directions. Suddenly, it charged towards the dozen 9-tailed celestial foxes. Heaven and earth furnace formation. The sun-devouring demonic wolf roared wildly. Within its range of control, all the 9-tailed celestial foxes were enveloped by countless flames. Countless flames of different attributes gathered together, creating a huge explosion that affected all the 9-tailed celestial foxes. The sun-devouring demonic wolf hid in the flames and attacked them. He started with the weaklings. His targets were the 2 9-tailed celestial foxes in the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulations realm. Without any regret or hesitation, he used his strong wolf claws to press the 2 young 9-tailed celestial foxes to the ground. Then, He used his wolf fangs and 9 nether demonic ancestral fire to end their lives. Then, like an executioner, he stared at the other one. He's going to counterattack. Everyone, pay attention to tangling with him. Help each other and save your lives. There's no need to fight him head-on. Our elders are about to arrive. The 9-tailed celestial fox was slightly surprised, but it didn't change its tactics. More than 10 9-tailed celestial foxes surrounded the sun-devouring demonic wolf and used their whip-like tails to harass it from time to time. As the sun-devouring demonic wolf fought, its eyes gradually turned blood-red and its murderous aura grew stronger. Its power surged out like a flood that broke a dam. For a moment, the world changed color. No matter how much the 9-tailed celestial fox resisted, they still died under the sun-devouring demonic wolf's fangs. Chapter 1950. In this battle, when they saw several 9-tailed celestial foxes die at the hands of the crazy sun-devouring demonic wolves, the 9-tailed celestial foxes had no choice but to change their tactics. On the one hand, they knew that running away would only lower their morale and make the other party more ferocious. On the other hand, the deaths of their clansmen filled them with rage. They had to take revenge. Moreover, they could not wait any longer. Kill him! Kill him! Someone roared crazily. Most of the remaining warriors were at the 3 reincarnation tribulation realm. Some were at the early stage, while others were at the late stage. They were all very powerful. Mo Xiaolong's peak combat strength was actually at the late stage of the 3 reincarnation tribulation realm, which was why he had lost to the Hell Ant Queen. Now, facing so many 9-tailed celestial foxes, he still felt immense pressure. But he had no choice, because killing was his only way out. Ever since he came to the demon immortal region, he had been under pressure. All of this had stimulated the demonic thoughts in his heart. Back when he first separated from Long Chen and went to the desolate imperial region, he had risen rapidly without any disasters. But this time, in the demon immortal region, the difference was like heaven and earth. The desperate slaughter and desperate counterattack had caused some changes to take place in his heart. The sun-devouring demonic wolf, who was desperately killing in despair, just for a chance of survival, made Soyan nervous. She could not help but cry. This man was too heartbreaking. In the battle he was alone. There were very few desolate beasts in the vast nature-sound grassland. Even if Soyan wanted to summon a desolate beast, she had no way. She could only rely on Mo Xiaolang himself. Surround him! Surround him! The 9-tailed celestial foxes attacked together. Their tails, claws and teeth could be used as weapons. They constantly left wounds on the sun-devouring demonic wolf. In particular, the demon race could also use Dao artifacts. The fox race's Dao artifacts were equally powerful. In many aspects, they directly suppressed Mo Xiaolang. This was an extremely tragic battle. On the Tianshu grassland, a large area was directly destroyed. What worried Mo Xiaolang was not the opponents in front of him, but the 9-tailed celestial fox that was rushing over. Under the immense psychological pressure, his eyes started to bleed again. I have to kill them quickly, quickly. Otherwise, I'll definitely harm Yan-Er, and I'll implicate Big Brother. Kill, kill, kill. The blood-red color in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Soyan watched all this, but she was powerless to stop it. She believed that Mo Xiaolang was a very strong person. He would definitely recover. How did the wolf race become so strong? This doesn't make sense. 9-tailed celestial fox was getting more and more tired, but what surprised them was that their opponent was getting stronger and stronger, far exceeding their expectations. Impossible. 9-tailed celestial fox were proud. They thought that they had Mo Xiaolang in their hands, so they had been very relaxed. But now, they realized how terrifying he was. During this process, a tripartite samsara realm 9-tailed celestial fox had already died to the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. As the number of deaths increased, 9-tailed celestial fox's eyes turned bloodshot. Brothers and sisters, the elders are coming soon. Hold on. As long as an elder at the 4-symbol samsara realm comes, this guy will die without a burial place. How dare you swallow my celestial fox demonic fire and kill my 9-tailed celestial fox race? You're simply courting death. You'll never be able to reincarnate. In this intense battle, the sun-devouring direwolf's body was covered in flames. He had an almost undying body, and the wounds inflicted by his opponent quickly healed. He was like a devil in the darkness, and it was impossible to see his appearance within the flames. Only his terrifying blood-red eyes could be seen, which made people's hearts palpitate. Whoosh! At that moment, sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly pounced on a nine-tailed celestial fox and pressed down on him. Surrounded by the nine-nether demonic ancestral fire, his sharp fangs instantly penetrated the other party's skull. Let him go! Several nine-tailed celestial fox charged over. Their steel whip-like tails nearly split Mo Xiaolang in half. He was covered in blood as he was sent flying. However, even though he was knocked down, he still bit his opponent. Under his ferocity, the nine-tailed celestial fox kept screaming. In the end, he was on his last breath and lost his life. Only after killing his opponent did sun-devouring demonic wolf get up again. His bloody eyes made the nine-tailed celestial fox tremble in fear. He only had 3 opponents left. 2 of them had reached the late stage of the tripartite samsara realm, but they were also riddled with injuries. Let's hold on a little longer. They're about to arrive. We have to avenge our dead brothers and sisters. We can't let him off even if we die. The nine-tailed celestial fox formed a triangle. They were able to survive because they were the elites of the team. When they saw Mo Xiaolang on his last breath, they attacked again. At that moment, sun-devouring demonic wolf regained his might. His ferocious appearance didn't look like he had suffered any injuries. His eyes were filled with blood and were filled with coldness. His demonic will had already erupted to the limit. He didn't retreat or feel any fear. The nine-tailed celestial fox was very powerful, but he was even more powerful. In a battle, he didn't care about his own life at all. However, there were times when he would tire. After killing another nine-tailed celestial fox, sun-devouring demonic wolf was exhausted. His wounds hadn't healed, and his limbs were swaying. He couldn't hold on any longer. He finally can't hold on any longer. The remaining 2 nine-tailed celestial fox said in relief. Of course, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight. They looked around in shock at the dozens of nine-tailed celestial fox corpses. To deal with this fellow, nine-tailed celestial fox had suffered heavy losses. There was blood everywhere. The blood formed a river that flowed on the plains. We have won. This wolf race can't hold on any longer. The seniors should be here soon. At most, they will arrive in 15 minutes. The 2 nine-tailed celestial fox heaved a sigh of relief. They saw that sun-devouring demonic wolf was about to fall. They had almost won, but they didn't dare to relax. They continued to use their tails to whip Mo Xiaolang's body. One must know that their tails could even split the ground. Hong hong hong. Large amounts of blood splattered. Soyun tried to use her body to block those ferocious tails for Mo Xiaolang. This kid is dead, the 2 nine-tailed celestial fox said. Just as they said that, the sun-devouring demonic wolf that was on the ground suddenly pounced. With lightning speed, it bit off the head of one of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Before he could scream, he was swallowed by the sun-devouring demonic wolf and refined by the nine-nether demonic ancestral flame. His corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. The sun-devouring demonic wolf struggled to stand. Its blood-red eyes were emotionless as it stared at the last person. You are the last one. A hoarse voice reverberated in the sky. The last person. The nine-tailed celestial fox looked around in a daze. His heart was filled with fear and rage. He was thinking if he should escape or fight to the death. At this moment, he noticed a detail. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's limbs were trembling. He definitely couldn't hold on any longer. So many people have died. Even the elders will punish me if they come. Unless I can kill him at the end. Thinking of this, the other party had to be vigilant and attack again. Under the attack of the nine tails, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was sent flying. He fell to the ground and didn't get up again. My chance is here. He realized that the sun-devouring demonic wolf really couldn't hold on anymore. Behind him, 9 white foxtails converged to form a formation. Samsara power revolved. Countless snow-white needles shot out from the array diagram and stabbed towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. This sacred art could turn the sun-devouring demonic wolf into a hornet's nest. The countless steel needles were like rain that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. At least in Soyun's eyes. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's blood-red eyes stared at his last opponent. However, He really didn't have the strength to stand up. He didn't even have the strength to protect Xueqi. He could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, he saw hope. Behind nine-tailed celestial fox, a gray sword energy shot into the sky. It shot over from afar and in the blink of an eye, it smashed into the array diagram behind nine-tailed celestial fox. The array diagram exploded and nine-tailed celestial fox was sent flying. The countless needles also disappeared. Whew! Nine-tailed celestial fox climbed up in shock. Above his head, a man with blood-red hair raised the gray sword in his hand. Without saying a word, he activated the massacring sword art and descended from the sky. The sword chi became stronger and stronger. The heavily injured nine-tailed celestial fox resisted for a while before it was struck by the sword chi and fell into an endless barrage of attacks. From the first sword to the 100th sword. Actually, this only lasted for an instant. Finally, the god-slaying sword pierced through his body and nine-tailed celestial fox fell to the ground. Tianshu grassland finally regained its peace. The sun-devouring demonic wolf blinked. That youth seemed to be from the spirit race, but he seemed unfamiliar. The star talisman's image was not very clear, but that violent killing style and that god-slaying sword all showed this person's identity. At that moment, the blood in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's eyes disappeared. Big brother. He could no longer maintain his huge body and turned into human form to welcome Long Chen. When he saw him again, he didn't expect him to be so weak. Long Chen looked at the surrounding corpses and was shocked. He had done all of this himself. In the distance, Lingxi floated over. They had finally reunited after spending at least 2 months. Long Chen didn't know what to say. He and his brother hugged each other tightly. There was no need to say anything. From now on, they would conquer the world and fight side by side. Mo Xiaolang suppressed his weakness and said, "They have already informed the experts to come. They will be here soon. We have to leave quickly." Reminiscing about the past now was suicide. Mo Xiaolang wanted to go to the galaxy of chaos. So after saying that, they all headed in the direction of the galaxy of chaos, which was also the direction of the heaven-devouring divine residence. Long Chen didn't care where they went. Leaving here was the most important thing. Finally, they were reunited. Chapter 1951. After meeting up, the first thing to do was to leave. The nature sound grassland was so vast that it was difficult to hide. If the other party caught up, they would definitely be finished. The 4 of them circled around in the northwest direction. Mo Xiaolang was still in a weak state, so Long Chen carried him on his back and escaped. His speed wasn't affected at all. In fact, he had thought about this problem before. After finding Mo Xiaolang, where should he go in the future? Should he return to the Spirit God territory or go to the Chaos Star territory that Mo Xiaolang wanted to go to? According to his thoughts, he was more inclined to the Spirit God territory because it was more peaceful, while the Chaos Star territory was definitely full of chaos. It wasn't a good choice. In the Spirit God territory, Long Chen could be in a peaceful environment. With the protection of the goddess's heart and the others, he could better help Mo Xiaolang. But since Mo Xiaolang wanted to go to the Chaos Star territory, Long Chen could only let him go. He didn't dare to slack off. At this moment, they still hadn't escaped the danger. His intuition told him that the 9-tailed celestial fox experts should have almost reached the place where they fought before. They also knew that Long Chen and the others had just won and left. They were definitely chasing after them. However, in their view, Mo Xiaolang would definitely go in the direction of the Spirit God territory after coming here from the heaven-devouring divine residence. He shouldn't have turned back. In this way, it might be safer to go to the heaven-devouring divine residence. In the endless nature-sound grassland, blood flowed like a river. More than a dozen 9-tailed celestial fox corpses were scattered here and there. It was a very miserable scene. 5 or 6 old men stepped over and silently watched this scene. Flames of hatred and anger were brewing in the eyes of each elder. Their veins were bulging and their breathing was labored. Seeing so many corpses, it was a ghastly sight to behold. 9-tailed celestial foxes were already few in number. Now that they had suffered such a heavy loss, it was a great blow to the inheritance of their entire race. Especially when they all died in the hands of an inexplicable murderer. We're still a step too late. The 5 or 6 elders sighed helplessly. They immediately clenched their fists, looked towards the southeast, and said coldly, "The battle hasn't ended for long. It's obvious that they escaped in this direction. Let's quickly chase after them. This is unforgivable. This little thing has brought us, the nine-tailed celestial foxes, such a great loss. We must kill him as an example. Otherwise we, the nine-tailed celestial foxes, will never be able to raise our heads again." These 5 or 6 old men were the top experts of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Any one of them could easily finish off Long Chen and the others. They were the elites of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Basically, they had cultivated for more than 10,000 years and had 10,000 years of battle experience. They were all terrifying great demons, and some of them were even stronger than the green jade-eyed golden flame toad. When they were talking about this, the only young and beautiful nine-tailed celestial fox among them lowered her head. She had long pink hair and was charming, which made people's hearts tremble. However, there was a hint of worry in her eyes, which slightly covered her peerless beauty. "Elders, it's all my fault. I brought him to the demon immortal domain." Xueqi was in low spirits. Because of this matter, she had already been punished. However, the nine-tailed celestial fox had suffered a huge loss, so she had to be blamed for it. "It's all in the past. If you can make up for your mistake in the future, no one will hold it against you," one of the elders said. "Let's go." Someone urged and began to fly towards the southeast. With their speed, they were confident that as long as they went in this direction, they would definitely not be able to escape from the palm of their hands in this endless place like the nature sound grassland. "Wait." Xueqi hesitated for a moment and suddenly called out. She looked a little conflicted, but when she saw the corpses of her brothers and sisters all over the ground, she finally stopped hesitating. "Xueqi, what's wrong with you?" an elder asked coldly. Xueqi said respectfully, reporting to the elders, "Xiao Lang has a brother named Long Chen, a human from the dragon immortal domain. I once planted a celestial fox token on him and promised that if he came to the demon immortal domain, I would let them meet. I heard that Long Chen is the son of the eternal dragon emperor and has gone to the spirit immortal domain, but I felt the existence of my celestial fox token nearby. I think that Long Chen should have come to the demon immortal domain and already met up with Mo Xiaolang." She actually didn't want to hurt Xiaolang. She knew that Mo Xiaolang was kind, but the truth was right there. Mo Xiaolang not only swallowed a large amount of celestial fox demonic fire, but also killed her brothers and sisters. This kind of hatred erased the image of Mo Xiaolang in her heart. Seeing her own family members spend a lot of effort to hunt down the murderer, as a member of the Nine Hell Fantasy Butterfly, even if she trusted Mo Xiaolang, she couldn't betray her own race. The old men's eyes lit up when they heard this. "That's great news. Xueqi, hurry up and tell us where the celestial fox token is so we can find it. We haven't found it yet. It's probably a short distance away from us." Xueqi bit her pink lips and pointed to the northwest, saying, "He's circling behind us." Behind us. Everyone was shocked and surprised. If they had run southeast, it was likely that Mo Xiaolang would have escaped. They couldn't help but feel lucky. "God is helping us. Brothers, what are you waiting for?" The old men gnashed their teeth, their eyes filled with killing intent. They exchanged glances, then unleashed their terrifying speed and rushed in the northwest direction. Long Chen and the others were indeed heading in that direction. "This time, we can't let these 2 little guys escape. He killed more than a dozen of our compatriots. We have to settle the score with him." And the celestial fox demonic fire. The fatal killing intent shrouded Long Chen and the others. Wait. Running on the nature sound grassland, everyone was very fast. According to Long Chen's original expectation, it was very likely that the other party had gone southeast and he was safe. However, he still felt that there was something amiss. Maybe this was intuition. Everyone paused. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaolang had recovered a lot, but he still let Long Chen carry him. Long Chen's attention finally shifted to the celestial fox token. Yes, that's it. It seemed that the celestial fox token would expose his whereabouts. But he didn't know if it was too late to find it now. He quickly said to Lingxi, "Do you have a way to get the celestial fox token for me? Let's work together." He could do it from the inside, but Lingxi could do it from the outside. Okay. Long Chen temporarily put Mo Xiaolang on the grass. Xueqi went to take care of Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen and Lingxi studied the celestial fox token. This is a kind of formation. It's useless, but it has the effect of marking. It's a miniature formation. I should be able to crack it. Lingxi said seriously. Long Chen was very excited. He didn't expect that Lingxi would become an all-around wife. Whoever married her was simply a great blessing. Let's start. He didn't need to do it himself at all. After a short period of time, the celestial fox token disappeared from his hip. Even if Ruoshi followed him, she couldn't find the celestial fox token. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief and became a little relieved. He carried Mo Xiaolang on his back again and moved forward again. But just after a few kilometers, Lingxi suddenly said, "Chen, they're catching up." Long Chen was shocked. It was probably because of the celestial fox token. Although the celestial fox token was gone now, they were only a few kilometers away from that place. They could see it at a glance. If the other party found the position just now, he would definitely be in danger. Run! Long Chen was shocked. Danger had come, and it was another fatal crisis. It's too late. I'll use the Guardian-bounded domain. Hopefully I can get past them. Lingxi played a great role at this moment. She made a prompt decision and used the Guardian-bounded domain. The transparent light shield surrounded everyone. Lingxi turned the light shield into a sharp cone and drilled into the ground. Long Chen was responsible for repairing the small area on the grassland that was damaged by the Guardian-bounded domain. They didn't dare to make too much noise. After diving for about 3 meters, the expert's 9-tailed celestial fox actually arrived. That group of people were all powerful 9-tailed celestial fox elders. Only the beautiful Ruoshi followed them. They were only a few kilometers away from Long Chen. If they approached, they would definitely find that the soil on the ground had been loosened. At this time, it was all about luck. Even though there was a distance of several thousand meters between them, Long Chen and the others could clearly feel the danger that Lingxi brought them. Long Chen and the others practically held their breath. Within Lingxi's protective barrier, they did not dare to even breathe. Long Chen looked gratefully at the woman in his arms. Fortunately, she had used her Immortal Lord Realm technique. Otherwise, they would all be finished. What's going on? Why is the aura of the Celestial Fox token lingering here? I thought they were stopping here. As they neared, the other elders could already feel the presence of the Celestial Fox token. Lingxi disintegrated the Celestial Fox token and threw it to the ground. They were still nearby before, but they seemed to have discovered that we were using the Celestial Fox token to track them. Therefore, they removed the Celestial Fox token. These kids are really smart. The old men's eyes were cold as they looked around. This was the nature-sound grassland, which stretched as far as the eye could see and was very flat. If Long Chen and the others were still around, they would naturally be able to see them at a glance. They believed in their own abilities. In their opinion, Long Chen and the others should have unlocked the Celestial Fox token and then ran very far away. So what if they can remove the Celestial Fox token? I think their target is definitely the disordered star field. As long as we head in that direction, we won't have to worry about not meeting them. Whether it's the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor or the Wolf Tribe, they will pay the price for offending us. Chapter 1952. When they discovered that Long Chen and the others had already left, they began to make preparations to head towards the Star of Chaos. Hearing their conversation, Ruoshi was a little puzzled. She asked one of the elders, "Clan Elder, what exactly is this demon star you speak of?" The elder said, "This is a place that only the older generation knows about. The so-called demon star is a mysterious black planet in the Chaos Star domain, the Dark Domain. That place used to be the birthplace and residence of the devils. Now, there are quite a few devils imprisoned there. The devils that once wreaked havoc in the Dragon God domain cannot be killed. They are practically indestructible. Do you know where they went?" Ruoshi said. "Could it be that the demon star?" The elder nodded. "That's right. All the devils have been sealed in the demon star. The demon star has already become a mortal enemy. Living beings are not allowed to approach it. And the person who sealed these devils is the Eternal Dragon Emperor." Ruoshi asked in surprise. "The Eternal Dragon Emperor? That can't be. Rumor has it that he released these devils and made a huge mistake, causing them to invade the Dragon God domain and plunge the people into misery and suffering. If that wasn't the case, why would the people of the Dragon God domain spurn the Eternal Dragon Emperor so much?" Hearing this, Long Chen, who was originally very nervous, suddenly quieted down and carefully listened to their conversation. At this time the elder said, "This is the story that happened before. Rumor has it that the devils were released by the Eternal Dragon Emperor. In the end, he was also the one who imprisoned them. Although he made amends in the end, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had already made a huge mistake. He even wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Adding up all his crimes, it led to his downfall today." Long Chen had never wanted to find out why the people of the Dragon God domain wanted to smear Long Qinglan's name. He firmly believed that Long Qinglan wasn't in the wrong. Even now, when he heard Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox talk about what had happened in the past, Long Qinglan's position in his heart still hadn't been shaken in the slightest. Even though this was the first time he had heard that there were actually demons in this world, that they had been sealed in the Devil's Star by Long Qinglan, and that Long Qinglan had once released them, he still firmly believed that there must be more to this than meets the eye. "Looks like I'll have to go to the Chaos Galaxy to investigate my father. He never told me what happened to him." Sigh, the last time Long Chen saw him in the battlefield of gods, he thought that he was still alive. But up until now, Long Chen hadn't seen him again. Thus, it was impossible to determine whether he was dead or alive. There were too many mysteries about him, and they were attracting Long Chen. Emo Xing. When Emo Xiaolang heard this name, his eyes flashed with a trace of madness, but no one noticed. Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox was ready to give chase again. The elder next to Ruashi said disdainfully, "To tell you the truth, after our discussion, we can almost confirm that Emo Xiaolang of the Wolf Tribe actually got rid of the reincarnation tribulations and came back to life during the battle with the hellish blood ants. This is obviously a sign of a demon. Only a real demon looks like this. I think the reason why he wants to go to the Chaos Galaxy must be because he was summoned by the Devil Star. The demons on the Devil Star are secretly calling for him to come closer. Of course, he might not know it himself. It's just his subconscious. He must have decided to go to the Chaos Galaxy, so it's definitely the right choice for us to intercept him." After saying that, the elder's Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox set off again. Only after they had completely left did the four people hiding in the protective barrier relax a little. But they didn't go far. It was best not to leave at this time. It was best to stay here for at least an hour before taking action. Long Chen digested the information he had just received. He could only find out about the story between Long Qinglan and the Devil Star in the future. What was in front of them was the road ahead. He said to Emo Xiaolang, "It's obvious that they will be waiting for us ahead. We can't go to the Chaos Galaxy anymore." Emo Xiaolang raised his head and bit his lip. He was still hesitating. Long Chen continued, "Xiaolang, about the Devil Star, have you ever had this feeling? It's the name of the Chaos Galaxy that attracts you. You want to go there urgently." It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but it was better to ask clearly. Emo Xiaolang nodded solemnly. "I did have this feeling before. Now that I've heard what they said and reminded myself, I feel much better." Soyan also defended him. "Big brother Xiaolang is really working hard. Even though it's easy to get into that state during a battle, he will wake up soon." Long Chen pursed his lips. "We don't care if the Devil Star is true or not. But the road to the Chaos Galaxy is blocked by them. I think we should go to the Spirit God territory. There are people there to help and it's not dangerous. It's also good for Xiaolang. As for the martial demon seed, I want to settle down as soon as possible and find a way to get rid of it. It's not appropriate to go to the Chaos Galaxy." He was mainly targeting Emo Xiaolang. If Emo Xiaolang didn't have any objections, then it was decided. The three of them all looked at Emo Xiaolang. If Emo Xiaolang still chose the Chaos Galaxy, it almost meant that the martial demon seed was influencing him. Because Long Chen's decision was obviously correct. After a moment of silence, Emo Xiaolang clenched his fists. "Big brother, I'll listen to you." Hearing this, Long Chen finally smiled. He hugged this brother of his and heavily patted his back. His eyes were burning with passion and hot tears almost appeared. He said, "Don't worry, I swear that no matter what happens, no matter if you still recognize me or not, I will drag that demon out of your body. You are my brother and also my family. We are inseparable. You can't treat me like an outsider, understand?" This was what he had been suppressing for a long time and wanted to say to him. Emo Xiaolang's eyes were red. They were blood vessels, not demonic thoughts. He said emotionally, "Big brother, I won't let you down. I also want to win against myself. A mere martial demon seed can't affect me. Seeing their fighting spirit, the grudges between them disappeared. Lingxi and Xueqi stood together, hand in hand. They looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. They were finally out of danger. An hour later, they discussed the details and prepared to return to the spirit god territory. Nine-tailed celestial fox and the others thought they were smart and went to the Chaos Galaxy to stop Mo Xiaolang. They would definitely fail. From now on, it was almost certain that this journey would be smooth. Just like when Long Chen came, there was only one small accident. It was the blue-eyed golden flame toad. But at that time, Long Chen obtained a treasure like the butterfly illusory sword. Coming out of the protection boundary, the four started to return to the southeast. All of a sudden, Long Chen felt as if there was a dagger at his back. He found that he was being watched. In this endless grassland, he was shocked. Could those nine-tailed celestial fox still come back? He turned around abruptly, but what he saw was an unexpected scene. In this boundless grassland, amidst the tranquil breeze, a woman who seemed to have come from a celestial palace descended from the sky. This was a woman with a face that could topple cities. Compared to Ling Shi, she was less immature and had more of a moving mature charm. She had a head of long black hair that hung all the way to her heels and scattered down her back. She was extremely beautiful and her pair of bright black eyes were like the dark night, incomparably moving. Most importantly, she was naked. Long Chen felt like he had seen this scene before in the Star Demon prison of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. At that time, he had cut open the ancient bronze coffin. A beautiful black-haired woman had descended into his world, stunning him. It was the same now. Whether it was her snow-white skin, her full and round breasts, her slender and powerful waist, and her long and slender legs, they were all perfect. Especially the blue heart-shaped pendant in the middle of her deep cleavage. It was clearly the heart of the Eternal Protector. A perfect and mysterious woman, filled with the radiance of motherhood, like the mother of all things, like the mysterious night, had suddenly descended into Long Chen's world. He was completely dumbfounded. Why would Li Xuanji suddenly appear here, completely naked, in front of Long Chen's eyes? Although this scene was a little surreal, Long Chen naturally could not forget the feeling of Li Xuanji. After careful observation, he found that there was a slight difference. This was because this woman looked at him with a gaze that did not have the slightest spirit. This allowed Long Chen to instantly recognize that she was definitely not Li Xuanji. Then who was she? Why did she look like Li Xuanji? Whether it was the long hair or the graceful figure, it was exactly the same as her. Long Chen suddenly turned his head, attracting the attention of the other three. Because Long Chen's fluctuations were too big, the three also quickly turned their heads. Chen. Lingxi looked at the vast wilderness behind her and gently touched Long Chen. Long Chen's dull look was really a little strange. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi also looked over strangely. There was nothing behind them, and the sky was clear. What was Long Chen looking at? After being touched by Lingxi, the woman in front of him suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen shook his head, but found that there was nothing in front of him. That inexplicable Li Xuanji had disappeared. Lingxi's red lips moved slightly, and she said, "Is it the Tai Su deity?" She once heard from Long Chen that when the Tai Su deity appeared, it was like this. Only Long Chen could see it, and no one else could. Long Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he woke up and said, "It should be. I'm almost at that level now, but it appeared a little faster than I expected." He roughly knew that the Tai Su deity had appeared, but he did not understand why the Tai Su deity would look like Li Xuanji, and not wear clothes. Lingxi asked with concern, "Is the Tai Su deity very scary?" She found that Long Chen seemed to be scared. Long Chen laughed dryly and said, "That, it is indeed very scary." Chapter 1953. The mysterious arrival of the Great Essence Deity made Long Chen a little nervous. Firstly, the Great Essence Deity had given him a lot of pressure. In that battle, he had killed the opponent 10,000 times. It was a little scary when he thought about it. Secondly, the God of Great Essence had the appearance of Li Xuanji. Moreover, she was completely naked. Long Chen had a hunch that the style of this battle would be different from the last one. Moreover, the number of people who could pass the God of Great Essence realm in this world could be counted on one's fingers. The inheritors of the ultimate divine dragon did not need to be 2 levels slower than ordinary people. Unless the inheritors of the supreme divine dragon appeared, it was possible that many people could pass the god of great essence realm. Therefore, Long Chen could not ask anyone how to pass it. He had a hunch that the great essence deity would be more difficult to deal with. To his relief, the great essence deity only appeared once. In the next 10 days or so, she did not appear again. Long Chen only knew that she must still be by his side, waiting for the right opportunity to descend. Therefore, he did not dare to slack off. After more than 10 days of travel, they slightly deviated from the original direction. They still went through the barren mountains and wild forests. Although it was not the route they came from, it could still guarantee their safety. The demon god domain was so big that Long Chen could only guarantee a general direction. Of course, it was impossible to go back and forth between two routes. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the spirit god domain, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Another 10 days passed, and the continuous journey made everyone very tired. Long Chen calculated that because of the addition of Xueqi, the speed of the return journey had been reduced. It would take about 20 more days to reach the Supreme Demon City. Although it took a little more time, fortunately, the people nine-tailed celestial fox did not pursue them again. Without fighting, Mo Xiaolong's condition was also very good. It was just that Long Chen found that when he was resting, he would sit quietly from time to time, looking in the direction of the northwest. There seemed to be nostalgia in his eyes. It seemed that he was more or less affected by the martial devil seed. Sure enough, the devil star was really in the distant sky, calling out to him. However, Mo Xiaolang was clear-headed, so he could cut off the call and focus on following Long Chen. Regarding this matter, Long Chen believed that Mo Xiaolang could handle it himself. If he said too much, it would mean that he didn't trust him. Although everyone knew that it was the martial demon's fault, Mo Xiaolang would definitely feel bad. Nothing happened along the way. At most, some wild beasts or small demons would appear, but they were easily taken care of. Flipping open the map, Long Chen searched for his current position. After a series of comparisons, he confirmed his current location. Based on his current speed, he should be back in the Sovereign Demon City in 21 days. He looked at the terrain along the way. Suddenly, he saw a place called the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. It might be a type of fire, or it might be the name of a mountain. There was no indication of what it was, but he was sure that it was not far from where Long Chen was standing. I seemed to smell the scent of fire. Standing on the lightning, Mo Xiaolang squinted his eyes and looked towards the southeast. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Then he opened his eyes. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. He was a fire devourer, so he was more sensitive to fire than ordinary people. He said excitedly to the crowd, "Big brother, sister Lingxi, and Yen Air, I smell fire. It's a fire even more mysterious than the celestial fox demonic fire. The power of the fire is strong. If I can devour this fire, I will definitely be able to become stronger. Then, even if those old guys nine-tailed celestial fox catch up, I will be able to deal with them." His eyes lit up. After traveling for more than 20 days, this was the first time Long Chen saw him so excited. He had been too depressed recently. If not for the little elf, Xueqi, Mo Xiaolang's situation would be even worse. When Mo Xiaolang smelled the fire, Long Chen's finger stopped at the position of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. The celestial fox demonic fire would definitely not be marked on the map. What kind of fire would be marked on the map? Because they were currently fleeing, Long Chen had to think about this question. Really? Xueqi was happy to hear this news. She rarely saw Mo Xiaolang so excited. To him, fire was his food. At this moment, he was like a child who had found food. This kind of joy was incomprehensible to adults. Lingxi stood quietly beside Long Chen with a smile on her face. Looking at the couple who had suddenly become excited, Lingxi could see her and Long Chen's shadows in them. If Xiao Lang can really become stronger, we won't have to travel so pathetically, Lingxi whispered in Long Chen's ear. Not necessarily. Long Chen had more things on his mind than the two of them. He stood up and placed the map in front of Mo Xiaolang. The Red Lotus Karmic Fire is marked on the map, so there must be many demons who know about it. Perhaps there are many people guarding this place, and there must be experts among them. They might not be as weak as the one's nine-tailed celestial fox. If we make a ruckus here, nine-tailed celestial fox will definitely know. They have been waiting for us at the heaven-devouring divine residence for a long time. Today, They will definitely use other methods to track us. Therefore, if we devour this fire, it will undoubtedly be very dangerous. It won't be good for our journey. I think we should change our route and go around this place. His words made Mo Xiaolang and Soyan's happy laughter stop. Soyan stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly, "So that's how it is. If it's so troublesome, we'd better not take this thing and avoid any accidents. Brother Xiaolang is so talented. There will definitely be many opportunities." Lingxi naturally supported Long Chen's decision. She also felt that Mo Xiaolang would undergo some inexplicable changes because of the martial demon seed. Long Chen's decision was for his own good. However, Mo Xiaolang could not understand it at all. He looked at Long Chen in astonishment and said, "Big brother, you should be the one who taught me the principle of seeking riches from danger. If there are no risks, how can one become strong? We've been fighting all the way here, and we've always taken risks. Why can't it work this time? Even if there might be experts stationed there, we can still go and scout first. If it doesn't work, we can take a detour. There's no need to take a detour now." He was very puzzled. He was like a child whose excitement was interrupted when he saw a snack. He could only watch helplessly as the snack was taken away by someone else. That kind of feeling was undoubtedly very uncomfortable. Moreover, the person who took away his snack was the person closest to him. Long Chen looked at him solemnly and hesitated for a moment before saying in a serious tone, "Xiaolang, you should be considered to be under the control of the martial demon seed now. You will become stronger by devouring flames, and there will be no end to it. You don't even have to go through the reincarnation tribulations. I'm very worried that if you continue to devour flames, you will very likely force yourself into a dead end. You enjoy the special characteristic of the martial demon seed that you don't have to go through the reincarnation tribulations. If I take out the martial demon seed one day, will all the reincarnation tribulations descend together? Therefore, I think before you take out the martial demon seed, it's best that you don't devour flames. I have a feeling that this will lead you to a path of no return." This was actually what he was really thinking. In the past, when Mo Xiaolang devoured flames, he was restricted by the 18 major tribulations. He could only do it in a gradual cycle. However, now that he didn't have the reincarnation tribulations, he could rapidly grow into a terrifying expert. In the end, he might not even be able to control himself. Long Chen was worried that that would happen, and he was also worried that Mo Xiaolang would lose his mind forever. This was his brother. However, he realized that Mo Xiaolang seemed to be unable to listen to him anymore. He took a few steps back helplessly. He looked at Long Chen helplessly and shook his head. "Big brother, in the end, it's because you don't trust me. I've been trying very hard to control it these days. I've been able to recover from 2 dangerous situations in a row. My efforts have almost succeeded. A mere martial demon seed can't suppress me. Also, why do we have to run away? It's because we're not strong enough. If I devour the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, then all our problems will be solved. Perhaps I can even suppress the martial demon seed with my own strength. Why don't you let me try it? Do you not trust me that much?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "Big brother, at the end of the day, you still don't trust me." Long Chen listened to him in silence. He realized that under the temptation of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, Mo Xiaolang had lost his ability to think normally. Even Xueqi could see this. She hugged Mo Xiaolang's arm and said softly, "Big brother Xiaolang, I think we should listen to Big brother Long Chen. We're about to successfully leave this place. If we take any more risks, we might get into trouble. I think Big brother Long Chen is doing this for your own good." Although Xueqi supported him, Long Chen felt that it would be even worse after listening to her. This was because what Mo Xiaolang needed the most right now was trust. If they went against his decision, it would make him feel lonely and helpless. That would further encourage the growth of the martial demon seed in his heart. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang was getting more and more agitated, he said, "All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go take a look first. If there's a peerless expert guarding this place, we'll leave immediately. What do you think?" Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang's agitated emotions finally calmed down. He shook his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, big brother. I was a little agitated just now. I know you're thinking for my sake. You didn't mean to make things difficult for me. I apologize." Long Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. We're brothers. We don't care about such things." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.